Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Stubborn Gamer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Player. Unlock Quirk, remain quirkless. Please choose. Izuku stares at the floating text pane suspiciously, but finally mutters, Unlock Quirk. A new pane replaces the first one. Congratulations, you have finally unlocked your quirk. Achievement, Quirk unlocked. See description? Go to player overview? See description. He says, feeling a little masochistic, or maybe it's just morbid curiosity. A second pane appears. Quirk unlocked. Player has met conditions. Player must be 14 years of age, so as to be able to mentally handle basic usage of Quirk. B. Quirk must finish basic setup requirements. C. Player must choose to unlock Quirk. Congratulations! You have reached a milestone that most reach upon turning 4. Your patience has been rewarded. Close description? Yes, no. Well, that at least explains why it took so long to show up, even if the congratulations is more like rubbing his face in how behind others he is. How does he even have a quirk? Didn't the quirk doctors say the extra toe joint means he won't get a quirk? A third pane pops up in response. Scanning for information. Research shows that only 2/3 of those who have an extra toe joint are quirkless. Of those, it is suspected that a third have very subtle quirks or quirks with extremely unlikely activations. Of the third that are acknowledged to have quirks, many are specific mutation or transformation quirks, but a few are emitter quirks with which the extra toe joint provides very slight extra stability, which is useful for safe usage of the quirk. None of the research he's done has turned up more than the occasional mutation quirk with the extra joint, so this isn't lifted from his own knowledge. So where is it from? The pane flickers and changes to show new text. Knowledge was found on professional medical sites meant for physicians and researchers. Okay then. He decides that he probably shouldn't ask how his quirk got that access. The player has full access to any information resources that you have at least partial access to. Well, that's handy. The third pane disappears, leaving the achievement description displayed. Yes. That pane closes too, leaving just the first one. Go to player overview. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. The player. Stats. Go to Inventory, limited. Go to Information search. Go to Skills. Go to Displays, basic. Go to Displays. Displays. Basic. Locked until requirements are met. Displays in basic mode cannot be shown to others. Player has option to request that displays be temporarily withheld. This is useful for public situations wherein quirk usage is disallowed or during tests where one should not cheat. Close displays? Yes, no. Yes. Go to Skills. Explanation. Skills only reflect your current level of ability. Skills can be leveled with hard work. Skill levels are useful if one is having a bad day and needs to be able to use skill at full capability. State, employ skill, name of skill, to use a skill in such a manner. To add a skill, state add skill, name of skill. Added skills will start at level 0 if one does not have any proficiency in them. Skills. Reading, level 75. Writing, level 63. Studying retaining knowledge, level 52. Analysis, level 51. Fashion knowledge, level 3. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 32. Close skills? Yes, no. Interesting. And he has a hunch he wants to try out. Add skill, magic. The pane flickers, then adds an entry. Magic, level locked. Locked? Well, DMN. He was hoping this quirk was more like a real video game, given its knowledge search ability being so OP. Yes. Go to Information search. The skills pane closes, to be replaced with a search engine icon with an explanation under it. To use information search, state search for, specify information to search for. Some information will be restricted, such as information that could obviously put you in danger. Physical library searches must be preceded by entering said library and adding it as a preset library. To add library, state add preset library, name of library. Oh, that's so useful. He wonders. Preset library hero analysis for the future. Uploading. Please wait. A little loading circle icon shows up below the words. Then pauses. Upload pictures? Yes, no. Yes. The loading circle resumes. Several minutes later, the circle disappears as the pane flickers and the text is replaced. Upload complete. View library hero analysis for the future? Yes, no. Yes. Volumes 1. Please specify volume and page. Volume 13, page 1. The pane enlarges to show a page written in his handwriting with a small illustration taking up 2/3 of the page. He pulls volume 13 out of his backpack and opens it to compare. Other than some minor smudges, they're identical and the library copy is the one without smudges. Spiffy. Close volume. Close library. Go to inventory. Yeah, he's kind of getting the hang of this. Inventory, limited. At current stage, inventory is limited to 5 slots. Slots may contain a single item that carries multiple items such as a backpack or a stack of up to 99 of the same item. Items may be added or removed by voice command, mental command or manually by pressing item into item box to add or by reaching into box to remove. Command is add, item name, to inventory. Warning, living things cannot be added to inventory. Warning, dirty items will be cleaned upon addition to inventory. Warning, food items cannot be added to inventory at current stage. 5 boxes show below the text. He can test that out another time. Close inventory. Go to stats. Izuku Midoriya. Level 1. EXP 300 and 8500. 13 explanation. VIT 12 explanation. DX 10 explanation. INT 48 explanation. WIS 46 explanation. HP 72 explanation. MP 00 locked. STA 25 explanation. CP 1 explanation. Explanation SR. STR or strength represents your current level of strength. STR can be gained by doing strength exercises. Status points cannot be used to add to STR. Well, that's not the usual video game type thing. Well, close. Explanation VIT. VIT or vitality is a representation of your overall health condition. VIT can be added to by using status points, as it cannot be directly grinded for. Okay? Close. Explanation DX. DEX or dexterity represents things like hand-eye coordination, speed in general, and agility. DEX can be gained by doing exercises to improve hand-eye coordination, speed, or agility. Status points cannot be used to add to. Close. INT explanation. INT or intelligence is representative of your knowledge. INT can be added to by learning new things. Status points cannot be used to add to INT. Seems pretty self-explanatory. Close. WS explanation. WIS or wisdom represents decision-making and problem-solving. WIS can be added to by making wise decisions or increasing one's problem-solving abilities. Status points cannot be used to add to WS. Close. HP explanation. HP or hit points represents how much physical damage you can take. Source stat VIT EXO. That's why he can improve VIT with stat points? Close. STA explanation. STA or stamina represents how long you can last in an activity, whether physical or mental. Source stats V plus A. He stares at that for a long moment before shaking his head. At least he has motivation to add to his strength stat now. Close. STP explanation. STP or status points may be used to increase a stat. STP points can be gained by gaining a level or by surviving a dangerous situation. He'll just stick to gaining levels then. However that's done. Also, why can he only add stat points to VIT? That's just biased. Close. Add 1 stat point to VIT. Izuku Midoriya. Level 1. EXP 38500. 13. VIT, 13. He looks at that for a bit longer before saying, close. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. The player. Stats. Inventory, limited. Information search. Skills. Displays, basic. But on impulse he tries, Quirk explanation. Quirk. The player. The player cannot be stolen or given away. The player is a downgraded acute mutation of Sire's true quirk. The search function is an acute mutation of Dam's quirk. Quirk commands can be given mentally, verbally, or by pressing buttons. The latter two are not recommended for public use due to being a dead giveaway of quirk usage. He blinks, then blinks again. Stolen? Wait, true quirk. Hisashi Midoriya is not user's biological father. User's true sire is restricted access. Does that mean his real father is a villain? Well then, what's his bio dad's true quirk? Restricted. That's not good. Wait, what did he claim his quirk was, then? Unknown. Inko Midoriya may have information. How is he going to explain to his mom why he's suddenly asking questions about his dad's? He's going to have to tell her that he got his quirk in, but he has no proof, since he can't show the displays to anyone. Great. Close. He says half-heartedly, not looking forward to the conversation he's going to have with his mom. Mom? How come you never told me that Dad isn't my real father? Inko turns around, looking startled. How did you find that out? I got my quirk? It told me. Oh dear. That's inconvenient. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled you have a quirk. She hastily reassures him. Hisashi is your dad and he loves you. But we've known since you were diagnosed as quirkless that you aren't his. I told him it was a possibility before we got married. What do you want to know? I know that. I just want to know what his name was and what his quirk is. My quirk refuses to tell me. He said he was quirkless. His name was, oh dear, let me think. We put Hisashi's name on the birth certificate, so I don't actually have a record of it. I think, but could be wrong, that he said his name was Kazuha Ito. Oh. So he lied. Izuku says in disappointment. My quirk says it's an acute mutation of his quirk, whatever that means. What is your quirk, dear? It seems to be a sentient gameplay type quirk. I mean it is. At least I think it's sentient. It answers questions sometimes. But there's an information search function that it says is an acute mutation of your quirk. Oh my. That's very interesting. Do you get quests and things like that? Not so far, and there wasn't any mention of quests. I do get stats, but I can't put points into any of them except vitality, so I have to do everything the hard way to level up. There's no item gathering areas or dungeons either. Well, at least it lets you level up vitality. That's an important stat in most games. Yeah. But I can't do stuff to directly level it up, so I can only level it with stat points. Inko blinks a few times. That's unusual. Maybe it just has its own goals, then? Does it have anything else? Just skills and the search function? Oh, and the inventory. I can put like 5 items or stacks of items into it. The skills are just stuff I know how to do already and show how good I am at them. Apparently I'm at level 1 in doing laundry. He admits. She laughs. Do you want to learn how to do laundry besides putting your clothes in the laundry bin? Also, inventory sounds dead useful. You should keep your keys and ID and money in there, so you always have them with you. It's his turn to blink. Oh, yeah, good idea. Maybe it will let me keep a change of clothing in there too. And maybe on the laundry. Maybe experiment with it? And tell your dad all about it when you talk to him again. He'll be thrilled. He loves quirks almost as much as you do. Izuku smiles at her. Yeah. Wanna help? Yes. I'd love to. So they go to his room, where he picks up his keys. Inventory. The 5 inventory boxes pop up and he pushes his keys into one of them. The box now reads, Set of keys X1. That's so weird, they just disappeared into thin air. Inko comments. Yeah, cool. He sticks his school ID into the second box. ID X1. Can you take it back out again? His mom asks. He pulls his ID back out, shows it to her and puts it back again. She smiles. It works. Yeah, I didn't even think about it eating them. I probably should have. Oh wait, let me go get you some money to try. She says and hurries out, coming back a couple minutes later with several different denominations in both bills and coins. He takes it from her and tries to press it into the third box. It refuses to take it. Reminder, if you want to store unlike items together, you must store them in some kind of bag or container. Oh, it says I need to put them in something because they aren't all the same. Well, that's reasonable, and means you can store your clothes together if you put them in a bag. And you can probably keep your school stuff in there in your backpack. Didn't I buy you an All Might wallet a couple years back? You could use that. Oh, yeah. I think I put it in my loose items drawer. Let me look. A short search later turns up his wallet. After putting the money into the wallet, he closes it and puts it into the third box. Container of money X1. They both cheer. That's great. I don't have to worry about you being without funds or getting robbed. Inko says. Thanks, Mom. He replies, beaming. Of course, dear. Why don't you use that red duffel bag for the clothes? Then you should be able to fit several sets of clothes in there. He digs it out and puts in a set of gym clothes for PE and indoor slippers, along with a set of casual clothes and a light jacket and a heavy coat, both of which he rarely uses. His mom adds one of his never-used pocket-sized umbrellas in there too. Happily, the box accepts it. Duffel of clothes and accessories X1. He stuffs his backpack into the last box. Backpack of school items X1. Note, history homework is missing. Izuku blinks at the note in astonishment, then looks around and finally spots his history homework sitting half done on his desk. He pulls the backpack back out. Something wrong? It reminded me not to forget my homework. His mom just laughs. That's good to hear. Yeah, the teacher would be upset if I didn't turn it in on time. He agrees, now more certain his quirk is sentient. Midoriya, where is your school bag? His homeroom teacher asks a little condescendingly. Sorry, Sensei. Inventory. Izuku says. He pulls his bag seemingly out of thin air and sets it beside his desk where it belongs. I have it now. What the F-Deku? Since when do you have a quirk? Kaken growls at him. Aich Kaken. Since yesterday afternoon. You think you can get away with FING with me? How long have you been keeping your quirk a secret? Secret? I wasn't Dash. That's enough. Midoriya, make sure you get your quirk registered within the month and turn in the documentation to the school secretary once you have it. Weiss-sensei. Let me get this straight. Your quirk shows you your stats and skills, which you can't show me. Does information searches which you can't show me but have demonstrated by turning over information you shouldn't have access to. And has an inventory which you can't show me but is demonstrable by the fact that you can disappear and reappear things into seemingly thin air. The quirk doctor, a young woman with auburn hair and metallic gold eyes, summarizes. Yes. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to put this down as an information and storage type quirk, and you should never tell anybody you don't 100% trust the other parts. Also, don't update your quirk registration for those aspects if your quirk evolves, which it is likely to do at least once, since it's brand new. Both villains and the HPSC would be way too interested in a quirk like yours. Do you want to name it, or shall I? Izuku and Inko are completely taken aback by the caution. You can name it, I guess. It calls itself the player, but that kind of tells people what you said I shouldn't. The doctor nods. I'm thinking find and keep is honest enough while being misleading enough that most people won't look twice at it. I like that. Inko nods. Agreed. Thank you for letting us know about the danger. The doctor smiles at them. Just doing my job. Endangering my patients goes against my oath. Do no harm? Izuku asks curiously. That's the one. She beams at him, obviously pleased that he knows of it. And on that note, I suggest you sue your former quirk doctor for malpractice. A simple blood test is just as easy as an X-ray and far more reliable. He should have given you a blood test before declaring you quirkless. Actually, Inko puts her fingertips together nervously. We came to you because he retired a couple years ago. So I don't know if that's Dash. No, that's fine. Don't worry about it if he's not practicing anymore. I just don't want him misdiagnosing more patients out of carelessness. The doctor hurries to reassure her. That makes sense. She sighs in relief. All right, just let me type out the paperwork and I'll give you a copy of it. Oh. Can I get a copy from my middle school too? They want documentation. Izuku asks. Of course. I should have thought about that. 2 copies coming up. The doctor replies, typing quickly. Your school will probably require you to attend at least a couple Quirk counseling sessions, just to make sure you can control it properly. Remember to just talk about the inventory and information aspects. And I'd recommend pretending that you only have access to open source information on the internet. They will really dislike knowing you have access to their private network, okay? So just avoid the issue to begin with. Also, if you let them know about the libraries, pretend you have to read the book or put it in inventory to be scanned, because letting them know you can download an entire library at once will make you way too powerful to not be interesting to people you'd rather not know. Okay, I can do that. Izuku agrees cautiously. Should I just pretend to be able to do limited internet searches? Like Visor? The search engine? Yes, that's a great idea. If you have any notable change to your quirk, come back and I'll help you figure out if you should update your quirk description or not. Thanks. He says sincerely. No problem. Like I said, it's my job. She uses her mouse to click on several things, then the printer in the corner starts up and prints out several pages. A storage and information quirk? Don't look down on me. You'll never be a hero with your weak but quirk. So don't apply to UA. What's that? One of Kaken's friends asks. Kaken reaches down and snatches the notebook. Hero analysis for the future? Pfft, you don't need that. Learn your place. He says and explodes the notebook before throwing it out the window. Kaken, that's Dash, he begins, glaring at him. Kaken puts his hand on Izuku's shoulder and Izuku winces at the burning sensation creeping through his shirt. Huh? You got a problem with it? Izuku doesn't answer and Kaken decides to leave with his friends following. Then he pauses at the door and looks back. If you want to be a hero that bad, I've got a suggestion. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a better quirk in your next life? In the silence of the abandoned classroom, a pane pops up. Status debuff, burned. Palm-sized first-degree burn on shoulder. -1 HP. Treatment recommended. Thanks. He says drily. The pane flickers. Unpleasant encounter. EXP gained, 120. XP, 0-1000. Player level, 50. Add stat point to vitality. He says because there's no reason not to. The screen flickers again. See stats? Yes, no. No. The pain disappears and he sighs and picks up his backpack and trudges down to pick his notebook out of the fish pond. Izuku ignores the information panel that has popped up in favor of staring at All Might. So what was it that you wanted to ask? Can someone with an information and storage quirk become a hero like you? Then All Might shows him his horrible scar and tells him a villain did it. Can you be a hero like me with an information quirk? No, I don't think so. But you could very well be a hero like Sir Night Eye, my former sidekick. Or become a police officer. That's not hero work, but the police save just as many people as heroes do. Play to your strengths, kid. Izuku's still reeling from the no, when All Might tells him to knock on the access door and someone will let him in eventually. Then All Might just takes off again, leaving him on the roof, trying to understand that no was actually a conditional yes. It's hard to take in. Izuku wants to save people with a smile. Not that Sir Night Eye isn't a great hero, he is, but it's not what he had in mind as his hero career. The pain wavers and disappears, apparently deciding that he's not going to pay attention to it right now. Numbly, he knocks on the door. Don't think this means anything. I don't owe for this. Okay, Kaken. He replies tiredly, but Kaken is already stomping off. He's pretty sure that meant, thank you, but what does he know? Then All Might pops out of nowhere, deflates again and offers him his quirk. Izuku just stares at him, unsure what to think. Does he want All Might's quirk? Sure. But he did just get his own quirk. Does he deserve All Might's quirk? He's not so sure about that, despite All Might's words. Please hold hands with All Might. He blinks and blinks again. My quirk wants us to hold hands. Is that all right? I suppose. All Might says and holds out his hand, looking distinctly uncomfortable. So they hold hands until another pop-up says, analysis complete. Quirk 1 for all is genetically compatible and can be integrated successfully into the player. What the dash? He tugs his hand away from All Might's. My quirk's done. It says that your quirk is compatible. So, does that mean you accept? Impulsively he decides that if his quirk doesn't mind, then he should just go for it. Yes. Izuku Midoriya. Level 5. EXP 3908 4000. 13. Vit. 13. Int. 48. Wis. 47. HP. 5478. MP. 00 locked. STA. 1926. STP. 3+2 reward from emergency quests. Emergency quests? He doesn't remember those, but then he had been focused on surviving and then on rescuing Kaken. Apparently he does get quests, then. For what? Emergencies? Like with stat points? He decides he'd rather not get quests if that's the case. Allot stat points to vitality. Izuku Midoriya. Level 5. EXP 3908 4000. 13. Vit. 18. Int. 48. Wis. 47. HP. 54,108. MP. 00 locked. 1931. Close. See player overview. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. The player. Stats. Inventory. Limited. Information search. Skills. Displays. Upgraded for reaching level. Limited displays can be shown to others with command add, name of given display, display for, person's name. Information that can be shown depends on intended recipient. Well, that's something. He should probably tell the doctor about this. Wait, so you want me to clean the entire beach in 10 months' time? Yes. You need to build muscle or your limbs could pop off when you get my quirk. One for all gains power every time it gets passed on, so it will be even more powerful for you than it is for me. And there's no better way than to build muscle while doing a public service. You could get tetanus. My quirk says I could get tetanus. He repeats dutifully. All Might squints at him. Your quirk is an information quirk? It does some odd things for an information quirk. He's not supposed to tell anybody. But if he can't tell All Might, then who can he trust? Well, it's sentient. Or at least like an AI. Not quite sure which. Golden brows raise in surprise. I see. That's unusual. I suppose I wouldn't like to talk about it either. Yeah. I have no idea how it can do genetic analysis. That one is just weird. All Might's brows rise even further, but he decides not to ask. I believe the tetanus issue could easily be solved by a quick visit to Recovery Girl for a tetanus shot and a pair of thick gloves to work with. Acceptable. Izuku squints, getting the distinct impression that his quirk is sulking despite the approval. My quirk says that'll work. Izuku stares up at the zero-pointer determinately. Emergency quest, save the girl. Notice, super strength function is locked until you reach ST, or please find other method of saving the girl. F-. He says, then turns around and heaves the cement trapping the girl upwards. If he can carry fridges with All Might in his buffed-up form on top, he can lift some measly cement slab. He manages about a foot of height before realizing how freaking heavy cement is. Luckily the girl yanks her foot free before he drops it, Muscles screaming at him. Ignoring said Muscles, he scoops her up and books it. He has no intention of becoming roadkill. Recovery Girl kisses him and abruptly his Muscles stop screaming and start weighing him down with exhaustion. See status? Yes, no. Yes. He whispers. Izuku Midoriya. Level 6. EXP 4783 8000. 39. Vit. 18. Dex. 13. Int. 48. Wis. 48. HP 108 108. MP 00 locked. STA 857. STP 1+1 reward for emergency quest. Add stat point to vitality. He mutters. Izuku Midoriya. Level 6. EXP 4783 8000. 39. Vit 20. Dex 30. Int 48. Whis 48. HP 108 120. MP 00 locked. STA 859. Did you say something? Just talking to my Quirk, recovery girl. Well, at least you were smart enough to find a solution other than smash it. Unlike some idiot I know. Izuku laughs nervously. I did think about that first, actually. But my Quirk has locked, that until I reach a higher level of strength. She snorts. Well, at least one of you is smart. He gives another nervous laugh. Yeah. Gummies. They should give you enough energy to get home safely. Oh, thanks. He opens the package and starts eating them. Energy gummies. Plus 3 STA per each X8. STA 3259. Izuku stares dumbly at the pain. So what? The gummies are like a health potion item? And he can analyze them? Skill Analysis Level 51 allows you to assess food items for STA or HP benefits. Level Analysis to 75 in order to be able to analyze food items for general health benefits and analyze non-food items for value. Level INT to 75 to unlock basic analysis of people. Well, that's unexpected. But cool. He can't wait to tell. His mom. Oh, and the doctor. Hey, recovery girl. Can I have another package of gummies? He calls after her. She stops, turns and makes a come here motion. He trots over to her, a little excited about getting to use what's basically a gamer-type item. Normally I wouldn't, but I assume your Quirk told you to ask? She holds out another package, which he takes gratefully. Sort of. Each gummy apparently restores 3 stamina points, and this package should bring me up to almost full points. Thanks, by the way. You're welcome, but don't get used to it. There's too much caffeine in them to be healthy to eat this many. I won't. Thanks. She waves him off and goes over to the next student who requires healing. He flops on his bed, exhausted. STA status buff has expired. STA 759. He guesses that makes sense, since Recovery Girl said the gummies had caffeine and caffeine wears off after a while. Well, all he wants to do now is sleep. Notice, Quirk OFA has been acquired and assimilated. Quirk the player has gained new functions. New functions are locked until requirements are met. Quirk the player has gained a new skill. Ghostly communication level talk with the ghosts of OFA in your head to level skill. You know what? He's not dealing with this. Future, Izuku can deal with this. Current, Izuku is just going to sleep. Coffee grounds, 1 pound bag, plus 15 STA per 8 ounce liquid. SE 59.59. Celery stalk, plus 6 HP, plus 5 STA per stick. HP, 120 120. SE 59.59. Izuku, dear, why are you staring at celery like a mass murderer who has just found a victim? Izuku blinks back to reality. What? You've been looking at the celery like you plan to do something unspeakable to it. His mom clarifies. Is there something I should know? Mom. Izuku flushes bright red. No, it's just that getting my analysis skill over 50 gave me the ability to see which foods will add hit points or stamina points. Celery adds some of both. Inko laughs. And you were thinking about trying it out to see if it worked? Yes. He admits sheepishly. Coffee adds a lot of stamina points, but I already know that caffeine wears off after a while and I don't really like coffee. Well, go ahead and try the celery. There's no time like the present for finding out. She urges him. Also, you don't know what you're missing out on with not liking coffee. He makes a face. It's bitter. And you look like you haven't slept in a week if you don't get your morning coffee. I'd rather spare myself the addiction. She slaps a hand over her heart. Betrayed. By my own son. Izuku giggles at her dramatics and peels a stick of celery off. rinses it and takes a knife to the ends before sticking it in his mouth. Once he's done eating it, he analyzes the celery again. Celery stalk, plus 6 HP, plus 5 STA per stick. HP, 125 120. STA, 6359. I guess it doesn't add the full amount if my points are already full. Diminishing returns, maybe? He pouts. I wonder how long the boost will last? I'm sure you'll find out. Oh, but I came in here because I wanted to know if you want to open your letter from UA. He makes a sound like a tea kettle and slaps his hand over his mouth in embarrassment. What was that? Izuku removes his hand and takes a deep breath before repeating himself. Yes, please. His mom's eyes crinkle in amusement as he makes grabby hands at the letter she's holding. She hands it over and he sits at the table to open it. A disc falls out, and a hologram projects itself into the air above the disc. I am here as a projection. You might have been wondering why you haven't been able to get in contact with me lately. The truth is that you're looking at UA's newest teacher. There's some unintelligible background noise and All Might turns his head to the side. Who's showboating? Wait, I have to do how many of these things? All Might's projection turns his head back. Ahem. Izuku Midoriya, you passed the written test with a respectable 96%. You got 14 villain points in the practical, which sadly is not enough to pass. But wait, what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't reward people acting like heroes and helping others? Look at this. The recording cuts to Cement Slab Girl trying to give him her points because he saved her. She is reassured that he doesn't need her points, and then the recording cuts back to All Might. You got 41 rescue points for helping out Miss Uraraka and passed the exam with flying colors. Welcome to your hero academia. The hologram freezes, then shuts itself off, but Izuku doesn't care. He's too busy crying in relief and happiness, and his mom is right there with him, blubbering too. Oh, Izuku, I'm so proud of you. She gives him a side hug, since he's sitting. Thanks, Mom. He sniffles, putting his hands on her arm to hold her in place for a moment longer. You are lost. What? He knows that, but why is his quirk telling him that? Do you know where I am and how to get to the classroom? Then can you show me how to get there? Sure thing, underclassman. You must be a first year. What class? Izuku jumps in shock, then turns to find a blonde boy with a wide smile looking at him expectantly. You're Class 1A. Oh nice. We're both Class A. I'm a third year. Follow me. He does, since the guy has offered and his quirk is being oddly unhelpful. There you go. See, it's that door right down there. Thanks. Sure thing. Well, I'll be seeing you around, underclassman. Did he forget to introduce himself? Izuku's sweat drops, then approaches the 1A door, which is massive. He hopes he can move it. Fortunately, it swings open easily at his push. Inside he sees Kaken with his feet on his desk, being scolded by Scoldy Robot Boy. He nopes out of joining that conversation and slips into the seat designated his by the seating chart. Then Scoldy Robot Boy turns and introduces himself as Tenya Ida and apologizes for not seeing that he was the better candidate and says that he saw the true meaning of the test. I just did what anyone would do if they saw someone in trouble like that. Ida emotes at him more while Kaken kisses loudly and slumps further into his seat in front of Izuku. Oh, plain boy with the muscles. Thanks for saving me. Well, it's not the worst thing he's been called. It's Izuku Midoriya. And you're welcome. I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you properly. Have you dash? If you think you're here to make friends, think again. A scruffy man says gruffly. Quest, impress your teacher. Izuku winces, because impressing the man who has just finished scolding them seems like a tall order. He takes the uniform that is handed to him and scurries for the changing room. Taking too long will definitely not impress Aizawa-sensei. He's not sure how he's supposed to impress his teacher when they're doing physical tests with quirks. OFA is still locked and the rest of his quirk doesn't really help him. Still, he pushes himself and gives his best effort. His training hasn't really made him faster, But lifting trash for about 10 months has given him impressive endurance, and he knows he's probably pretty strong now, too. So he does all right in the long-distance running test at least. Izuku is watching Yaoyorozu apply a clamp to the grip test when a wisp of an idea starts churning in his brain. Apparently his quirk agrees, because when it's his turn, a pane pops up. Hack device? Yes, no. Yes. He mumbles, putting his hands on the device. A moment later, the digital display maxes out. Aizawa-sensei raises an eyebrow and writes the score down. Hopefully that means he's not displeased with his method. He had said they could use their quirks in any way to complete the test, but Izuku is used to having teachers getting irritated at him for things they said were okay. Whatever the case, he doubts that he's impressed him. When it's his turn for the ball throw, his quirk asks again. Hack device? Yes, no. This time he has more confidence when he replies, yes. He doesn't throw the ball, curious as to whether he'll be made to or not, but the measuring device beeps and displays an infinity symbol like it did with Uraraka's throw. No way. He didn't even throw it. Isn't that cheating? Aizawa-sensei shoots the speaker a tired look and writes down the score. I did say you could use any method to employ your quirks. Izuku's just happy that the teacher isn't mad at him. That and that there's no chance of him coming last now. After class, Aizawa-sensei sends them back to change and pick up a syllabus. He complies, then walks to the train station with Uraraka and Ida, who are pretty nice, before they part ways to go home. Even though he told them that his quirk is an information type, they seem to be under the impression that it's some sort of tech hack. At least Uraraka seems pretty impressed with it, though Ida seems more confused than anything that someone with a non-physical quirk would want to be a hero. Izuku is unlocking his door when a window pops up. Quest accomplished. Accept rewards? Yes, no. Yes. Quest rewards. Plus 512 EXP. Plus 1 SCP. Plus 1 WIS. After applying the stat point to VIT, he realizes something. Wait, how do you know the quest succeeded? UA cameras were hacked until confirmation was received. Izuku chokes on thin air and spends a minute coughing like he's dying. You hacked UA's cameras? The principal determined that the intrusion was due to a student's quirk and allowed it as long as only Aizawa was followed. That's concerning. How much trouble am I going to get in for this? None. Probably. Well, that's not concerning at all. None is good. But, probably? That's like saying Kaken probably won't get mad at him for existing. He's screwed, isn't he? Izuku stares at his list of skills. Skills. Reading, level 75. Writing, level 63. Studying retaining knowledge, level 52. Analysis, level 52. Fashion knowledge, level 3. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 32. Magic, level locked. Ghostly communication, level talk with the ghosts of OFA in your head to level skill. Why exactly does OFA have ghosts? And does he want to talk to them? The in your head part probably means he doesn't need to talk aloud and have people think he's crazy if he's talking to them, right? Well, there's no time like the present, he guesses. Hello? Ghosts? Are you friendly? Percent. He knows a boob percent. Hey kid. Percent term vestiges. Just percent. Can he percent? Percent quirk percent awesome. We've percent TV on these cushy C percent here. Ghostly communication, level 1. Just that little bit leveled it up? And from the snatches he could hear, the ghosts are friendly. Sorry, I didn't catch all of that. The skill is still too low level for me to hear everything. Skill? This med percent gave you a percent to talk to us with? And here I thought percent part. So that means percent talk, the more he'll percent us? Yeah, that sounds about right. Izuku admits. One of you said that you prefer to be called vestiges, not ghosts, right? That's percent kid. Ghostly communication, level 2. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Don't worry about percent if you can't. A female voice says. We can percent remind you and it percent matter what you think of percent as. Can I ask your names? I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm N Kid. Hika percent. Can you repeat that? Oh sure. Percent Hikage. I'm Nana Shimura. Percent Toshinori, type for me. The female voice says. I'm right here. All Might's voice complains. Which what? It's not the same. Besides percent mean. Ghostly communication, level 3. Ignore them. I'm Yoichi, the first percent. Your quirk works like a video game, are percent. That's right. Very cool. Anyways, as percent levels up, see if you get a text opt, percent or a voice with video chat opt -%. That should make it easier to tell who is who. All right. He acknowledges. And I'm Banjo. The percent stubborn percent aren't ready to share their end percent with you percent. Oh, well, it's nice to meet all of you. Is All Might's vestige in there too? Or did I hear wrong? And Nana wants me to tell the non-vestige All Might hi for her? Yeah kid. And's voice says. It's actually pretty C%. Your quirk gave Toshinori percent voice. Before that he was just percent and had to mime stuff. Ghostly communication, level 4. Oh, that's neat. And I'll tell All Might hi for you, Shimura-san. Just call me Nana, kid. I live rent-free in your head, after all. Izuku snickers at that. All right, Nana. I'll talk to you all later. Before you go, Yoichi says, we need to tell you that OFA has reached singularity, so you'll be getting percent our quirks at some point. Percent not sure when though. Your quirk percent have messed with it. Izuku's eyes widen in shock. Oh, I'll ask it then. Ask it? Banjo queries. Why, I'm pretty sure it's sentient. Wow kid. And says in a stunned tone. That explains a lot. Hikage agrees. No wonder it gave OFA a complete overhaul. Yoichi says wonderingly. 96% chance that ghostly vestige Yoichi is your uncle by blood. Izuku sputters. Are you alright kid? Nana asks in concern. Yeah. My quirk just informed me that there's a 96% chance that Yoichi is my biological uncle. He winces at the cacophony of voices that provokes. I'm going to let you all talk about that on your own, because you're kinda loud right now. Sorry, kid. And says. Yeah, sorry about that, kid. Nana affirms. You don't happen to know who your father is, by chance? No. My quirk refuses to tell me because it's too dangerous to know, but I know he's a villain. My biological father, that is. My real dad isn't. Nana coos for some reason, like what he said was cute for some reason, which is a little disturbing. For what it's worth, Yoichi says. I'm happy to have you as a nephew, even if it turns out to not be a blood connection. And percent quirk is right, it is very dangerous for you to know, but it might be more dangerous for you to not know if he's not actually dead. Percent Toshinori, there's a chance that percent alive and have him tell you about him. Knowledge is power, after all. Oh, why? I'll do that then. Thanks, Yoichi Aji. Izuku acknowledges, brain spinning with possibilities. Aizawa-sensei tells them homeroom is a study PRD for the day and warns them not to wake him up and makes to get into his sleeping bag before pausing, walking back to the podium and writing something down. Midoriya, here's a hall pass. Nedzu wants to talk to you. Izuku jolts, then gets up and takes the pass from his perpetually tired teacher. When he's in the hall, he remembers that he doesn't know where the principal's office is. Tell me where to turn to get to the principal's office. Go straight ahead. Take elevator 2 down a floor and then elevator 1 up 2 floors. The office is to the right of the foyer that the elevator opens up on. Thanks. At least his quirk isn't playing games with him this time. Or maybe it's because he asked this time. Whichever the case, he's grateful. The door swings open silently before he can knock, making a shiver travel down Izuku's spine. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? It doesn't matter, Because I'm the principal. Call me Nedzu. Please, come in and take a seat. He obeys nervously. You wanted to see me, Nedzu, sir? Yes. You see, I quite enjoyed the games we played yesterday, and I wondered if you would be willing to play another game of chess with me today. Izuku freezes. What? The player played 3 games of chess with Nedzu yesterday at his request. Score: 1 win 2 losses. Nedzu looks slightly surprised at his reaction. Is that so surprising? It's tough to find opponents that give me trouble winning. He manages to not hyperventilate out of sheer panic. Nedzu, I'm about 99.999% sure my Quirk is sentient. I didn't play chess with you. Do you have a gender? It or he is fine. He played with you. My Quirk, that is. Its name is the player. How interesting. That's not what it's called on your Quirk registration. Nedzu observes, bright-eyed with attentiveness. Yeah. It was my Quirk doctor's suggestion. She said to never tell anyone I didn't fully trust about the extent of my Quirk, but I'm pretty sure you have a bunch of it already figured out, or will shortly. Please don't tell anyone. She said I should avoid the HPSC's attention too and dash. Nedzu holds up a hand paw. Not to fear, I am excellent at keeping secrets. Since you are All Might's successor, I should also let you know that I know about One for All and Yagi's failing health. Does that ease your mind? Izuku nods. If All Might trusts you, then I do too. Now then, I have a hypothesis. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Your Quirk in its original form was much like your official Quirk description, but the addition of One for All powered it up and allowed it to become fully sentient. It now, instead of allowing you access to the internet and private networks, accesses those things for you. No and yes. Oh, do tell. It was sentient from the beginning. It's actually locked One for All strength until I reach 50 in strength. 50 in strength? Yeah, it gives me stats and stuff like a video game. So, the only real thing I've gotten from One for All yet is the skill Ghostly Communication. It lets me talk to the vestiges in One for All. It's really cool. All Might Syntherito Evanthos Alivi and he and Fiviather Stalk head to me and dash. You are muttering. Sorry, I didn't mean to mutter. Not to worry, my ears are quite sharp. So there are 6 ghosts in One for All. 2 of them didn't want to talk to me though. But I don't really mind, because my Quirk said that I'm probably related to Uncle Yoichi, that's the first, biologically. Which is really exciting because I've never had any family that I remember except mom and dad. But my biological father is a villain whom my Quirk refuses to tell me about, and Uncle Yoichi said I should ask All Might about him because it's possible that he's not dead. Izuku breaks off the word vomit and turns red in embarrassment. Nedzu looks faintly disturbed. I see. If what you're implying is true, then All Might should indeed be the one to tell you about his worst enemy. Now, if it's okay with you, I'd like to turn the subject back to your Quirk. Are you sure that Ghostly Communication is the only thing One for All added to your Quirk? You'll know. I haven't checked the player overview since getting it. Then now is a good time to check. SC Player Overview. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. The player. Stats. Inventory, limited. You now have 10 inventory slots. Level reward. Information search. Skills. Displays, limited. But you can now show certain displays to other people. Level reward. Spells. Locked until INT Dungeons. Locked until INT 100 plus WIS 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus DX Crafting. Locked until dungeons are unlocked. Quirks. But his eyes widen in surprise as he rereads the list to be sure. Oh, that's new. Show Nedzu Player Overview. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Nedzu, who looks rapt as he reads it. How many inventory slots did you have before? 5. And I presume that you couldn't show the screens to others before getting the level reward? Why yeah. Are the other locked tabs new since getting One for All? Yeah. Although I had a locked magic skill before getting it. Maybe only because I requested it, but it was there. Fascinating implications. I wonder if the choice in power-ups is due to it trying to fulfill your expressed interest or because it's a common RPG mechanic. Both. It's as both. Izuku relays, feeling a little flustered at his Quirk's thoughtfulness. Very interesting. I presume Quirk's refers to one for all super strength aspect. You did mention that it is locked. Actually. Izuku squints as he tries to recall. In vain. Uncle Yoichi said something about Quirk's, but I can't remember what. Ask him later. He decides, after getting a distinct impression of snoring when he mentally reaches out to Yoichi Aji. May I see your stats? Nedzu asks politely. Sure. Show Nedzu stats. Restricted access. Must reach level 10 to show stats and skills pages to others. He says I'm not high enough level yet to show them to you. Disappointing. Well, perhaps you could read them to me instead. Oh, why? Strength 39, Vitality 21, Dexterity 13, Intelligence 48 and Wisdom. Do you want the others? No, that is sufficient for now. Back to our original subject, would you like to play a game of chess with me? I don't know how. I would be delighted to teach you. Are you sure you don't want to play against my Quirk instead? I will, of course, be happy to play future games after hours with it. For now, I'd like to play against you. Oh, okay. Excellent. Why yes, please. The class bell rings and Izuku pauses mid-reach for a pawn. You had best get to your next class. Don't worry, we can finish next time. Next Tuesday, same time? Quest. Establish a routine visit to Nedzu. Well, if his Quirk thinks so. This has got to be the easiest quest yet. As long as Aizawa-sensei is okay with it. Nedzu laughs. I'll make sure he has a hall pass waiting for you. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Where's Midoriya? Ectoplasm asks with a faint frown. With Nedzu. Half the class choruses. Well, the kid probably isn't in trouble this early into the year and this early in the day. Hopefully this is a one-time thing. The door slams open and Midoriya skitters inside, looking out of breath as the bell rings to start class. Sorry I'm late. Ectoplasm shrugs. Just shut the door and get in your seat. Yes, sensei. Midoriya says and complies hastily. Quest, win the battle exercise. He already intended to do that. Izuku stares at the papier-mâché bomb in his arms, then looks at Yaoyorozu. I have an idea. Inventory. His inventory pops up showing 5 filled and 5 empty slots. He shoves the fake bomb into one of the slots. Momo stares, then shakes herself. Should I make a decoy? That's a good idea. Maybe make it the wrong shape so we don't confuse All Might Sensei into thinking it's the real thing. Oh, that would be bad. That's not hard. I'll just make it round instead of oblong. Should be good for a first glance. Bakugo won't be focused on it anyways, he'll come after me. You'll just need a way to keep Shuji's attention off of it long enough to fool him. Yaoyorozu nods. Should we lure them into the same room? It seems to me that it would be more efficient to divide and conquer. Yeah, that's a good idea. I wouldn't want you to get hurt in the cross dash. Izuku breaks off as his Quirk pops up a pane. Suggestion, create fakes for every room. He stares at it for a long moment, then laughs delightedly. Show Yaoyorozu's suggestion. A pale blue pane pops up in front of her, showing the same thing. She looks at it, nods after a moment, then looks back at him. I can do that. Is your Quirk sentient? It is. Thank you for the suggestion, Quirk. It's a good one. She says politely. Do you have a name? I do. It's a secret. Oh. You can call it Find and Keep. That's the official name for him. Izuku offers. He got past me to the bomb. Yaoyorozu informs him. Then a moment later, I managed to get capture tape on him. Shuji has been captured. All Might's voice says at the same time. Shuji must say something too, because Kaken's face lights up with rage. Another fake. Where's the real one, Deku? Why don't you find out? He taunts before he thinks the sentence through and whips around and runs like hell for the first floor stairs, Kaken hot on his heels, swearing and palms cracking off explosions to push him along faster. There's a precarious moment where he almost misses the step and goes sliding down the stairs, but he hops and manages to land on a step properly, and from there is slightly more careful as he pelts down the stairs as fast as he can manage. Using the banister, he makes a sharp turn at the bottom, managing to just barely dodge Kaken's fist as he overshoots his target. Fing Deku. Eventually, though, Kaken corners him and lifts one of his gauntlets to aim at him. These are designed to store my sweat. Try dodging this. Bakugo, stop. You'll kill him. Izuku's eyes widen in horror and he lunges for Kaken's arm. Not if he dodges. He retorts and pulls the trigger. Izuku manages to shove Kaken's arm upwards just as the gauntlet goes off. It punches a hole through the ceiling and the blowback throws him against the wall and Kaken backwards halfway across the room. He's definitely got some bruises and burns from this. But on the bright side, he's still alive and unmaimed, so that has to count for something. Izuku laughs breathily and realizes his ears are ringing when he can barely hear himself. He raises his voice. Here's a clue, Kaken. The bomb isn't on the first floor. Bakugo, if you do that again, you're disqualified. All Might says sternly. Realization passes over Kaken's face. You fucker. I don't have time to find it. At least I can take you out. Izuku isn't in a position to run again, but he manages to block a few of the punches Kaken throws at him. Kaken's a genius at fighting though, so it's not long before he's flat on his face on the floor, with his arms pulled painfully behind his back so he can't struggle. Villains win. Ah, the time must have expired. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 734 EXP. Plus 2 dex. Plus 1 whis. Plus 1 SCP. Kaken lets off a short scream of frustration and lets go of him. He rolls over and rubs at his shoulders for a moment before getting to his feet, a wide grin stretched across his face. He beat Kaken. Young Midoriya, please return the bomb. Okay, All Might Sensei. He says and smirks at Kaken as he pulls it out of inventory. There's a beat of silence, then Kaken breaks into unrepeatable swearing. You have something to do today that will be important to your futures. Aizawa-sensei says and pauses before adding, you need to choose class representatives. I don't care how you do it, but have it done by the end of class. Then he climbs in his sleeping bag and apparently goes to sleep. Izuku doubts that he's actually asleep. Leaving a class functionally unsupervised wouldn't be smart, and Aizawa definitely isn't stupid. That aside, he winces at the sudden escalation of noise as everyone starts shouting about how they'd be best for the position. Ida insists that a vote is the only fair way to choose, because obviously those with more votes will win. Actually, Izuku finds himself saying and only cringes a little when all eyes turn to him. I think we should choose among the girls for class reps, because there's still more discrimination against females in heroics and having the position on their records will give them more opportunities. There's a giant beat of silence before Yaoyorozu says, I don't think dash. I like it. That's so manly, Midoriya. Kirishima interrupts her. Once again you prove you are the better man, Midoriya. Ida also talks right over her. We will give the girls this opportunity, as it will mean more to them. Don't tell me what to do. Kaken mutters, but with no heat to it. Yaoyorozu makes a ballot box and small papers to write on and everyone casts their votes. Ida writes the results on the board. Yaoyorozu 8. Yaoyorozu is our class rep and Ishido is our vice rep. Ida announces. Please call me Momo or Yamamo. My surname is rather difficult. Yaoyorozu says as she stands and bows. I promise to do my best as your class representative. Hell yeah. Ishido cheers. I'm going to be the best vice rep ever. And that is that, and they move on with their day. Young Midoriya, would you like to eat lunch with me? All Might says, appearing out of somewhere, a bento looking comically tiny dangling from his hand. He sneaks a glance at Momo, who has chosen to walk next to him. She gives him a tiny nod of encouragement. Of course. He says and follows All Might to a nook on the 4th floor with a table and 2 chairs, which he had not suspected of existing. All Might takes a seat and deflates. Netsu says that you need to talk to me? Yes. Izuku replies, taken off guard as he sits as well. How do I dash? Oh wait. First you need to know that there's been some developments with my quirk. One for All has expanded its functions, which I sort of found out the first day I had it, but didn't realize the extent of until Netsu asked me to check yesterday. Basically, it updated itself. It now has a couple new tabs on the overview and a couple new skills. Maybe get to the point, kid. And prods. Which brings me to what I need to ask you about. One of my new skills is called Dash. A piercing sound interrupts him and causes All Might to puff back up into his hero form as an alert is issued. Young Midoriya, please stay here and enjoy your lunch. I need to go help with this. And then All Might is gone, before Izuku has even the presence of mind to shut his mouth. Well, that just happened. Looks like he's going to have to ask All Might about that another day. Maybe he should go find out what exactly a level 3 alert is? Quest, stay put. He stares at the text pane with mild betrayal for a long moment, then huffs and opens his bento. As much as he'd like to find out, he does trust his quirk to have his best interests at heart. You could at least tell me why. He complains. There is a dangerous intruder in the school. Encountering the intruder is inadvisable in the extreme. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, shouldn't I at least tell the teachers? You would just be a distraction at this moment. Well, then I should tell them later? You could. In other words, his quirk doesn't care or maybe just trusts the teachers to figure it out on their own. Netsu can probably put together what happened from the security footage later. But what if he doesn't? No, he definitely needs to tell them. He can tell Aizawa-sensei, who will know if Netsu needs the information or not. But after lunch. That should be soon enough. Since he literally has a quest to keep him from doing it right now. Sometimes he hates quests. He's only partway through eating when another pane pops up. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 202 EXP. Plus 2 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. That fast? He should wait until he's done eating, shouldn't he? He absently puts the stat point into vitality. Izuku Midoriya. Level 6. EXP 6,731 8,000. 39. Vit, 24. Dex, 15. Int, 49. WIS, 53. HP, 144. MP, 00 locked. STA, 63. When he gets back to class, everyone is babbling about the press breaking in and emergency exit Ida. Whatever that means. Then he realizes that this is English class, so Aizawa-sensei won't be here. As if to emphasize that, Yamada-sensei comes in right then. Get in your seats, kids. He admonishes in English. Hesitating briefly, Izuku makes the choice and goes up front to ask. Yamada-sensei? What's up, listener? Can I get a hall pass? I need to talk to Aizawa-sensei. Is it an emergency? Yamada-sensei asks, lowering his voice. Izuku lowers his too. I have information about the break-in. Yamada-sensei goes still, then nods and writes him out a hall pass. You know where the teacher's lounge is, listener? Yes, sensei. One of Ectoplasm's clones stops him in the hall until he shows him the hall pass. Other than that, finding the teacher's lounge is easy enough. He doesn't even have to rely on his quirk to get there. Aizawa is on the couch and opens his eyes as Izuku enters, before sighing and sitting up. What's wrong, Midoriya? It's about the break-in. It was just the press. Someone eroded the gate. No, it wasn't. I wasn't sure what the alarm meant, so I was going to go find out, but my quirk gave me a quest to stay put. When I asked why, it said that there was a dangerous intruder that it didn't want me to run into. He explains. Aizawa-sensei hesitates, then sighs. Thank you for bringing this to me. We are aware. Just don't tell your classmates. The last thing we need is panic. What's this about quests? And how did your quirk know about the intruder? Izuku freezes as he realizes suddenly that he screwed up. Teach the find part of my quirk is information gathering? It can access internet and, stuff. That explains how it knew if it can access UA's system, which by the way is beyond the scope of what your quirk description implies, But what about the quests? He sags a little, because he doesn't have a good explanation for that other than the truth. After a moment, he decides that UA wouldn't employ heroes who aren't trustworthy. My quirk is sentient. It can access pretty much anything connected to the internet as far as I can tell, even encrypted stuff. It works like a video game sort of, with stats and stuff, and it gives quests that give experience and allow me to level up. Aizawa-sensei stares at him until he shifts on his feet uncomfortably, then blinks. Has it been recommended to you to keep the full extent of your quirk to yourself? What? Sorry. I'm not supposed to tell people I don't trust and I don't know you very well. But I should have told you because dash. His teacher holds up a hand to stop him. Midoriya, I understand. I'm glad you're telling me now because that will allow me to better plan how to train you, but whoever told you to be cautious was very much in the right. The HPSC would kill to get its hands on an information-gathering quirk of that ability, never mind the other aspects of your quirk. Not to mention how you would be targeted by other and scrupulous parties if word got out. You don't know me and there's no good reason for you to trust me so soon into the school year. I'm not upset that you didn't tell me sooner. Understood? Weiss-sensei. He says in bewilderment. Teachers are never this nice to him, even though most of them aren't outright mean. Now, can you tell me how stats work for you? Oh. I can only add stat points to vitality. Strength, dexterity, intelligence and wisdom have to be leveled up by improving my physical strength, agility, how much I know, and decisions I make or analysis. Respectively. Hit points is 6 times my vitality and stamina is my strength plus vitality. Some drinks and foods can buff my hit points or stamina or both. Some of the buffs last longer than others. And mana points is locked, so I don't know how that works. And dash. Might as well tell him, kid. He's your teacher. He's here to help you. Nana urges. He hesitates a beat longer, then takes a deep breath and adds, and when I hit 50 strength I should unlock super strength. That's like an extra ability. Aizawa-sensei blinks slowly. And what is the key part of your quirk about? Oh, that's inventory. It only has 10 slots, but I can put multiple items in a slot if they're in a container or all the same. And I might get more slots in the future because I started off with 5. I see. So you're telling me that your sentient quirk gives you virtually unlimited information access to your own pocket dimension to store things, will give you super strength and most likely will give you magic as well? Am I missing anything? It also lets me level up skills and I can use them to perform at the top of my current proficiency in them. And talk to ghosts in my head. Ghosts. Aizawa-sensei repeats, deadpan. Vestiges. Uncle Yoichi corrects meticulously in his head, sounding just the slightest bit sulky. There's 8 of them. Right. And you've only had your quirk a bit under a year, is that correct? Yes. Mom helped me get it registered less than a week after I got it. His teacher sighs. Well, now I know why Nedzu wants weekly meetings with you. I expect you to not use your quirk or your ghosts to help with tests, problem child. Tests are a measure of what you know, not the resources at your fingertips. Killjoy. A voice, that must be the second or third vestige because he doesn't recognize it, complains. Izuku nods frantically. I wouldn't. I swear, Aizawa-sensei. I don't think my quirk would let me anyways. Good. I believe you, problem child. Now I have a quest for you. Get yourself back to class and do well on that pop quiz Yamada has for your class today. Yes, sensei. Izuku says, even as a pain surprises him by popping into existence. Teacher issued quest, get back to class and score well on the English pop quiz. He didn't know that could happen. Sensei? My quirk just gave me a teacher issued quest for that. I just thought you should know. Thank you, problem child. Now off you go. Yes, sensei. He hurries out of the teacher's lounge and back through the halls to his classroom. When he gets there, the rest of the class is already working on the quiz. Yamada-sensei gives him a questioning look, then an encouraging smile and motions to his desk. Fortunately, it appears that his quiz is already laying on his desk, so he can start on it as soon as he slides into his chair. Now, he just has to do well on this quiz. Ashido whistles loudly for attention. Alright everyone, line up. You can sit anywhere you want once we're on the bus, but we still have to get through the door without squishing. Ida looks like he wants to protest, but Izuku's not sure which part he wants to protest. Maybe the sitting anywhere part? At least Ida keeps quiet instead of arguing with her. Which is something of an accomplishment, given that it's obvious that the boy is militant about rule following. Still, he's pretty sure there are no rules for where you sit in the bus other than not in the driver's seat. Everyone settles down on the bus pretty quickly. Azui and Yamamo and Uraraka sit near him on the open benches facing inwards, while Ida goes to the back and sits next to Kaken for some reason. Possibly to argue with him? Weird hobby, but whatever floats his boat. Azui says, I'm blunt and say what I think. Midoriya, isn't your quirk a little weird? The cameras showed floating words and you were able to make the bomb disappear and reappear. Ah. He picks at the seam of his pants nervously. Yes? I mean it does both things. It's called find and keep and he goes by he/it pronouns. He's sentient. He can access most things on the internet for information and, it has an inventory too. Only 10 slots, though. I mostly use it to store my backpack and keys, things like that. I might use the extra slots to carry hero supplies after this, though. He doesn't find out what Azui has to say to that, because apparently Tokoyami and Dark Shadow are sitting close enough to overhear them and suddenly he has a close-up of an excited bird shadow. Your quirk is sentient? Like me. Izuku is surprised when a pale blue text pane pops up between them, though it's a bit tricky reading it backwards. I am sentient. That's so cool. I'm Dark Shadow. Can I call you Fine-san? It is nice to meet you, Dark Shadow. Not to interrupt, but could you two maybe take this conversation somewhere that isn't right in front of my face? Izuku asks. The light blue pane obligingly disappears and reforms over. The rear edge of the bench seats, closer to Tokoyami. Dark Shadow looks shocked and looks back and forth between them for a moment, before retreating so it's face to text with the pane. Izuku looks back at the girls to gauge their reactions. Uraraka is giggling, Azui looks amused and Yamamo looks to be politely suppressing laughter. I doubt that it's often that two sentient quirks meet. Yamamo says. We're witnessing history here. Uraraka agrees with a giggle. It is quite interesting to watch. Azui adds, then looks at them. I'm in agreement with Momo on names, please call me Tsu instead of Azui. Oh. Then call me Ochako. Then all three of them look at him expectantly. I guess you can call me Izuku? Not Deku. Ochako asks. He frowns at her. No. That's just an insult Kaken uses for me because he thinks I'm useless. Oh sorry. I thought it sounded like Dikairu. You know, I can do it. With the right accent I guess? Kind of like that. No one has ever said it that way B-dash. Two panes pop up. A normal one in front of him. Don't let her call you Deku. And a pale blue one in front of Ochako. Do not call him Deku. I will hack your grades and change them to 0 if you do. Ochako blinks again, then laughs. I guess Fine-san has some pretty strong feelings on the matter. I'll just call you Izuku. Appreciated. Izuku says absently, then finishes decoding the backwards text in front of Ochako and scolds his quirk. There's no need to threaten her. He gapes at the response, then shakes his head. Okay, you win. There's a muffled snort from the seat in front of them, but when he looks, Aizawa-sensei is slumped down and facing forwards. Maybe he was mistaken? Oh, who is he kidding? Aizawa-sensei can definitely overhear them and there's no way he's actually napping. 13-sensei has just finished warning about the dangers of improperly used quirks when someone gasps and points and simultaneously a pane pops up in front of Izuku. Emergency quest, survive. Optional quest, help your classmates and teachers survive. Optional quest, defeat villains. Optional quest, outsmart villains. Notice, the following have been allowed for the duration of event. Super strength is temporarily unlocked. Plus 100 Asur. Plus 100 Vit. Plus 100 Dex. Oh shit. No, those are real villains. Aizawa-sensei replies to some question. 13, stay with the kids and protect them. I'll stall them. Kaminari, try and boost the signal and see if you can get through to warn the school. All relevant parties have been notified. Wait, Aizawa-sensei. You can't dash. No, he can't stop his teacher from doing the dumbest thing possible, can he? Adults never listen. Fine-sen says it's taken care of. Good. And don't worry about me, you don't get to be a pro without having more than one trick. Aizawa-sensei says and leaps down the stairs to face the frankly terrifying number of villains. Izuku bites his lip and retreats with the rest of the class. Except the portal villain ambushes them, dodges Kaken and Kirishima, turns 13's Quirk back on her and drops them all through portals. Then he's trying not to drown while a villain comes at him, until something snatches him out of the water and dumps him on the boat in the middle of the shipwreck zone next to Tsu and Mineta. He coughs a few times to clear his throat, then looks at them. So, either of you have a plan? Mineta looks terrified. We're gonna die. I was hoping you would have one, since you seem to be good at them. Tsu says calmly. Sheet. What are your quirks? I can do anything a frog can do, including spitting out my stomach to clean it and excreting a mild poison. It's only strong enough to make someone itch, though. Tsu says promptly. Mine is pop-off. I can pull these off and more appear, but if I do too many at a time my scalp starts bleeding. They're sticky and stick to everything but me. Are they strong enough to stick two people together? Yeah. We're going to die, aren't we? He thinks about the notification from earlier and what that means for him. I think I have a plan. On super strength, spread out the energy instead of confining it to one limb or you'll shatter your bones. Well, ouch. Good to know that. Also, do not go above 35%. Okay, that's limiting but still a lot of power to work with if he's right. Azui, can Y dash? I told you to call me Tsu. Right. He says sheepishly, but the villains have gotten tired of waiting to see what they'll do and a hand-shaped wave of water slams into the shipwreck, cracking it in half. Tsu, how far do you think you can jump carrying both of us? About 3/4 of the way. That should be plenty. Tsu, you do that. Mineta, throw all your hairball into the water near the villains and I'll make sure that they catch the villains. Tsu gives him a dubious look, but nods. Mineta apparently doesn't know enough about Izuku's quirk to doubt him and begins to pull off purple sticky spheres and lob them at the villains. He focuses on drawing up the energy of OFA and spreading it throughout his body, only wavering when green lightning starts crackling around him. When Mineta's scalp starts bleeding, Tsu picks them both up under her each arm, bravely ignoring Izuku's lightning and leaps. Izuku waits until they're right over the villains before punching downwards with 20%. USJ smash. The bottom of the lake shows for a long instant, before the water rushes back in, pulling the villains willy-nilly with it along with Mineta's hairballs and sticking them together in a yelling, cursing mass of frustration. Izuku doesn't really get to see it, though, because the blowback of the smash alters their trajectory, sending them tumbling wildly through the air. Fortunately, they are still going forward, so they end up more or less belly-flopping right where Tsu aimed at and after a frantic moment are able to stand up and wade towards the shore. As they step out of the water, they look over to the main plaza in time to see Aizawa-sensei pulling away from the leader, arms streaming blood, and they hurry towards him with the intention of helping. Then they freeze in horror as a moment later they see him get smashed into the ground by the hulking black villain with its brain on the outside. The leader TSKS and walks towards them. I guess All Might really isn't coming, but we can hurt his pride by killing some kids first. His hand lifts towards Tsu's face, only to be interrupted when the door of the USJ blows off, revealing All Might at the top of the stairs. Might is not smiling when he tugs off his tie and says, "There's no need to be afraid anymore. Because I am here." I knew that would draw All Might out. The leader crows, a manic grin on his face. It's enough to break the fear and Izuku finally has the presence of mind to punch the leader. His hit does nothing, caught on the stomach of the weird brain villain, but Izuku gets close enough that in the process of getting between them the villain knocks the leader backwards onto the floor. The leader curses as he gets back to his feet. Izuku stares up at the weird brain villain, Nomu the leader calls it, in shock. That was a full 35%. It should have at least moved it. Simultaneously, All Might has moved, swiftly defeating all the remaining villains in the plaza and getting Aizawa-sensei out of reach. While the leader curses and Izuku stares, All Might grabs the three of them and deposits them at the top of the stairs next to Aizawa-sensei, who is sitting up and wrapping a bandage around his damaged arm. No, wait, that's his capture weapon. The ensuing fight is brutal and Izuku finds himself jumping back in to help, ignoring Aizawa-sensei's heartfelt curse behind him because he knows All Might needs to finish this fight fast. Then Kaken and Todoroki show up at the same time that the other teachers do. All Might finishes off the still regenerating Nomo while the portal villain tries to get away from Kaken and rescue the leader, only to have his quirk erased by Aizawa-sensei and be knocked out with a punch from Kaken. Snipe-sensei shoots the leader as he reaches for Todoroki, so he ends up cursing and screaming in rage while favoring his injured hands and leg. That lasts until Midnight-sensei goes over and knocks him out with her gas. Then it's just the teachers taking care of the rest of the villains and making sure the other students get out okay. Cementos puts up a wall separating All Might from view and Izuku just kind of sinks to the floor as his legs give out in the aftermath of adrenaline. Notice: Super Strength is now locked. Plus 100 STR is no longer active. Plus 100 VIT is no longer active. Plus 100 DX is no longer active. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 38,400 EXP. Plus 4 levels. Plus 1 SCP. Plus 4 SCP. Optional quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 1 SCP. Optional quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 1 SCP. Optional quest accomplished. Plus 2 WIS. Plus 1 SCP. He stares at the panes uncomprehendingly until the information slowly sinks in. Somehow, just in this one terrifying event, he's jumped 4 levels as well as gained stupid amounts of experience, 2 points in wisdom and 8 stat points. Izuku really feels that the rewards are not worth the terror and threats to his life. Sometimes he hates quests. We've gotten the results back from the genetic tests that were ordered on all 3 villains. Unfortunately, Tsukachi sighs, I don't have any good news. The closest genetic match we have on file for Shigaraki is Nana Shimura, Pro Hero Sor. It has to be assumed that he's the son of the son she gave up for adoption. Tenko Shimura, reportedly dead in the attack that killed the rest of his family and destroyed their house. There was very little left of them and the house looked like it had been turned into dust, so it was probably a quirk awakening accident. All Might looks very pale. Nana's grandson. The Nomu shows genetic material of 3 separate individuals, but the main one is that of a former small-time thug with a strength quirk. I don't have to tell you why that's bad news, I presume? No. I'm afraid I agree with you on this matter. Nedzu says and sips his tea. And the last villain? Tsukachi winces. Kurogyri is apparently a better version of the Nomu. We have nothing on record to identify one of the 2 individuals used in his making, but the other you might know of. A former UA student who reportedly died in the line of duty, Oboro Shirokamo. Nedzu's teacup rattles loudly as he sets it down abruptly. That is a problem. I need to inform 3 of my teachers of this development. They were close friends with Shirokamo and have the right to know. All Might nods. Understandable. And it's probably best that more people are made aware of the threat that we now face, even if we cannot give them the full story. Are you sure this is wise? No, but to not tell them would be worse. I need the trust of my teachers and they would never forgive me if they found out later that I did not tell them. Also, I believe that we should tell the entirety of my hero staff about All for One, so that they may better protect the students. It is statistically unlikely that this will be the only attack on the students. Tsukachi sighs again. You have a point. I'll trust your wisdom in this. As well, what will be done with Nana's grandson? He will be given mandatory twice-weekly therapy and remain incarcerated for the foreseeable future. Kurogyri will likewise be required to attend therapy. Their therapist will be someone trained in undoing brainwashing, as both of them show evidence of at least minor brainwashing but more likely heavier than that, given that Shirokamo was a hero student. Tsukachi explains. That seems adequate. Nedzu acknowledges. Shoyuta esigus in a sharp breath at the news, Hisashi slaps both hands over his mouth and makes a strangled sound, and Nemuri hisses. And really, that's probably the best reactions he could expect of them. Are we sure about this? Nemuri asks. Unfortunately, yes. Tsukachi replies. Is there dash show Yuta swallows hard? Is there anything we can do to help? Well, you might be able to with erasure. We have a theory that Shirokumo's personality may be intact under the combined Quirk personality, so if you were to use erasure, we might be able to speak to Oboro? Yes. Let me know when you want to try. Shoyuta replies without hesitation. Hisashi makes another strangled noise and Nemuri pats his back soothingly. We'll come too. Not to interrupt, but this all for one guy. What precautions are we taking against him? Snipe interjects. Netsu injects some cheer into his tone. That is a very good question, Snipe. I'm open to suggestions. Aizawa-sensei glares at them to get them to settle down, and his eyes schemes over each student in turn as he waits for them to do that. Then his gaze stops on Izuku and he reaches over and scribbles on a pad of paper and tears it off and holds it out. Midoriya, you're excused from homeroom. Go see Recovery Girl about your arms. Izuku almost cries in relief. His arms seemed fine after USJ, but he spent the last 3 days off school with them swollen and painful, ice packs barely lending any relief. He leaves his bag by his desk, because he doesn't think he can stand to lift it again so soon, takes the hall pass from Aizawa-sensei and slips out the door with only a little struggle to open it. Recovery Girl tis this when she sees him. It's too early for heroics class. What did you do? I don't know. They've been like this since I got home after USJ. She frowns and bustles over. Oh, I do not like the look of that. Did you not get a proper check over at USJ? One of the police medics looked at me, but I thought I was fine. So they just told me to take it easy and ice any bruises that showed up. Careless. She says in mild disapproval. Follow me. I want to get x-rays to see what I'm dealing with and make sure it's not something more complicated than I'm able to treat. Oh, okay. 45 minutes later, he's lying in a bed, waiting until the pictures finish developing and she has a chance to study them. It feels good, or as good as anything can when his arms are throbbing. Honestly, he's been tired since USJ. His hit points haven't come up since then and neither has his stamina. He's been stuck at HP 173-198 and STA 41 possibly because of his injury? He hopes that's the case at least. He also hopes that it's something Recovery Girl can treat, because the fact that she's worried that it's not has him freaked out a little bit. The thump of her cane announces her return. Well, Midoriya, I have good news and bad news. The good thing is that your bones aren't broken and you don't seem to have torn any ligaments. The bad news is that both arms have multiple fractures. I imagine your muscles are very strained too, given the swelling I'm seeing. Whatever you did at USJ was too reckless, kid. Don't make a habit of this. He flinches. Sorry, but people would have died if I hadn't. She tisks again and kisses his forehead. Abruptly, exhaustion washes over him. I know you want to live up to that idiot's legacy, but you don't have to be him. Get better control of it before you permanently injure yourself. Izuku gives her a surprised look, then yawns suddenly. I will. When my quirk lets me use one for all again, that is. I'm still not strong enough for it yet, so it only unlocked it temporarily for USJ and gave me a basic idea how to use it. I think I'd be a lot worse off if it hadn't. I was only using 35%. Her brows lift. Interesting. Good to know that your quirk has some common sense. Kami knows that Toshinori doesn't have any. A light blue pane pops up in front of her. Thank you for the compliment. And for taking care of Izuku. She smiles after a moment of startlement and shakes her head. You're welcome. Izuku finishes reading the pane backwards and yawns again. Is it okay if I take a nap? Recovery Girl takes something out of her pocket and shoves it in front of his nose. Eat those first and then go ahead. My quirk uses your stamina to heal you. He takes them gingerly and discovers that they're 2 bags of gummies, like from the exam. Oh, thank you. Stats. Izuku Midoriya. Level 10. EXP 7254 12,000. 39. Vit 33. Dex 15. Int 49. Wis 53. HP 198. MP 00 locked. STA 1272. What's this? Recovery girl asks, sounding curious. She moves to stand beside his head and look at the pain better. It's my stat screen. He blinks and blinks again as something occurs to him. Wait, you can see it? Am I not supposed to? I must say, this is rather handy. Can you see other people's stats too? He blinks a few more times, trying to focus enough to answer. Last time I tried to show my stats screen to Principal Nedzu, I couldn't. I agree. And no, I can't do that until I get my intelligence to I think I might have to level my analysis skill to 75 first too. Showing all screens to a trusted number of individuals is part of a level reward. Leveling analysis is recommended but not strictly necessary. Oh, Fine-san says it's because I leveled up at US. And leveling analysis is optional. Fine-san. My Quirk. He says and starts eating the gummies. Ah. Recovery girl says mildly, then makes a noise of surprise as his stamina starts climbing as he eats the gummies. Look at that. Looks like I can let you go back to classes. He pauses. Actually, I'd like to take a nap, because the boost is temporary and my stamina will be worse off if I do stuff between now and it wearing off. Fair enough. Enjoy your nap. She says and stumps off to do whatever she does when she's not treating patients. Oh, and come talk to me once you get your intelligence to 75. Sure, why not? Izuku starts eating gummies again. By the time he yawns his way into English class, he's missed 3 full classes and is late for English. He shoves the doctor's note recovery girl wrote for him at Yamada-sensei, feeling hazy. He probably should have napped longer, but he couldn't go back to sleep once he woke up. Hey listener. You okay there? I'm fine, Yamada-sensei. He mumbles, zombie ing over to his desk. Yamada-sensei gives a stifled laugh. Whatever you say, listener. Sensei, the fucker missed the announcement. Kaken says, which makes Izuku squint at him in confusion. What announcement and why does Kaken care? Announcement? Midoriya, the sports festival is being held in 2 weeks, so be sure to train for that. The other classes are riled up, so you're likely to have some stiff competition this year. Izuku squints at Yamada-sensei until that stops being hash in his brain and starts making sense. Oh, thank you, sensei. You're welcome, listener. Now you want to turn to page 40 in your English book, to the middle of the page. We're taking turns reading aloud. He blinks blankly, then bends and takes his book out of his bag, glad that they don't change classrooms to take different classes, because otherwise he'd have a problem. That's he wants eggs. Hikage comments. No, it's she wants egos. And argues. You're both wrong. It's she wants egos. Egos is some kind of pre-Quirk food that was popular in the US at some point. Yuichi corrects. All of you are leaving out a word. Blueberries. Nana points out in exasperation. Blueberries. You heathen, there's no such thing as melon's berries. An unknown speaker shouts. It's not melon's berry, it's dashed a. Ghost might sighs. Izuku winces as the noise level in his head rises. Would you all shut up? It's she wants blueberry egos. Startled silence around him makes him look up. All his classmates are staring at him. Midoriya? Are you okay? Ashido tries. Sorry kid. Nana apologizes softly. He flushes. Sorry. It's just the, voices in my head are really loud today and it's distracting me. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Gotcha. We all have those days. Kaminari consoles, nodding his head wisely. Izuku stares at him a moment, then ducks his head and goes back to translating his problem into English. He completely misses Yamada-sensei's concerned stare. Young Midoriya, would you like to eat lunch with me? All Might asks, again with a tiny-looking bento in hand. Karo. Tsu says, looking startled at his sudden appearance. Izuku looks at Momo, Tsu and Ochako. Momo and Tsu give slight nods and Ochako gives him a friendly shove. Go on and eat with him. Okay. He agrees and follows All Might to the same nook they'd sat in before. We didn't get to have our talk the other day. All Might says, deflating into his skinny form and opening his bento. Right. Izuku agrees, opening his own bento. So I got this new skill called ghostly communication, and it lets me talk to the ghosts of the former bearers of One for All. Including you. Nana Shimura says, hi. By the way. Nana. Yagi's eyes are wide with emotion. That's not the important part though. My quirk says that there's a 96% chance that the first, they go by numbers, is my uncle by blood. His name's Yoichi. And he wanted me to tell you that there's a chance that he's alive and I should ask you to tell me about him. Something about it being safer to know than to not know if he's alive. Yagi full out blanches. That's a lot to take in, my boy. So, can you tell me about my biological father? All Might sighs, looking old for a moment. It's an old story that starts back at the dawn of quirks. Once, there was 2 brothers and Dash. 10 minutes later, it's Izuku who is pale. So, to recap, my bio-dad is a centuries-old supervillain and you tried to kill each other 6 years ago and you thought you'd succeeded until the USJ happened? Yagi nods. Sorry this is insensitive, but I'm sorry I didn't do a better job of it, because now I've accidentally put a target on your back. He killed his own brother, so I don't think he'll hesitate to kill you as well if you don't give him one for all like he wants. Izuku sighs and buries his face in his hands. I couldn't know it. What was that? He lifts his head. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, I couldn't give him one for all. Fine sand absorbed it and the vestiges and it can't be passed on or taken. I didn't think that was possible. Yagi admits. Yeah, well, fine sand is an acute mutation of both my parents' quirks and sentient. One for all has the vestiges in it, but I think it was only semi-aware in its own right. So it sort of makes sense to me. He didn't kill me until after I got out of the vault and gave the quirk away. Yoichi points out. Uncle Yoichi says that he might just keep me if he knows he can't get the quirk. Provided I don't escape. If he realizes you're his son, that is. Yoichi adds. If he knows I'm a relative. Izuku repeats obediently. If you unlock dungeons, no one can keep you where you don't want to be. He blinks at the message. What? It unlocks interplanar abilities for me. I can't unlock it until you're strong enough to survive a basic dungeon, though. The sheer possibilities in that statement are enough to send his mind reeling. Is something the matter? Yagi asks, as if this entire conversation isn't the matter. Actually, no. I forgot to tell you. When Fine Sand absorbed One for All, I got new tabs in my player overview. They're currently locked, but one of them is called Dungeons. And Fine Sand was telling me that if I unlock it, he can use it to let me escape situations like being caught by All for One. Without prompting, a pale blue pane pops up in front of Yagi. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. The player. Stats. Inventory, limited. You now have 20 inventory slots. Level reward. Information search. Skills. Displays, limited. But you can now show certain displays to other people. You can now show all screens to a number of trusted individuals. Level reward. Spells. Locked until INT Dungeons. Locked until INT 100 plus WIS 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus DX Crafting. Locked until dungeons are unlocked. Quirks. Spells? Dungeons? Crafting? Quirks. Oh yeah. The vestiges said something about quirk singularity and me getting their quirks. I think. My boy, you live a complicated life. Yagi says, shaking his head. Ahaha yeah. Izuku agrees and turns his attention to polishing off his bento. There's no way he can meet any of the unlock requirements easily and soon, so he's just going to not dwell on it and do his best. The sports festival is loud. Izuku thought he was prepared for the sports festival, but he definitely wasn't prepared for the sheer noise. He cringes slightly as Present Mike announces the classes and counts down to the start of the obstacle race. The first obstacle is a minefield with low-yield explosives and a pink glittery powder that hangs in the hair, sticking to every surface it can as candidates pass through. The minefield slows everyone but Todoroki and Kaken. The second obstacle is robots from the entrance exam but with more zero-pointers. It turns out to be a good thing that everyone else gets slowed down, because Todoroki freezes a zero-pointer off balance and it crashes harmlessly to the ground without turning anyone into paste. The last obstacle is a deep hole straddled by a huge H-frame structure with knotted ropes hanging from it, presumably to cross the hole with by swinging across. Easier said than done, really. He can already tell a lot of people are going to come to grief trying to switch from a rope on one side to a rope on the other side. Kaken just blasts across with his explosions and finishes in first, and Todoroki just forms a mini glacier to skate across, crossing the finish line a split second later. Personally, Izuku takes a rope and walks across Todoroki's glacier. Narrow as it is, it's still safer than trying to switch ropes during a swing. He inches across the few feet between one rope's reach and where the one on the opposite side hangs. Coming in 15th place is respectable as far as he's concerned. He's certainly glad he's not in first place when it's announced to be worth 10 million points. His team is made up of Ochako and Tokoyami, and Dark Shadow, and a support course girl with pink dreads who randomly chose to approach him after being rejected by both Kaken and Todoroki for their teams. The obnoxious blonde kid from one becomes after their team and makes the mistake of copying Tokoyami's quirk. Minoma's dark side is apparently filled with vicious self-mockery and self-sabotage. Dark Shadow steals his headband while they squabble. Izuku almost feels sorry for him. His team comes in fourth, just a few points below the team of the purple Gen Ed student who had challenged their class. People drop out, people are substituted in. Izuku doesn't pay much attention to it. He made it to the third round, that's what counts. His first fight is against the purple Gen Ed kid, who apparently is Hitoshi Shinso. Hey, that blonde classmate of yours, the one with the tail? Don't you think he's a bit of a coward? Wadash. Turn and walk out of the ring for me. Izuku finds his feet following Shinso's orders without his input. You are under a mental debuff. Clear mental debuff? Yes, no. He tries to reply, but can't. Player unresponsive. Clearing mental debuff. Mental debuff removed. Izuku sighs in relief, directing mental thanks to find San as he stops, turns and finds Shinso staring at him in shock with a fair helping of desperation. Holding Shinso's gaze, Izuku deliberately steps backwards out of the ring. 2 against 1 isn't exactly fair, after all. He wants to see how far the Gen Ed kid can go, given an opportunity. All the way to first place, it turns out. Shinso manages to easily bait Todoroki, Ida and Kaken into responding and walking out of bounds. Although Kaken all but foams at the mouth after he's released, shouting at Shinso, accusing him of cheating and demanding a rematch. It takes Midnight gassing him to stop him from trying to go after Shinso, who is staring wide-eyed and a little spooked at the display. When the winner podiums go up, Kaken is literally chained to the second-place podium, mouth set in a line of grim silence. Which Izuku parses as Kaken having come to terms with losing, but still trying to go after Shinso. Midnight and All Might stepping on each other's words is kind of funny, and then the medals are awarded. Todoroki stoic in third place, Kaken still grim in second, and an ecstatic-looking Shinso in first. Then the ceremonies are over and Shinso searches him out and pulls him aside. How did you break out of my quirk? No one's ever done that before. Izuku just looks at him for a moment, then shrugs. My quirk is sentient and autonomous. It didn't appreciate your hold on my mind, so it broke it. Oh. Shinso blinks in apparent surprise before asking, why did you let me win? I wanted to see how far you could back up your boasts. Shinso turns red, then gives a small bow. Whatever. But thank you. Getting into the hero course means a lot to me. Yeah, I get that. I didn't get Fine-san until about a year ago. Everyone made fun of me for saying I wanted to be a hero. I'm sure they did the same to you because a quirk like yours is scary to the average person. It'll be amazing for hero work, though. You can de-escalate hostage situations just by getting the villains to respond to you. A slow blink. You're not scared of me? Should I be? It's not like your quirk hurt me. It was actually kind of pleasant other than not having autonomous control of my body. If that's not enough reason for you, then it's not like you can keep me under. Fine-san won't allow it. I guess that's fair. Shinso agrees, still looking vaguely puzzled. Anyways, I'm looking forward to you joining our class. I hope we can be friends. Sure. Shinso agrees hesitantly, then looks at the ceiling and asks dramatically, Kami, why am I dealing with the personification of a cinnamon roll? Izuku laughs nervously, turning a little red. I'm not a cinnamon roll. A pale blue pain pops up in front of Shinso's nose, startling him into stepping back. It's karma. You are being punished. Fine-san. Izuku scolds. You know what? That's totally fair. Shinso answers. There's an extra desk in the back row when they start up classes again. The board reads, Todoroki 4035. Bakugu 2746. Tokoyami 231. Ida 116. Kaminari 114. Yayorozu 108. Kirishima 68. Shinso 46. Jaraka 20. Midoriya 3. Aizawa-sensei looks tired, which really is pretty normal. As you can see on the board, several of you received internship offers this year, mostly due to the extra attention on this class since USJ. It's rare that first years get offers. If you didn't get offers, don't worry. There are 40 agencies that work with UA to give students experience. You all have information packets on your desk, detailing those 40 agencies and any offers you may have received. Choose carefully and learn the most you can from these internships. Don't rest on your laurels. It's not uncommon for these offers to disappear by third year if interest dies out. This is bullshit. How come Todoroki got so many more offers? I did better than he did. And who the F is Shinso? Kaken demands. A knock on the door interrupts any answer. Then the door opens and a tall student with fluffy purple hair looks in uncertainly. I was told to come here. Just sit in the empty desk. It's yours now. Congratulations on winning the sports festival and transferring to Class 1A. There's a packet on your desk detailing internship offers you have received and alternative agencies available to you. Purple eyes widen. Thanks. Then Shinso steps inside, pulling the door shut behind him and hurries over to slip into his desk. Izuku gives him a thumbs up as he passes by. As I was saying, choose carefully and turn in your choice to me by Monday. Now we have something vitally important to your futures as heroes. Choosing a hero name. This will be taken over by midnight because dash. The door bursts open. Because you'll regret it if you take this lightly. Midnight exclaims, striding inside. Because choosing names is not my strong point. Aizawa-sensei finishes in a bored tone. Then he proceeds to get into his sleeping bag and close his eyes. Technically you can change your hero names, but if you're not lucky, the press will get to know you by the name you choose now and you won't be able to change it. You could get stuck with something like Eraserhead. Midnight says cheerfully, handing out stacks of white boards and markers. Write down your choice and if I approve it, you can keep it. The next 20 minutes pass pretty quietly as students mutter to themselves or others as they choose names. Then midnight starts. Having people show off their chosen names for approval. Yamamo's moniker, the everything hero, Kriati, makes him glad that he rethought one of his ideas. The world does not need two everything heroes. Sue chooses the rainy season hero, Froppy, which is cute. So is Ochako's Uravity. Ashido's alien queen is denied. Aoyama's I cannot stop twinkling gets shortened to can't stop twinkling, which is still pretty long, but he's heard worse. Kaken tries King Explosion Murder. Denied. Murder is illegal, premeditated murder is more illegal. Choose something else. Midnight says, looking amused. He sulks back to his desk. Then it's Izuku's turn. The all-source hero, Novell. HM. Is that going to be a copyright issue? Midnight asks suspiciously. Izuku startles a little at that. Midnight is pretty well informed. It shouldn't be? They haven't been in business for the last 154 years. Fair enough. Approved. Phew. Mineta picks the fresh-picked hero, grape juice. Shinso picks the dreams hero, Hypnos, which definitely has a better vibe than some of the available choices. Ashido goes with the acid hero, Pinky. Izuku thinks Alien Queen was better. Kaken glowers as he presents his new choice of Emperor Explosion. That's much less of a PR nightmare. Good job. Midnight praises, cracking her whip when he scowls at her. Alright kiddos. Back to your regularly scheduled grumpy caterpillar. Aizawa-sensei doesn't even twitch. Midnight sighs. Use the rest of class as a free study PRD and take some time to go over those internship offers. Izuku ends up sitting together at lunch with Yamamo, Tsu, Ochako and Shinso. The latter looks a little confused as to how he ended up sitting with them. So, who are you going with? Ochako asks. I'm going with Gunhead to learn some fighting skills. The festival taught me that I'm behind in that area. I'm going with Captain Selkie because his crew specializes in water rescues. Tsu says, I think I'm going to go with Iwabami. She's a rather popular hero. Yamamo offers. Izuku frowns. She specializes in media attention. Are you sure you don't want someone who can teach you other things? Oh. Yamamo looks dismayed. But she sighs. I'll look over the list again then. What about you, Shinso? Ochako asks curiously. Shinso gives a beleaguered sigh. I'm not sure yet, but I have to pass 3 tests this week to determine if I'm even allowed to take any of the internships. Not really looking forward to that. Always prioritize the rescue. Tsu offers. Ochako nods. I think Gen Ed mostly has the same classes, but you'll definitely need to pick up the books for Hero Law. Momo adds. We've gone over the first 12 chapters so far. If it's Aizawa-sensei, he'll be more impressed if you use your brain than if you try brute force. Izuku comments. And if you do team exercises, work with your partner or you'll get scolded. Tsu points out. Izuku, who are you going with? Oh, Sir Night Eye I think. I do want to be a frontline hero, but I'm not entirely sure that's feasible. Fine-San's abilities are more geared to information gathering, so I think studying with an intelligence-type hero is probably a good idea. Smart. Shinso says. Even if you end up a frontliner, having a background in intelligence work should be useful. Can I ask why you all want to be heroes? Yamamo asks. I decided it was the best way to use my quirk to benefit others without ruining the local economy. Ochako laughs nervously. You guys are going to think I'm really selfish, but I'm in it for the money. My parents' construction business struggles a lot. I wanted to help them with my quirk, but they said no, so I want to become a hero so they can afford to have it easy. Needing money is valid. Tsu says. I just want to help because I know I can. Nothing special. Izuku nods earnestly. I just want to save people with a smile so they feel safe. They all look at Shinso, who shrugs and says in a lazy tone, spite. Everyone said I'd be a villain, so I'm going to be a hero. There's a moment of silence, then Ochako laughs. Okay, I feel better now. And that's totally understandable. I'd probably do the same. Shinso smiles at her. Gonna kick Explodo boys but next year? She does a fist pump. A lot sooner than that if I have anything to say about it. Spite buddies. Shinso says and offers his hand for a high five, which she returns enthusiastically. Yeah. Spite buddies. Tsu and Izuku exchange an amused glance, although Yamamo looks puzzled. You're gonna kick names and take buttes. They stare at Fine-San's comment until Yamamo starts giggling, then they all burst into laughter. Absolutely. Shinso finally replies when he can breathe around his laughter again. Holy shit, Midoriya, how does your quirk know memes? Oh. Izuku says, trying not to giggle so much that he's non-understandable. Fine-San has access to any information free on the internet. I'm pretty sure he knows way more memes than the rest of us put together. You know what? But also, overpowered. How do you not cheat on tests? This. Fine-San doesn't help with those. I play games when he takes tests. Izuku's too pure for that. Ochako teases, making his cheeks go red. That's not it. I need to know stuff. I'm not always going to have time to consult Fine-san. Pure. Shinso agrees with a sheet-eating grin. Pure. Tsu says, looking smug. Momo looks back and forth between them all and then adds with a tiny smile, pure. Izuku groans and hides his face in his hands in embarrassment. Quit it, guys. Never. Ochako declares. Make me. Shinso challenges. Your chopsticks are in your hair. Tsu points out. Ak. He yanks them out and then spends a couple minutes and several napkins getting sauce out of his curls, pouting while the rest of them smile or giggle at him. Meanies. Izuku blinks in disbelief as Sir Night-Eye derides his character, his conviction, his ability and his worthiness to inherit All Might's quirk. Din, who said in his Cheerios? Uncle Yoichi asks. Better question. Who gave the speech the right to dictate who gets our quirk? It wasn't me, and I know it wasn't the blonde idiot. Someone who has to be second or third retorts. Hey. But no, I didn't. Night-Eye is crossing a line. Ghost Might replies. Don't listen to him, kid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Nana comforts. Oh, hell no. He knows. He's just delusional. Don't let him bully you, kid. And says sharply. And yeah, that's what Sir Night-Eye is doing, isn't he? Said. Kids do this before, never an adult, but only one incident compares to this level of toxic. Wow, I didn't peg you as a bully. He says without thinking about it. Sir Night-Eye makes an ugly face. I'm not wrong, nor am I a bully. Quit your whining. Well, the last person who was this nasty to me told me to jump off a roof and pray for a better quirk, so forgive me if I can't see the difference. Did he just say that? Yes, he did. Oops. Now Sir Night-Eye will get mad. Can I speak to him? My quirk wants to say something to you. Your quirk. And yup, Sir Night-Eye looks and sounds, both angry and dubious. Fine-san is sentient and has his own opinions. Also, sure, Fine-san, go ahead. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Sir Night-Eye. You're an idiot. Even if One for All could still be passed on, which it can't as it has been absorbed, it would be genetically incompatible with the student you want to give it to and would kill him at a very young age, due to the body being incapable of handling the strain of two quirks. What is that supposed to mean? How can One for All be absorbed? And what's this about genetic incompatibility? Sir Night-Eye demands. It's because of my biological father, not the one who raised me, being All for One. So Fine-san and One for All are compatible enough to merge. And Fine-san can't be passed on or taken so. Oh, I've also got the ghosts of the former bearers on One for All in my head, by the way. If what you're saying is remotely true, and I don't believe you, then that's all the more reason that dash. And we're done here. Izuku has dealt with enough bullies. Goodbye. You can't do that. Kenmei and will. Under contract, the student has the right to terminate the contract if the internship employer attempts physical, verbal, or SXL abuse. You definitely fall under the second, and we will be reporting this to Nedzu. It takes a few seconds for Izuku to parse that since he's reading that backwards, but he can't exactly argue with Fine-san's reasoning. Izuku came here to learn, not to be treated like gum on a shoe. He blinks, shakes himself and gives a little bow. Sorry, Sir Night-Eye, I'm not going to argue with my quirk, because it's right. Goodbye. Sir Night-Eye is speechless as he lets himself out and goes to retrieve his things. Which is good. Arguing with an adult like this makes him feel shaky. In Kamino, All for One lets his new minion, a formerly quirkless replacement for Tamura, bought for the small price of a good quirk, finish explaining their stance on society and getting rid of All Might with some approbation. If nothing else, the man is more articulate than Tamura. He doesn't have that much experience with strategy, but he has time and the will to learn. People like you, I hate the most. Stain spits out, then moves. A moment later, All for One finds himself, the Nomu he'd kept nearby and his new minion all paralyzed. More or less in that order. Don't worry about taking me back. I'll show myself out. Well, that's certainly inconvenient. But no matter. Working with the unwilling is rarely profitable, and he can use his knowledge of Stain's patterns against him and make people assume wrongly that they are affiliated, no matter what Stain thinks of the idea. Stain would have made a convenient ally, But only a fool has a plan that hinges on one man agreeing to the plan. Izuku is on his way to the train station, backpack over one shoulder and hero suitcase in his left hand, when something runs into his legs. No, not something, someone. A little, white-haired kid girl? In a ragged dress and bandages with bare feet. Help! She whisper shouts. Quest, take her and run. Plus 100 DX for length of event. Ah shit. If Fine-san is saying that, there's definitely at least one nasty villain on this kid's tail. He scoops her up in his left arm, shoves his right arm through the loose strap on his backpack, places his right hand on her head to keep her stable and books it towards the train station. Dimly, he realizes that he's going way too fast to be normal, but all of his concentration is focused on dodging pedestrians and cars instead of running into them and keeping the girl from falling. And breathing, because breathing is important. Behind him, Overhaul has just a glimpse of Eri being carried off by someone in an all-might hoodie with a yellow backpack, and a split second later he realizes that he's vastly outpaced by Eri's rescuer. No matter. The speedster can't run forever and Overhaul can set his minions to search for her. She'll be back where she belongs before the end of the day. By the time he reaches the train station, he's severely out of breath and has to walk around a little bit so he can talk coherently before buying a kid's ticket for Eri. He definitely needs more stamina. The ticket teller gives the kid a concerned look, but Izuku soothes her worry by mentioning that they're headed to UA. The kid clings to him tightly the whole time. When they get on the train, the passengers urge him to sit down, which is frankly a godsend. His legs hurt, his arm hurts, his feet hurt and his lungs are still on fire. Not to mention, it makes it easier to hold the kid, whose name he really should learn. Hey there, he says quietly. Now that we're safe, my name's Izuku. Or you can call me Novelle. I'm a hero student. What's your name? She stares at him with wide, solemn eyes. Eri, are we really safe? He won't hurt you. We're safe for now and we're going to UA and that's a super safe place with a bunch of heroes to protect us. Aizawa-sensei and Nedzu are going to kick his butt over this stunt, aren't they? Well, worth it. Besides, he doesn't believe that either one of them would have left her behind in a dangerous situation. Aizawa-sensei walks into Nedzu's office, takes one look at Izuku holding Eri and sighs. Problem child. Care to explain why you're here instead of at your internship and why you have another problem child with you? Eri squeaks. Is he mad? Izuku rubs her back soothingly. No, he's just grumpy. I promise he won't hurt you. What about you? Will he hurt you? No, he won't hurt me either. He's not like that. Promise. Okay, she says and buries her face in his shoulder, eyes peeking over his shoulder suspiciously at Aizawa-sensei. Problem child? Oh. Sir Night-Eye and I had a difference of opinion. So I came back and ran into Eri here being chased by a villain, so I brought her back with me. That's a nice way of saying Night-Eye is a delusional bigot that believes that Izuku doesn't deserve his quirk, to be a hero or happiness in general. Aizawa-sensei looks the slightest bit startled at being addressed by a floating screen and looks at Nedzu, who nods. Fine-san has given me a transcript of the conversation dash. Of course he did. And suffice it to say that this is the last time Sir Night-Eye will be allowed to do internships for UA students. He was extremely derogative with no provocation and is abusing secrets for his own purposes. Nedzu says with a falsely pleasant smile. Izuku spares a second of pity for Sir Night-Eye, because Kami knows that Nedzu isn't going to have any. And if Nedzu does, he's sure Fine-san won't. His quirk doesn't take kindly to others putting him down, for some reason. If I didn't, you'd let others walk on you. Okay, that's probably fair. Can I see that transcript? Aizawa-sensei asks. So, Aizawa-sensei raises a brow and checks his phone. When he finishes, his expression is carefully neutral. So we have two issues, correct? First, who Midoriya should spend his internship with. Do you have any ideas, Midoriya? He shakes his head. I don't trust Hawks and I don't know much about Word, but I know he's underground and I'm going for Limelight, not underground. That gets the faintest grimace, but Aizawa-sensei nods. That's probably safest for you. In that case, I'll have to ask to be sure, but Present Mike expressed some interest in asking you for an internship. Teachers generally don't unless certain circumstances happen, but this falls under that. I'm assuming that you didn't even look at the agencies that work with UI. Nedzu starts typing on his half-sized phone. Izuku looks sheepish. Not really. Sorry. Well, it shouldn't be a problem, but be prepared to if Mike says no. Okay, sensei. Yamada said, Nedzu chirps. Good. Which brings us to our second issue. Do you know who Eri was running from? No. I didn't stick around to get a look after Fine-san said to take her and run. Not ideal but smart. Aizawa-sensei agrees. Overhaul. Leader of the Shy Hasakai Yakuza. Recent takeover from adoptive father, who fell into a suspiciously timed coma. Eri is the granddaughter of the previous leader. Her father disappeared shortly before she was given into his custody. No record of her quirk. The group has been making waves in the underground with trigger sales and rumors of sales of a new, special, type of bullet that can erase quirks. Sir Night-Eye recently started researching the group. Aizawa-sensei groans. Oh, that's inconvenient. Would it be wrong to assume that the new bullets have a connection with Eri's mysterious quirk? Nedzu asks before Izuku has finished reading the backwards text. Unknown. I suppose it is too soon to be drawing connections. We'll have to contact Sir Night-Eye and see what he's got. Eri, what is your quirk? Do you know? Eri twists to look at him. You mean my curse, Mr. Rat? I make people disappear when my horn glows. That's why Mommy didn't want me anymore. He said it's why Grandpa got sick too. I'm dangerous. Well, if your quirk makes people disappear, I think it's safe to say that your grandpa getting sick was not your fault. And your quirk being dangerous doesn't mean it's a curse, it just means you need training to master it. Fortunately, we have someone on staff who is very capable of keeping dangerous quirks under control. Aizawa-san can erase other quirks with his quirk. Eri is silent for a moment, then asks, Who is Aizawa-san? I am. She startles and twists back around to stare at him. You. Aizawa-sensei flashes his quirk at her. See? Your eyes glow. Just like my eyes. He gives her a soft little smile. And wow, he did not know Aizawa-sensei could make that expression. Yes, they do. That's how you know my quirk is active. Does that mean my curse is gone for good? No, but it does mean that I can help you teach your quirk to be good instead of a curse. Eri wiggles to get down and Izuku lets her, rather grateful to be rid of her weight. She runs over to Aizawa-sensei and hugs his knee as she looks up at him. Promise. I promise. And there's that soft little smile again. I'll have guardianship papers expedited on your behalf, Aizawa. Nedzu says, moving to his computer and starting to type. Eri, will you be okay with staying with Aizawa-san? She keeps hugging Aizawa-sensei's knee, but looks worried. Can't I stay with Novelzu? Izuku crouches down, despite his legs screaming at him to give up on life, to look Eri in the eye. It's just Novel. Aizawa-sensei is safe. You should stay with him, okay? And I'll visit you every day, so you'll still see me. Eri stares at him as if looking at his soul for a long minute, then finally says, okay. His legs choose that moment to dump him on the floor. Eri squeaks in alarm. Izuku is fairly sure Nedzu laughs. And Aizawa-sensei sighs. Are you okay, problem child? Just too much running earlier. Don't worry about me. Aizawa-sensei mutters something that probably isn't the, don't tell me what to do, that it sounds like. I need to take Eri to Recovery Girl for a health check. You come along. Okay, sensei. Midoriya, if you're not too tired, please stay and shadow Aizawa-san and help Eri settle in for the next couple hours. I should be able to do that. But I need a place to leave my stuff. Just use your locker, problem child. Izuku facepalms, 'cause yeah, that was stupid. Notice. Plus 100 DX is no longer active. Quest accomplished. Accept rewards? Yes, no. Izuku ignores the notification in favor of more immediately relevant things and after a couple minutes Fine-san closes the pane so it's not taking up space in his vision. Eri is terrified of Recovery Girl. She clings to Aizawa-sensei and Izuku with hysterical determination. Aizawa-sensei has to use his quirk on her several times. Izuku keeps repeating that he's here and not going to let anyone hurt her. Recovery Girl makes sure to use her smallest needle and be as gentle as possible as she draws blood and does several other tests. Izuku ends up holding Eri and stepping on the weight scale, getting a measurement, then handing Eri back to Aizawa-sensei and stepping on the scale so his weight can be deducted from the total. Getting her to cooperate with having her height measured is surprisingly easy. Izuku holds her hands while Aizawa-sensei adjusts the measure and then they all step away so Recovery Girl can record it. When they're done, Recovery Girl gives Eri a bag of gummies and reminds her to drink lots of water and juice. She also tells Aizawa-sensei that once the tests come back on the blood, she'll work with Lunch Rush to come up with a dietary plan for Eri to amend her borderline malnutrition. Then she gives Izuku a checkup, TSKS, and gives him a kiss on the forehead. Abruptly, he's so tired that he almost falls asleep sitting up. At least his body isn't in pain anymore. Honestly, he kind of just shuffles after Aizawa-sensei, who carries Eri, who is still barefoot. Eri shoots him worried glances, but he assures her that he's fine, just tired, and she seems to accept this although it doesn't stop the worried looks. To his surprise, they go to the teacher's lounge instead of a class and Aizawa-sensei hands him Eri and gestures at the couch, so he sits down with her in his arms and quietly tells her stories while Aizawa-sensei works on papers. Until she drifts off to sleep, her head against his chest. Then he leans his head back and rests the best he can. Which is the last thing he remembers until Aizawa-sensei shakes his shoulder. Problem child. Time to get up. He cracks his eyes open and yawns, then blinks away tears and glances at the clock. It's 3 hours later. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to sleep. It's okay. You obviously needed it. Can you carry Eri or should I take her? I can carry her. Where dash, a yawn interrupts him. Where are we going? My apartment on campus. You can help me introduce Eri to the cats. Cats? I have 7 of them. Violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. My friends thought it would be funny to get me a rainbow pack of them. Izuku blinks a few times and then says dumbly, that's a lot of cats. A small smirk tugs at Aizawa-sensei's lips. It is. Come on. Let's get some proper food into you and Eri. You both need it. His stomach rumbles embarrassingly on cue. Face red, he heaves to his feet and goes to grab for his bag and case, but Aizawa-sensei is already holding them. Eri makes a muffled sound of protest against his shoulder, then relaxes back into sleep. As soon as they step inside the apartment, they are mobbed by a swarm of cats. There's another word for it, but he's too sleepy to remember. Surprisingly, it's not just the cats' names that are rainbow-themed. Somehow Aizawa-sensei's friends had managed to get their hands on quirked cats of the appropriate colors. They're all quirked. No. Red, orange, and yellow fall within natural color ranges. But the others are, yes. Wow. Your friends went to a lot of trouble. Not as much as you'd think. There are cat breeders who specialize in breeding color quirked cats. I think they did spend a few months' worth of salary on them, though. Eri lifts her head and looks at the cats for a bit, then asks shyly, what are those? They're kitty cats. They're fluffy and soft and will love you forever if you pet them or feed them treats. Aizawa-sensei explains. He stoops and picks up the green one and holds it close enough for her to touch. Just rub your hand gently along his back and he'll start purring. His name is Green. She stares for a minute at the wiggling cat, then tentatively reaches out and pats him. Green immediately turns his face and rubs it against her hand and starts purring loudly. Eri jerks her hand back in surprise. See? He likes it. Oh. He's soft. He is, isn't he? Do you want to sit down and pet the other cats too? She shakes her head, but giggles and reaches out to pat Green again, who responds with enthusiastic approval. Midoriya, why don't you sit on the couch while I fix something to eat? Green's the friendliest of the cats, so I'll leave him with you. The others will probably follow me into the kitchen. Okay, sensei. He says and shuffles through the crowd of cats to the sofa. Aizawa-sensei sets the green cat down beside them, and he all but climbs into Eri's lap in search of further affection. The yellow cat hops up on the nearer arm of the sofa and stares at them suspiciously, while the other cats follow Aizawa-sensei into the kitchen as predicted. Izuku takes time to look at his decor, more than a little surprised, because it doesn't seem like the pinstripe yellow and black wallpaper, bright pink windowsills and small posters of various heroes would be to his teacher's taste. There's one of Present Mike, one of Midnight, one of Nedzu and well done but undoubtedly fan-made posters of Eraserhead and a hero he doesn't recognize with wispy hair and a cloud theme. Along with several rather obscure heroes from the previous generation. There's even a small poster of young All Might that is impossible to get one's hands on these days, and well, Izuku would have sworn that Aizawa-sensei would rather burn a poster of All Might than put it on the wall. By the time Aizawa-sensei emerges from the kitchen with a plate of sandwiches cut into eighths and a plate of apple bunnies, the cats have already drifted back from the kitchen. Eri is sitting beside Izuku with a lapful of green purr, Izuku's right foot is trapped under a pile of violet fur and the orange cat is standing on his lap, leaning up to rub his face against Izuku's. The yellow cat has retreated to stare from a further distance and the indigo and red cats are checking out Izuku's bag and costume case curiously, while the blue cat is flopped regally in the middle of the living room rug. Looks like you're all getting along. Here's something to eat. Eri doesn't take any until Izuku eats some of each and tells her how nummy they are. She seems to like her piece of sandwich pretty well, but her eyes widen when she tries the apple bunny. Stuffing the rest into her mouth, she immediately grabs two more, one in each hand and holds them close to her chest as she chews her awkward mouthful. You can have as many apple bunnies as you want, Eri. Aizawa-sensei tells her gently. But maybe slow down just a little bit so you don't choke, okay? She hesitates, then nods slowly and chews a little less frantically. Finally she swallows and says, "They're good. I love them." Before stuffing only half of one of the bunnies in her hands into her mouth. Izuku stuffs a piece of sandwich into his mouth to stifle his giggle at her reactions. She's just too cute and obviously apples are a big hit. Yamada-sensei drops by and introduces himself to Eri about 45 minutes later, before taking Izuku and leaving. Hey listener, I hope you're up for a car ride. I'm taking you over to my agency to get you settled into a room and then show you around a bit. I know it's not what you signed up for, but I think getting to know a bit of the publicity side of Hero business will serve you well. And of course we'll go out on patrols too. Thanks, Yamada-sensei. Honestly, he's just so glad that the man is willing to take him on at last moment to protest anything he comes up with. Not that he would anyways. Learning new things is important, whether he turns out to like them or to hate them. Yamada-sensei shoots him a smile. When we get there, we use hero names, ya dig? He nods seriously as they get in the car. He knew that, actually. If you have any questions or concerns, be sure to speak up, okay? I'm good with people, but I'm not a mind reader. And you can ask my sidekicks if you don't want to ask me or I get called away. Okay, sensei. Mind if I put on music? That's fine. He agrees. It makes sense that the voice hero would like to listen to music all the time. After all, it's practically his brand. Present Mix Agency is a couple blocks from the radio station that hosts his show. Funny thing that, because Izuku would have assumed that they'd be in the same building. Yamada-sensei apparently sees his questioning look, because he smirks. No, I don't own the radio station. I just have a contract with them. They're owned by a retired hero, so several of my sidekicks work there part-time too. Oh, that makes sense. I never thought about it, but you have 3 full-time jobs? Of course, Siawalden Favethetami Tornin and Tyrekan Dash. Maybe breathe, listener? When you run your words together like that, it's hard to understand you. Yamada-sensei interrupts. I understood up to the part about 3 full-time jobs. Which is actually incorrect. The radio show and hero work are actually part-time jobs. Teaching is my only full-time job. Unlike Sho, that maniac, who does both teaching and hero work full-time. He blinks at Yamada-sensei for a moment, then flushes. Oh. I said that of course you wouldn't have the time to run an entire channel. Bingo! I do not have the time. I do, however, have a standing offer from the current owner to let me purchase it if that changes. Yamad, Present Mike says as they get out of the car. That's so cool. Do you want to someday? I'm glad you think so, listener. And yeah, I do, but not for at least another decade. I want to retire from active hero work first, but I've got some good years left in me still. Izuku nods because that makes a lot of sense. Do you do all your shows at the station, or do you have a setup here and just record them ahead of time? Present Mike laughs. Good question. The answer is some of both. I do Friday questions and answers live and do most of my shows there, but I always make a few pre-recorded shows in case I get called into hero work or have a school event that interferes. And we make those here. In fact, I'm going to have you help with making at least one of them. He grins. I won't subject you to the nosy Nellies at the station though. You'll just be interacting with my staff and with civilians when we go out on patrols. Sound good? Yes, I mean, Present Mike. He says, stumbling over the address a little and very relieved that he won't be expected to interact with more people. It's not that he doesn't like people. It's just that he doesn't like being the center of attention for a bunch of strangers who all know each other. Just call me Mike, listener. Everyone here does. Oh, say Mike. That's the spirit, listener. By the way, what's your hero name? I didn't catch that because I kind of hurried through the paperwork. The all-source hero, Novell. Oh, I like it. That's a reference to your quirk being an information quirk, right? Yeah. More or less. Well, I think it's clever. Novell is a good name for an information hero. Do you want to specialize in information, or are you wanting to mix that with frontline or rescue stuff? Izuku relaxes a little at the knowledge he isn't being pigeonholed by another mentor. Actually, I want to mix it with mostly frontline and a little bit of rescue. I think Fine-san would be really useful in disasters, but I don't want to make him do all the work. Being a hero is my job, not his. When they walk inside, Izuku realizes that the size of the building from the outside is a clever optical illusion. It's larger inside than one would expect. The lobby area is huge and contains 3 different food franchises as well as a small general store and an unmanned counter with a bell, with a sign above it stating custom repairs. And of course, an actual reception area next to an elevator and a door labeled stairs. Present Mike grins at him as he looks around. We sponsor the franchises, so we have food available at all hours, but quite a few people in the area stop in to get food from them as well. Custom repairs generally fixes up our sound equipment, but they can handle basic costume replacements and fix gear, or even come up with something special if you need it. They do outsource some of the trickier gear repairs and replacements, but that doesn't happen very often. It's a team of 3 that splits the shifts between them, so there's always someone on duty. Ring the bell loudly for service or they won't hear you. Izuku nods, still looking around in fascination. They pause at the reception desk. Shinohara, this is Novell, my intern for the week. I'm going to need a pass for him. The man, who has nails that look like they're naturally blue to match his blue scara, nods with an acknowledging noise and fishes a pass out of a drawer and drops it on the counter. Izuku hesitantly picks it up and hangs it around his neck. Thanks, Shinohara. Present Mike says and then leads him to the elevator without waiting for an answer. Don't mind him, he's not one for small talk, but he knows everything that goes on around here because he's fantastic at his job and also willing to listen to anyone who wants to gossip. Normally I take the stairs, but I've heard you've had a big day, so we'll use the elevator today. Do you not like the elevator? Present Mike shudders. No one likes the elevator. It works fine, but it creaks and groans like crazy and it's slower than just taking the stairs. It's mostly the maintenance and cleaning staff that use it to get their carts around between floors. True to Mick's words, the elevator creaks concerningly and groans now and then as if doing its job is too much effort. Izuku is more than glad to get out when it finally reaches the 2nd floor. He can see why no one likes it. It's like something out of a horror movie. He half expects a ghost to pop out of the ceiling to add to the atmosphere. This is your room while you're staying here. Just leave your stuff inside. No need to change into your costume today. I have a stack of paperwork I need you to fill out, so have the proper clearances and releases. And then I'll have Soundbite show you around and explain what we do with the various rooms. After that, she can bring you to the sound room where we'll be recording a segment for tomorrow, because I switched things around so I can take you on patrol instead. Sound good, listener? Yeah. He agrees and goes in to leave his bag and costume case on the bed before coming back out. Alright, Novell. Let's go introduce you to Soundbite and Sono, my office manager, so we can get you started on things. Okay, Mike, he says, feeling eager despite the prospect of filling out a bunch of forms. It's really rare that someone gets even a limited tour of Present Mix Agency, and it's usually a contest prize or for special guests. There's more forms than he thought there would be, but it doesn't take as long to fill them out as he feared. They are very straightforward for the most part, and most of it is just skimming what he's agreeing to and signing his name. Sono gives him a pleased smile when he hands them to her, and a check-through shows that he hasn't missed anything. Good job. Do you remember where Soundbite's office is? Yes, I do. Good. You can go there and Soundbite will show you around so you're not in danger of getting lost while you're with us. Thanks, Sono. She waves him off with a smile. Soundbite makes the tour rather interesting. It helps him remember what things are where, which is nice. And last but not least, this is our main sound room. She says with a flourish, then taps on the door, which opens a few seconds later to reveal Mike smiling at them. Right on time. We're just about to start. Come on in, Novell. Soundbite, I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Make sure you pick up some food for yourself when you're done, before you head home. Righto, boss. She mock salutes and takes herself off as Izuku gingerly steps into the room. There's sound equipment everywhere. Quest, learn the technical, basic ins and outs of making a pre-recorded show. Quest, take part in recording a radio show. Quest, take part in making a live radio hour. Ambitious much? He asks Fine-san after rereading the quests for the second time. Mike laughs. It is, but totally worth every penny. Nothing like cheap equipment to give a segment shitty sound quality. Izuku waves his hands a bit. I didn't mean that, but that makes sense. Fine-san, can you show him the quests? Fin dash. A pale blue pane with the same information pops up in front of Mick's nose, startling him. He stares for a moment, then blinks. Wait, what? I thought you had an information quirk. He nods. Yes. Fine-san is sentient, though. Mike gives him a look that clearly doubts that Fine-san is merely a sentient information quirk. Oops. Well, it seems Fine-san has some ambitious goals for you. I can show you the technical basics later, but for now I'm just going to have you alternate reading song names off an electronic prompt as we record. As for that last one, we'll talk about that later. I'm not sure you'll be comfortable doing that, and I want this internship to be a positive experience for you. Oh. Yeah, I don't know either. Sit there. This here is where the song name prompts will be, and I'll do finger guns at you when it's your turn to speak. Mike says, pointing at things as he takes his own seat. Ready, boss? Izuku sits and wiggles a little to get comfortable and finds the prompt again, then looks at Mike and nods. Take it away. Mike says, hello, listeners, big and small. How are you tonight? I've got a surprise for you tonight. I've got an intern with me and he's going to help announce the songs. Say, hi, Novell. Hi. Izuku manages, then wants to kick himself for sounding stupid. How does Mike make this sound so easy? Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 318 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 ICP. Quest rewards. Plus 472 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 1 ICP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 10. EXP 8744 12,000. 39. Vit 36. Dex 16. Int 52. Wis 54. HP 216 216. MP 00 locked. STA 7575. Since Mike is only there afternoons and evenings, Izuku gets the privilege of sleeping in, which he is undeniably grateful for. Yesterday was a lot. With a yawn, he turns off his phone alarm. It's 10, which gives him an hour to dress, struggle with his hair and get breakfast from one of the food franchises downstairs. With another yawn, he gets up and sets about doing that. There's a different secretary at the reception desk. This one has waist-length dark blue hair, blue nails, blue mascara and an almost painfully high voice as she addresses him. Good morning. You must be Novell? Welcome to Put Your Hands Up Agency. I'm Mai Shinohara, but you can just call me Mai because my brother and cousin also work this desk and it can be confusing to have 3 Shinoharas. Mike probably forgot to tell you because his face is so well known that he doesn't have to, but just show your agency ID to the food service workers and they'll get you a meal for free because the agency covers all employee meals. If you don't like anything available, just let me know and I'll order in what you'd prefer to eat. It'll take a little longer, but I'll send it up to you when it arrives. He blinks at her. Thanks, ma. Do you and your brother both have siren quirks? Shinohara is your brother, not your cousin, right? Does your cousin have a siren quirk too? Is that why Shinohara doesn't talk unless he has to? With your voice pitch, can you shatter glass? Have you ever tried? What about luring people? Can you do that? What about dash? Mai's high-pitched laugh cuts him off. All 3 of us have siren-related quirks. Yes, brother goes by Shinohara. My cousin Tiki works the night shift here. His quirk is the least siren-like voice-wise, but he has the nails, teeth, odd-colored scara and a second eyelid like brother does. I don't have the teeth or second eyelid, but I have tried shattering glass successfully. It's pretty easy, actually. My mother was not impressed. I can't lure people, but I can call dogs without a dog whistle. Brother's voice doesn't actually entrance people, but it does get their attention in ways that tend to make him uncomfortable, so you're right that it is why he doesn't talk much. You're a curious one, aren't you? Izuku flushes, realizing that he's been a bit rude. Sorry. No need to be sorry. Maybe keep it to less than 10 questions. At a time, though, so you don't confuse the person you're asking. Oh. He mentally counts up. I only asked you 8 questions before you started answering, though. Is 8 a good number or should I make it less than that? Can you breathe underwater? Can you sing underwater? Do you sing or do you avoid it because of your voice pitch? Do you need to regularly spend time in water? Do you need to drink extra to stay hydrated? For most people, 4 to 6 questions is probably the most they can track at one time. Some people can only track 3 or less. People who talk a lot are probably more likely to be able to track more questions at one time. 8 is probably my max number to track. I can't breathe underwater, but I can hold my breath twice as long as average without a problem. I can't sing underwater because I can't breathe water. I do sing. I'm the lead singer for the band Cut Glass. We do gigs for a few places and occasionally record a single. I don't need to spend extra time in water or drink extra water to stay hydrated, but brother and Tiki do have to drink extra. Neither of them can breathe underwater, but brother likes to sing in the shower. His place is soundproofed, because otherwise he gets people knocking on his door when he sings and he hates that. Why don't you go get food and come back, so you can eat while we talk? He beams at her. Most people get lost and won't answer his questions or tell him he's a creepy stalker or chuckle at him for being a hero fanboy. Well, and he really does need to eat. Okay. In the end, Mai reminds him to cut their conversation short and go upstairs, and he gets to the top of the first flight just in time for Soundbite to open the door, ready to go down. Oh, there you are. I was just about to go get you. Sono wants to introduce you to the joys of paperwork and how an agency runs on paperwork. Soundbite says, then snickers at his expression. Yeah, that's how we all feel about it, but it's important to know how to do it right. He heaves a sigh, but doesn't actually feel too bad about it, still riding the high from his chat with Mai. Okay, that makes sense. First day's always the hardest. We do some investigation, so we'll have you looking through information tomorrow to see where your skills are at, and then Mike will work with you on it later. Izuku perks up at that. That sounds like fun. No wonder Mike likes you. Soundbite says in a tone of fond exasperation. Maybe she doesn't like the investigations part? Prior day. Jiren answers his phone and promptly turns pale as a sheet. Hello, this is Jiren. Jiren, I have a job for you. Pickup is waiting for you in the back alley. Says the monster of the underground. Mind you, the monster is someone Jiren works willingly with, but if it wouldn't cost him his life to refuse, well, things would be different. Alright, give me a couple minutes to shoo a client out. He answers as if his heart isn't beating so loud in his ears that he can barely think over the thrum of it. Take 3. All for One says, apparently in a generous mood. Nonetheless, Jiren has no intention of testing his patience by taking that long. Current day. Kaizome steps off the train and blends into the hurrying crowd, looking up the venue from the special event flyer on a map app. Seems he needs to go halfway across the city. It's late afternoon, but that gives him plenty of time to find a place to sleep so he can get up early and get in line to be one of the first to enter. Sure, they claim to have enough of the limited edition All Might figurine for everyone who attends, but he knows better than to trust that. The venue might only be rated for 500 people, but there will probably be a minimum of 2,000 people who crowd through the venue during the 3-hour event. He doesn't want to resort to killing a civilian in order to get the figurine. There are still a few lows that he's reluctant to sink to. He doesn't notice Present Mike walk in until he opens his mouth. Good afternoon, Novell. How are you liking the paperwork? Are you ready to patrol, yeah? Izuku jolts in surprise and his pen goes flying, by some coincidence hitting the center of Mick's glasses and bouncing off. Sorry. Good reflexes, listener. Didn't mean to startle you. But hey, you should probably work on your situational awareness. Being focused is one thing, but losing track of what's going on around you can be lethal in the field. Mike chides, handing back the pen he had snatched out of midair before it could hit the floor. That makes sense. Sorry again. No need to be sorry. It was an accident. Just try not to do it again. A smirk crosses Mick's face that leaves Izuku worried. Now you got your phone on you? I need you to unlock it and hand it to me. Is this a test? He wonders, pulling out his phone. Nope. But good question. Never let someone you don't trust have access to your phone. I just need to put an app on there that you normally wouldn't get until 3rd year, but given the trouble you've already run into, I think you need it now. Oh, okay. He unlocks his phone and hands it over. Mike fiddles with his phone for a bit, then leans over to show him the new app. This is HeroLine. Like I said, normally we don't hook students up with it until 3rd year when they all have their provisional licenses and some experience, because its main function is to let police and others alert heroes of crimes going down and give the address, so the nearest hero or heroes can respond. Now you can't do that, because you don't have a license yet. But its other function is to allow police, heroes and other trusted sources, like hero students and certain other exceptions to report villains and crimes, so heroes show up to take care of it and you don't have to. Oh, that makes sense. This is because of Eri, right? In part. The USJ is also a part of that. This app also has a communication sign tracker that I've turned on, meaning it'll send out an alert if your phone suddenly loses contact with the network. Meaning you really don't want to let your phone die if you don't want the nearest hero checking to see if you're alive. Also try not to break your phone, because that will have the same result. Most heroes only turn on the function if they're going on patrol, which is why we weren't automatically notified of something wrong at USJ, but I'm going to ask you to leave it on. Does that mean you can track me? And others can? Well, yes and no. Since you don't have a license, I had to verify the account with my ID. Just anyone can use this app. Since I'm the one who verified it, I had the option to let me track you and I chose to take it. Once you get your provisional, you'll be allowed to turn that option off if you want or allow others to track you if you trust them. But normally your location is only available if your phone goes offline or if you share your location while reporting a crime or need for assistance. Currently I can track you at all times, but no one else can except in one of those 2 instances. Got it? Izuku nods, feeling a little overwhelmed. But now this icon here is how you share your location while reporting villains or a need for assistance. And this one is how you open the map to see where a reported location is. You can use the map, but don't respond to requests for assistance against villains or criminals until you get your provisional. You will be accompanying me to respond to some, if something happens, but otherwise no. Got it? This is easy to figure out, but tap on this side to scroll in and this side to scroll out. Mike backs out of the map. That's how you close it. Now here is where you see the messages, but if you tap on a message, you can have a conversation with the person reporting without spamming the network. If they don't want to have a conversation with you, they can kick you out of the connection, which they will do if you're being a distraction. So don't do that. And if you're the one reporting, only report useful things and answer relevant questions, because if you're just giving chatter or nonsense, They can tap here to completely ignore your conversation. And you can tap that to ignore any conversation that isn't relevant to your area or you. Another thing you can do, this is where you type to report or carry on a conversation. Anyways, another thing you can do is if you have someone's ID is to go to this tab and add them as a contact, so you can tag specific heroes or officers. See? You've got me and Eraser and Nedzu as contacts. If you need one of us, you can tap on our names to tag us for a conversation. And that's all. Ask me if you have any other questions. Izuku looks at him wide-eyed. I understand you and Aizawa-sensei, but why Nedzu? In case you run into another airy situation and need help that will affect the school in some way. Or if Eraser and I aren't available and you get in trouble. Don't worry about bothering him. He finds you interesting. Is that a bad thing? Not per se, no. But it does mean he keeps tabs on you whether you like it or not. There have been people who regretted that. A pale blue pane pops up. He can only track us if I allow it. Mike stares at the pane in surprise for a long moment, then shakes his head. Do me a favor and don't turn to the dark side, no matter how many cookies they offer you. Cookies are a pain. They have to be deleted constantly. A cackle of sheer amusement slips out of Mick's mouth while Izuku just face palms. There's no way Fine-san didn't recognize the meme, and obviously it just chose to be literal with computer context. He's pretty sure that Fine-san doesn't even work like a computer and thus doesn't have to worry about cookies. Current day. What have you got for me? Jiren represses a bone-deep shudder in favor of a cheerful smile. I've got 3 large vans that will be ready to go at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Do you want to have them meet at this address, or do you have another address for them to show up at? The monster of the underground gives him a different address with an edge to his voice. Sounds like a plan. Don't worry, the drivers are trustworthy and will follow instructions without asking unnecessary questions. As expected, is the flat reply. Patrol is interesting. At first it seems that they're just strolling along, waving and smiling now and then, but it doesn't take long for Izuku to notice that present Mike is constantly scanning the area for signs of trouble. So he takes to doing the same. In addition, it takes quite a while for the extra stares and attention to quit making him jumpy, since he's not really used to much positive attention. Usually if this much attention is focused on him, he's having a particularly shitty day and it's about to get worse. Mick's pretty good about distracting him with anecdotes, general chatter, gentle touches on the arm now and then, or just pointing things out that he needs to know. A lot of what Mike deems he needs to know is body language. Now, given the way he's grown up, quirkless, he's always considered himself good at reading body language, but with the stuff Mike points out casually, that notion is blown out of the water. There's so much more to body language than one would first expect. When he mentions it to Mike, the man nods seriously. According to Morabian, a pre-Quirk researcher, 93% of communication is nonverbal and 55% is strictly body language, with another 38% coming from the tone of voice. Some people only listen to words or tone, though, so it's best to be aware of that when communicating to others. Does that mean some people only read body language? The few. More commonly you'll get people who weigh body language against your words to determine how truthful you are. A lot of times, people coming from different cultures or subcultures will read body language and tone differently, so that's something to be aware of too. For instance, in most cultures, a wide smile is friendly, but in a few baring your teeth is a sign of aggression, so if someone looks nervous when you smile at them, try covering your teeth when you smile. I trip over that one more frequently than you'd think. Izuku tries a teeth-covered smile, grimaces and frowns, only to plaster a wide smile on when he sees someone looking at him in concern. That's harder than it sounds. Indeed it is. Think of it more as a half smile. Like being amused but not ready to laugh. He tries again, then stops when Mike snorts softly. I think I'm going to have to practice that in front of a mirror. It feels really weird. Good idea, because right now your attempt just looks like you're trying not to be angry. Mike comments, making him flush in embarrassment. Sorry. No. It was good for a first try. You're used to doing the All Might smile, right? This is like the direct opposite, but still conveying the same emotion. Mike encourages, then crouches down to the level of a 6-year-old kid who runs over. "What can I do for you, little listener? Can you sign my arm, sent Mike? Please?" "Sure thing, listener," Mike says and produces a non-toxic marker from his jacket pocket, which he uses to sign the little boy's arm. The kid squeals delightedly and runs back to his mom, waving his arm excitedly. Mike caps the marker, puts it away and stands. I only do that for kids 10 and under, because they're not really aware of why I shouldn't be doing signings while on duty. Occasionally I get waylaid by a kindergarten class, though, which is a little awkward. 2 blocks later, they get stopped by a group of teenage girls asking for signatures. "Sorry, ladies. I'm on duty right now, so I can't. If you want one, they're available at my agency front desk for 5,000 yen. Or if you want a personalized one, my public signing times are available on my website." "What? But you signed for that little kid. We saw you. Are you under the age of 10, listeners?" "I didn't think so." Mike chides in a pleasant tone. "You're all bright young ladies and I'm sure you understand procedure." "Ah, but I wanted to get a personalized one for my boyfriend's birthday. It's tomorrow and he's like your biggest fan." One of the girls pouts. Mike does finger guns at her. "Tell you what, listeners. Just for you, if you find me at 9 when I get off shift, I'll sign things for you then. Okay? Don't go spreading it around. And make sure you have your parents' permission to be out that late." All the girls perk up except one, who is busy staring at Izuku. "Hey, you're that green kid who let that Shinso guy win, aren't you? Why did you do that? Did he pay you?" What? "He didn't pay me. But you let him win. Why?" "I just didn't think it was fair, you know?" "Why not?" "Well, he would have won if my Quirk wasn't sentient, so I thought he should get the win, because 2-on-1 isn't fair." Her eyes narrow dangerously and he has to stop himself from taking a step back. "Can I have your signature?" "Mine?" "Yeah. That Shinso kid has a villain's quirk, right? And you let him win anyways?" "My kid sister has a villain's quirk, and I want her to know that there's a hero out there who's willing to treat people like her fairly," she says, making aggressive air quotes around villain's quirk as she speaks. "Don't worry about it now, though. I'll catch you after your shift is done, same as the others." "Oh, thanks." He tries not to squeak as he replies and mostly succeeds. By her smirk, he doesn't succeed as much as he hopes. Mid-morning in Hosu, 3 beat-up vans, 1 brown, 1 gray and 1 in unevenly faded red, pull up to various spots near the center of Hosu. A moment later, the drivers hop out and walk to the back to open the rear doors. One driver makes the mistake of flinging the doors wide open and is promptly the first victim of the black creature that emerges from the dim interior. Another unlocks the doors and scurries back to the driver's seat to wait. It takes several minutes before a whitish creature shoves at the doors and wanders out to create mass havoc. The third driver cracks open the doors, then dives flat as an arm punches out where his chest was just an instant before, and rolls under the van while a greenish-white creature bursts out. Within the space of a few minutes, Hosu comes under large-scale attacks in multiple sectors. Hitoshi lays face down on the mat, completely exhausted. "I'm dead. Just bury me now." The Twilight hero he's interning with laughs. "Should I buy some higanbana, then?" "Bury me with lilacs. I want to haunt people." Another laugh. "Alright, go take a shower and then we'll get you started on paperwork." "Thank Kami." He mutters and shoves at the mat. Hitoshi groans when all he manages to do is roll over weakly. He appreciates the training, but DMN. "Oh, that's not good." Soundbite says, drawing Izuku's attention from the case file he's been studying. It's a long closed case, but he doesn't have anything but the basic initial investigation to work with to try and solve it. "Something wrong?" She gives him a funny look. "Do you have hero line on buzz instead of chime?" "Yeah." "Well, set it to chime for HPSC alerts. Hosu's under attack and no trains are running." He fumbles for his phone to change that, and says worriedly, "One of my classmates is in Hosu." "That's tough luck, kid. If you've got his number, you can try sending him a text and see if he's okay." Izuku nods, reading the ongoing HPSC alert. Hosu under attack. All Hosu heroes alerted. Initial estimate of villains is that they are monsters that may be related to the USJ attack. Elimination by any means authorized. Rescue heroes stand by until situation stabilizes. Trains to and from Hosu currently not running. Prepare to find alternative commutes. Hosu under T. Nomu. He says in a sick tone. They're being attacked by Nomu. People are going to die. Hate to break it to you, Novell, but that's pretty common in attacks large enough to warrant an HPSC alert. And before you ask, no, we will not be going unless the HPSC specifically calls us in. Not only is it outside our jurisdiction, it's outside our agency skill set. We're of more use calming people down. He winces, but nods again. Don't worry too much though. There's extra heroes in Hosu currently, due to the hero killer, so they should be able to deal with the attack soon enough. Really? But that does make sense. Really? In this business, you have to trust your colleagues to take care of situations. You can't be everywhere and you can't do everything, and you'd die of exhaustion if you tried. Then you wouldn't be of use to anyone. You gotta pick your battles. I can't just do nothing though. I don't want to be like those heroes who just stood around while the slime villains suffocated Kaken. Soundbite's eyes narrow on him for a moment. You were involved in that? Yeah, I was the kid who threw a backpack. He flushes and looks down at his phone, expecting to be scolded for that again. Good job. You saved his life. Even though All Might jumped in after that, a few seconds can be the difference between life and death when someone is drowning. He looks up, wide-eyed, but she continues. And that's a good example of picking your battles. Sometimes you have to jump into a situation with just what you have and your creativity, because no one else can or will. But if that's not the case, sometimes it's better to let those with more appropriate skills do the job instead, back them up if needed, and in general stay out of their way so they can do their jobs. Oh. All Might had told him that his feet moving without his consent was what made him hero material, but no one had ever praised him for jumping in that time. Even Kaken had thought he did it to make him owe him something. Which wasn't true at all. Thank you. The first Kaizome hears of Hosu is at the train station, bag with a collector's item firmly in hand, as he's waiting to buy a ticket. Apparently trains aren't running to Hosu due to a villain attack. Good thing he's not headed to Hosu today. It's only later, in an entirely different city, that he sees the news and realizes that All for One has made a power play in his hunting territory. Whether that's an attempt to PSS him off, an attempt to link their names together in the news, or an attempt to take over his hunting ground, he doesn't know. But in any case, he considers it a failed attempt. The only thing that it's accomplished is property damage and civilian deaths. Sure, there's a few heroes with serious injuries, but none of them are among the worst of the fakes, so nothing good has come of it. He should have killed the man when he had the chance. Convictions like that are worthless. Mike comes in a little early, with a grave look on his face which lightens into a smile when he sees them looking at him in concern. Hey there. It's good to hear Hosu got those villains under control, isn't it? Novell, I need to talk to you in private. It was good news, of course, but it had taken over 2 hours for the heroes to put down or scare off the Nomu, and they'd had to send aerial heroes after the flying one that had escaped with a civilian in its claws. The death toll is surprisingly low, however rescue efforts have barely begun and the number of reported casualties is guaranteed to climb in successive hours. Izuku swallows hard and follows the man to his office. Hey little man, don't look like that. You're not in trouble. What I need to talk to you about is important, but it's not life and death serious. He nods and sinks into a chair facing Mick's desk. I know I wasn't going to have you go on a live radio hour, but your Quirk brought up that possibility and we should talk about that. Do you think you'd be comfortable with that? I won't lie, it's a good opportunity for you to get your name out. You did well at the sports festival, but your fight with Shinso wasn't very flashy. And that is very true. What would it entail? Well, I'd introduce you and ask you a couple questions, then open it up to listeners to ask us both questions. If a question makes you uncomfortable, you can just decline to answer it or say you don't have an answer. They might ask you questions about your views and you should be careful answering those. They might also ask you about Hosu, but you can refer them to watching the news or asking me about it, since that's not really information you should know a lot about. They might also ask you personal questions. I suggest not giving out very many details about your family and where you live. That kind of thing can put you at risk. What if they ask about UA? Stick to generally known information and decline questions that get too specific or invasive. I'll do it. That's all right, isn't it? Sure is. You can go get ready for patrol and I'll let the station manager know you'll be a guest on the show tomorrow. About Hosu Dash. Mick's expression turns serious. It sees I know. And I want to go and help too. But we'll be doing more good reassuring people with smiles on patrol and not freaking out on tomorrow's broadcast. Public panic is a real danger to everyone. Every person we reassure is going to be that much less scared and worried, and it'll make a visible difference. Stabilizing a situation like this is way more involved than just those heroes and emergency workers on the ground. Any social media can be a breeding ground for fears, rumors, and unrest. Any hero with media presence who isn't actively helping with the rescue is going to play their part in keeping that to a minimum and promoting hope and community spirit. With a quirk like yours, you have a unique opportunity to fill an influencer role like I do. As heroes, our words carry weight, and if we use them right, we can save more people with words than we could with our own two hands. Even All Might does this. He says, I am here, right? And people trust him. So it stops panic in its tracks and gives the heroes on scene a boost of confidence because they know that with All Might there, they will win. Pretty powerful, yeah? Yeah. He says, feeling a little dazed at the realization. Of course he's always wanted to be a hero like All Might and save people with a smile. I am here, and anyone can be a hero, have made such an impact in his life, and yet, he's never considered the impact that words carry. This time he goes as Mike shoos him out of his office. It feels like half his worldview has been stood on end. Patrol feels different this time. There's an air of tenseness that seems to pervade, and Mike stops often to reassure individuals or anxious groups that rescue efforts are working to capacity, referring them to ways that they can help from a distance. He knows Mike isn't feeling the genuine smile he gives everyone, but Mike mixes it with serious looks, so people know he's taking their concerns with the gravity they deserve. It works really well. As for him, he plasters on an All Might smile, his mentor's words about smiling in the face of fear echoing in his head. One girl asks him angrily if he even cares about Hosu. Izuku allows his smile to fade a bit. Of course I do. It's scary. I have a classmate there and I still haven't heard back from him. But panicking or crying would just make everyone worry more, wouldn't it? Right now all I can do is trust the heroes in Hosu to know how to do their jobs. There's extra heroes in Hosu right now to begin with, and rescue heroes have been called in as well. If it helps, I've heard that not a lot of buildings came down even though a lot of them were damaged, so there shouldn't be a lot of people to dig out. She calms down a little, no longer looking like she wants to slap the sheet out of him. What about the hero killer? That's why there's so many heroes there to begin with. They will catch him and he won't be on the streets killing or injuring good heroes like Ingenium. Impulsively she hugs him with a dry sob caught in her throat. Thank you. He watches in confusion as she runs off with a smile. What just happened? Welcome listeners to Put Your Hands Up Radio. This is Present Mike. Can I get a yeah? Today I've got my intern, Novell, with me again. Call in with your questions, concerns, and song requests. Oh, there's a caller online. Go ahead, listener. I've got a couple questions for Novell. Are you that green kid who's been trailing Present Mike around? Somehow it's easier to answer questions if he can't see the speaker. I am. How is it interning with Present Mike? Oh, I'm really enjoying it. I've been learning a lot, and most of it is stuff that I've never even thought about. It's a good experience. Mike beams at him. That's good to hear. We've got another caller online. Go ahead, listener. Yeah, so this question is for Dash. Izuku's phone chimes at the same time Mix does. Only HPSC alerts are set to chime on Izuku's phone. They exchange a look and pull out their phones to check. What was that noise? The caller breaks off to ask. That's a good question, listener. Give me a few seconds to read this alert. All right, I'm going to have to interrupt you with an announcement. Well, two announcements. First, rescue efforts in Hosu are expected to be complete by 6 o'clock tonight. Good news, yeah? And second, Endeavor has captured Stain, the hero killer, and taken him into custody. This is news we've been waiting for a while now, haven't we, listeners? Give me a yeah. And before you all start calling in to ask, that's all the information I have right now, so don't waste your time. Now what was your question, listener? Oh wow. So this question is for you, Vic. What's Novell like as an intern? The kid's smart as a whip and so is his quirk. He picks things up crazy fast. He's a great kid and his learning curve is insane. What's your question, caller number 3? I want to know, actually no. What did you mean by his quirk is smart? You want to take this one, Novell? My guess. Izuku blinks, then nods. Oh so, my quirk is actually sentient. His name is Fine-san. I'm pretty sure it's a lot smarter than me, because he plays chess against Nedzu and sometimes wins. Hello, listeners. He laughs in surprise. Fine-san says, hello, listeners. Pretty cool, yeah? Go ahead, caller number 4. This is for Novell. What kind of quirk is Fine-san that he can play chess? Are you that bird kid with the shadow quirk from the festival? That's Tsukuyami and Dark Shadow. You're right that Dark Shadow is sentient. Fine-san and Dark Shadow like to talk to each other. Fine-san is an information quirk. He plays games online and has easy access to anything easily available on the internet. He knows more memes than my entire class combined. And there you have it, listeners. What's your question, caller number 5? This is also for Novell. In your opinion, are the League of Villains and Stain working together, given that they both attacked in Hosu? Izuku frowns. In my opinion, absolutely not. Can you expand on that? Well, for one, Stain didn't attack during the chaos yesterday, which indicates that they're not working together. For two, and I think this is a more convincing reason, their philosophies don't match. From what little I've heard, Stain wants to cleanse society of corrupt heroes. He wants a better society, even if he went about it completely the wrong way. And as someone who was at the USJ attack, I can tell you that what the League of Villains want is to take down all might and society as a whole, in that order. They just want power. Those philosophies are pretty much directly opposite to each other, so no, I don't think Stain would work with the League of Villains, even if it was convenient. Mike gives him an impressed look. I have to agree with that analysis. See what I mean about Novell being smart? Go ahead, caller number 6. This is for you, Present Mike. Your website says you're fundraising for Hosu. What does that mean? That's a good question, listener. Proceeds will go to help small business owners whose businesses got damaged and victims who got hospitalized or lost family members, because they're the ones who struggle most in disasters like this. What about people whose houses or apartments got damaged? Can I donate to help them? HM. You know what? Yeah. Those people need help too. Just specify what you want your donation to go towards on the donation form. That's already an option on the form, so you should be able to find it, no problem. Thanks for asking. Okay, caller number 7, what's your question? This is for Novell. What do you think of the guy who won the festival? Hypnos? He's a nice guy and he's got a really cool quirk. It's got so many applications. Getting villains to surrender, calming victims in an attack or disaster, and even putting people to sleep. All with just his voice. That's pretty awesome if you ask me. So you don't think he cheated when he won your fight? Not at all. What he was doing was totally within the rules and spirit of the sports festival. Thank you for that clarification, listener. What's your question, caller number 8? So you're not mad that a kid with a villainous quirk beat you and got into the hero course? Izuku chokes, because he recognizes that voice. What is Hypnos doing calling in to ask him that? Does Shinso think he's secretly mad at him? Mike looks surprised too. No? Because, I cannot stress this enough, there is no such thing as a villain's quirk, only villainous people. I'm glad Hypnos got into my class, because he's going to be a great hero. That's a powerful statement, Novell. Go ahead, caller number 9. Novell? It's obviously a little kid this time. Yes. So, can a kid with a villain's quirk become a hero? Absolutely. It's not the quirk who becomes the hero, it's the person. All that matters is how you choose to use your quirk. What if I don't have a quirk? Can a quirkless be a hero? Yes. I'll tell you a secret. I was quirkless up until a year ago and I was still going to be a hero. And my homeroom teacher is an underground hero who fights mostly quirkless. I won't lie. If you want to be a quirkless hero, you're going to have to work harder, have more skills than other heroes and rely on support equipment. But you can do it. What really makes a hero is being willing to save people when others won't. You don't need a quirk to do that. What's an underground hero? Underground heroes work on cases that don't show up in the news. You don't see them on the news like spotlight heroes. A lot of them work at night. Or in bad neighborhoods that spotlight heroes don't really have time to patrol. Instead of fighting flashy villains that you see on the news, they fight the really sneaky and mean villains. They save a lot of people. My teacher saved my whole class at the USJ attack by going to fight all the villains himself, even though that's way more people than he normally fights. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. What's your teacher's name? His hero name is Eraserhead. Razorhead. Thank Dash. What are you doing on the phone? A female voice interrupts in the background. Give that here. Hello, whoever this is. Sorry about my son. He's a null, so he's kind of retted, so I hope he hasn't bothered you too much. He hasn't bothered me at all. Izuku says coolly, trying to hide his anger. They can all hear the kid crying in the background now. Well, that's good to hear. I'll let you get back to what you were doing before he bothered you. Goodbye. She says and hangs up. There's silence for a long moment. Then Mike clears his throat. What's up, listener number 10? Ignoring that pile of bullcrap, which I hope you're doing something about? Never fear, we're doing what we can, listener. Izuku gives him a questioning look and Mike mouths, I'll tell you later. Do you think your quirk affects your intelligence and learning curve, Novell? No, I don't. Fine-san says he doesn't. And medically, it's strictly an emitter quirk, so he's right. The caller makes an annoyed sound. Why do you keep going back and forth between E and it? Isn't that really rude? Oh, actually that's because Fine-san uses he/it pronouns. Oh, carry on then, I guess. Thank you, listener. Caller number 11, you're on the air. Yeah. Can you play When I'm a Chicken by Smorgasbord, please? It's my favorite song when I'm hungry. Sure can, listener. The music starts up and Mike turns off the mics for a moment. You okay, Novell? Yeah, no, not really. That poor kid. Well, the good news is that the station automatically gets a record of every number that calls, just in case of something like this or in case someone admits to something criminal on air. The kid's living situation will be investigated. In any case, I'll start asking people to request music for a while and give you a break. Stuff like that is really tough to deal with because there's so much we can't do to help. Why yeah. A station worker leans into the booth and hands Izuku a sports drink. He looks at it blankly. Drink it. It'll help you keep from going into shock. Sorry, I have to turn the mics back on now. Izuku obediently pops the lid open and nods before taking a drink. He does feel shaky. All right, listeners. Did you enjoy that song? Yeah. Let's have some song requests before we come back to the question and answer portion of the show, yeah? All right, listener number 12, what song can I play for you? What Is This Hope? By Shacomondo. Ooh, that's a good one. We haven't played that one in a while, have we? Here we go. Izuku relaxes back into his seat, sipping at his drink as the music starts playing. It's a nice song. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 782 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 10. EXP 9,526 12,000. 39. VIT. 37. Dex. 16. Int. 53. WIS. 55. HP. 222 222. MP. 00 locked. STA. 7676. First day back to classes, Izuku walks into the classroom and is greeted by a sheet-eating grin from Shinso. So, Novell, I heard you didn't go with Night Eye after all. No, I did. Things didn't work out, so I came back and Yamada-sensei offered to take me instead. Why did you call into the show? I have no idea what you're talking about. Shinso tells him, still grinning. Why didn't it work out? Izuku rolls his eyes. I know what your voice sounds like, Hypnos. And Sir Night Eye offered the internship on false pretenses, Fine-san objected and so did I, so we left. DMN. Shinso's smile fades. You okay? Yeah, I really am. It hurt, but it worked out. I was able to help someone on my way home and I learned a lot with Mike, probably more than I'd have learned from Night Eye if he'd meant his offer. Well, I'm glad. You don't deserve that sheet. He has to fight to not tear up in gratitude. Thanks. Why did you call in though? Shinso shrugs. You're predictable and I wanted people to know that people like me can be heroes too. It was more for me than for you, but I figured I owed you after you let me win. That is so confusing. He says, not following the logic very well. Shinso shrugs again. Letting someone win isn't very sportsmanlike. They both twitch and look at Ida, who wow, he looks sulky. You're one to talk. You wouldn't have won your fight with Hatsum if she hadn't let you win. Shinso points out with a bit of edge to his tone. She tricked me. Tricking your opponent is actually a valid strategy, Ida. Izuku points out, though he can see why Ida resents being made to look like a fool. Ida looks angry for a second, then draws himself up. You're right. I hadn't thought about that. But letting someone win is still unsportsmanlike. Izuku shrugs. Not really. I wouldn't have broken out if Fine-sen wasn't sentient, and Shinso's enough taller than me that he could have just picked me up and tossed me out of the ring. Shinso snorts at that. And yeah, he's probably enough stronger than Shinso that he could have won, but it's not like he's lying. Ida adjusts his glasses. I see. That does make sense. Though I'd argue that Fine-san is your quirk and thus a valid part of your strategy. I mean, he's not wrong. Shinso acknowledges. But I don't think I'd have gotten into this class if I hadn't won the tournament, so I'm grateful. The blue-haired boy looks back and forth between them. I still don't think it's sportsmanlike, but I acknowledge that in this case, it may have been the better outcome. I should have said it before, but welcome to our class, Shinso. I'm sure you'll do well here. Thanks, Ida. Shinso says, looking faintly surprised. Izuku remembers that Ida hasn't replied to his worried text and says, I'm really glad that you're okay, Ida. You were in Hosu for all that. Ida looks surprised. Oh. Yes, for the Nomu attack. I didn't participate in the fighting though. He pauses with an odd expression. Then I got sent home for disobeying orders, so I wasn't around for Stain's arrest. Which I regret, but I'm glad he was caught. He crippled my brother. He stares at Ida in shock. Ida disobeyed orders? That's even weirder than finding out Night Eye had offered him an internship under false pretenses. Ashido bounces into the room before he can think of a reply. Hey Mido. How did you score an internship with? One of the teachers? You were so cool on Friday. Like, there's no such thing as a villainous quirk, and a quirk doesn't make you a hero, you do. She says in imitations of his voice. Have you seen the buzz about it on Skeeter? And thanks. She gives him a double thumbs up. You made me think. Of course I'm going to be against mutant discrimination, duh, but I never thought about how people with villainous quirks or no quirks are treated. So I'm going to be against discrimination for them too. That's awesome, Ashido. He says sincerely. Words really do make a difference, don't they? Aizawa-sensei looks exhausted when he starts class. Izuku is briefly disappointed that Eri isn't with him, but it makes sense that he'd have someone else watch her during classes. Then Sensei looks at him directly and sighs. Problem child. You want to tell me why my name ended up all over the internet? He shrinks in his seat. Oops. Sensei sighs again. I'm not mad, but don't do it again. DMN, Deku. You're a screw-up like usual, aren't you? Kaken comments. Izuku flinches and sinks further into his seat. Bakugu, don't make unnecessary comments and don't put people down for no reason. Aizawa-sensei reprimands. Kaken looks surprised and grumpy but says, Yes, sensei. He wonders who is more startled, him or Kaken. It's been years since a teacher has reprimanded Kaken on his behalf. Novell. Izuku turns at the tiny voice in time to catch Eri as she barrels into him. Hi, Eri. Somewhere in the distance, a third year is looking around frantically and calling, Eri? Eri? Where are you? He lifts her up as she chatters about missing him and how Zosen made her bunny apples every day and how Orange had let her pet him this morning and how Blue got up and laid in the middle of the table until Zosen told him to get down and then he acted like Zosen yelled at him, 'cause he knew he was being naughty and how Green slept with her every night and kept the bad dreams away. Who's this? Ashido asks in a delighted tone. Izuku turns and finds his entire class and All Might staring at them curiously. Eri shrinks back against him, then squeaks in fear and her horn starts glowing. Before Izuku can figure out what to do, All Might snatches Eri away from him and sets her down several meters away, before backing off. She's obviously terrified and crying now. And All Might is holding his side and looking very surprised, but that's a concern for later. He wonders if she's just overwhelmed by the amount of people, but she didn't react like this in the train, so that's probably not it. Fine-san, do you know why she's upset? I think so. A second later, 2 light blue panes pop up in front of Eri with pictures on them, startling her into stumbling back and landing on her bottom. At least her horn stops glowing, so Izuku takes it as his cue to approach and get a look at the panes. One pane has a man in a plague mask and the words Bad Bird under it, while the other has a picture of Tokoyami and Dark Shadow that says Good Bird underneath. Oh no. Izuku points at the first pane. Is that the man who hurt you? Eri nods tearily. He points at the second one. This guy is a friend of mine, named Tokoyami. I promise he's a good guy and will never hurt you, okay? See how much different he looks from the guy in the mask? That's just how his head looks. She looks back and forth between the panes, then over at the class, presumably at Tokoyami, who has Dark Shadow peering over his shoulder curiously. He won't hurt me? I promise he won't. After a moment, she nods shakily and stands up. Can I meet him? Sure. He raises his voice. Tokoyami? Can you and Dark Shadow come over here? Slowly? Eri wants to meet you. The other boy nods and makes his way over unhurriedly, before crouching down to be at Eri's height. Greetings, Eri. I apologize if the darkness within shone forth and frightened you. She giggles. You're funny. Hi, Eri. I'm Dark Shadow. Her eyes widen. You talk. Yeah, I like to talk. And I like apples. Eri gasps in delight. I love apples. Zoe-san makes me apple bunnies every day. But I'm jealous. Fumi, how come you don't make me apple bunnies? I lack the opportunity to carve light out of the darkness. Tokoyami says blankly. You always hoard the apples before I can get to them. She giggles at him again. Izuku glances up and narrows his eyes in suspicion. Weren't his class like 10 feet further away last he looked? Hey, Eri. I think the rest of my class wants to meet you. Is that okay? Eri follows his gaze and points. Those people? Yeah. Aizawa-sensei teaches all of us. Oh. She looks excited for a moment, then cautious. They won't hurt me? They won't. They're all training to be heroes like me. She points at Kaken. He looks mean, though. Kaken must read her lips because he shouts back, Oi, brat. I'm not mean. I'm the nicest person. Half the class breaks into laughter at that. Izuku grins and whispers, That's Kaken. He's kinda mean but he won't hurt you. Well, he might say bad words, though. Oh. She gnaws on her lip in obvious thought. Perhaps calling them over 1 or 2 at a time would be less overwhelming for her. Tokoyami suggests. He nods and calls out, Kaken and Ashido, could you come over? Ashido squeals in joy before bouncing over and Kaken stalks over looking smug. Hey, brat. Hi, Eri. I'm Mina. You're so cute. Eri blinks at them, still shooting Kaken cautious looks. You're pink. I am. That's my hero name, Pinky. How do you know Mido? Mido? Eri looks confused. She means me. Izuku clarifies. Eri brightens. He saved me. And now I live with Zoa-sen and the kitties. He lets them chat a bit before calling Momo and Kaminari over. Kaminari immediately introduces himself, because like Ishido he doesn't have very much impulse control, while Momo asks Izuku quietly, "What does Eri like?" Izuku shrugs helplessly. "Apple bunnies?" She nods and concentrates for a moment before producing a green and white apple bunny plushie and kneeling to offer it to Eri. "Here, Eri, this is for you." Eri stares at the toy with stars in her eyes for a moment before hesitantly taking the toy and hugging it close and looking up at Momo. "Thank you." Momo smiles at her. "You're welcome. My name is Momo. It's nice to meet you, Eri." All Might surprisingly doesn't intervene until all the class has been introduced, even though it takes half the class PRD. After that, though, he scolds them lightly and sets them to do the lesson, letting Izuku stand on the sidelines holding Eri instead of participating. Aizawa-sensei wanders out looking like he'd rather be dead near the end of class, but his expression softens when Eri starts talking to him, and once class ends, he takes her from Izuku so he can go to his next class. She pouts at that, but lets him go, and when Izuku glances back, she's busy chattering at Aizawa-sensei as he carries her off towards his apartment. "Midoriya," Aizawa-sensei says and motions him to come up. "Yes, sensei?" Aizawa-sensei hands him a sheet of paper. "This has what you need to know from this class PRD." He hands him a hall pass. "I'll have one of these ready for you on Tuesdays, along with a paper like this one if the PRD isn't study hall." "Got it. Thanks, sensei." "Good. You'd best go. Nedzu doesn't like to be kept waiting." "Yes, sensei." The door to Nedzu's office opens again before he can knock. Cautiously, he goes in and takes a seat in the chair from last time. "Hello, Midoriya. How are you doing?" "Pretty good. Internship was really good and I'm glad to see Eri's doing well." Speaking of Eri, we finally learned what her quirk is. Apparently, she rewinds biological matter. Wait, so when All Might dash? Yes, indeed. He has lost a few years. In fact, Eri seems to have rewound him to specifically partway through his fight with All for One, so he no longer has his worst injuries. And since you were holding her when her quirk began to activate, it's quite likely that you've lost some days or weeks or even months as well. I would like you to see Recovery Girl to see if that will be a problem for your activation of One for All in any manner. Really? He doesn't? That's Dash, he tears up. I'm so glad. And I'll see Recovery Girl today. I'm just so happy. Does Eri know? Not as of yet. I'm sure it will come up in the course of her quirk control lessons, if she is reluctant to use her quirk, which I believe she may be. Oh. He wipes his eyes and wipes his hands on his pants. I think so too. If All Might doesn't have his worst injuries, does that mean he has others? He did, but nothing Recovery Girl couldn't handle. Nedzu says reassuringly. Good. That's good. I kind of feel like I should give One for All back now. He admits. Oh no. Please do not harbor thoughts of doing so. You are an excellent successor and it is your quirk now. Izuku smiles because that makes him feel better. Well, I can't actually give it back anyways because Fine-san absorbed it when I got it. It can't be passed on anymore. Nedzu looks surprised. How interesting. Perhaps that is for the best, though, given how strong it has gotten. It would have been bad if the next successor had simply exploded upon getting the quirk. He giggles at that, because that's a funny image, even if it would have been a quite serious concern. Aizawa informs me that your quirk is willing to give teacher-given quests to improve your stats. Oh. Yes. The Chimera claps his hands together. In that case, we should work with that. And work to improve your stats in general. I admit, I am quite curious to see what dungeons entail. Do you think you could handle more studying than you are currently obligated to do? Izuku blinks. Maybe? If there isn't a lot of homework to go with it. I don't think I can handle much more homework. Excellent. That is a clever workaround. I shall assign you studying, then, at the end of our meetings and have a test for you to prove your progress during the next meeting. For now, let us play chess. I have a couple new moves I would like you to learn. Teacher-issued quest. Learn 2 new moves in chess and how to apply them. That got a teacher-issued quest. He informs Nedzu dutifully. Oh, excellent. I shall remember that. Now, shall we play? Yes, sensei. Nedzu gives him a sharp, pleased look at that, which he doesn't quite understand. In math class, they have a test. Ectoplasm sensei waits until the tests are handed out, then says, Midoriya, I expect you to get an A on this test. You may all start now. You have 30 minutes. Izuku's eyes widen in trepidation. Why does Ectoplasm sensei suddenly have expectations of him? Teacher issued quest, get an A or higher on the test. Nedzu sensei must have told the teachers about the quests, so they're helping him out. Sure enough, in art history, Midnight sensei assigns essays but lets the class pick their topics. Then she turns to him. Midoriya, I expect exactly 8 pages from you on the topic of rave art in the early Quirk era and how it impacted society, with at least 6 trustworthy references. Yes, Midnight Sense. Do the title page and reference page count towards the page number or? Teacher issued quest, an exactly 8-page essay with a minimum of 6 trustworthy references on the topic of rave art and how it impacted society in the early Quirk era. They don't count. She clarifies easily and shoots him a smug grin. He refrains from groaning and just drops his head into his hands to mutter under his breath. In heroics, All Might tosses a pair of bean bags at him with a grin. Juggle these when you're not participating in the exercise. Teacher issued quest, juggle 2 items when not otherwise occupied in class. Right. That. He ignores the curious and puzzled looks from his classmates. They'll ask eventually. That doesn't mean he needs to volunteer the information ahead of time. Most likely, Kaken will snap and be the first to demand answers. In Japanese class, Snipe Sensei tosses a packet that lands squarely on Izuku's desk. Taking the papers out of the envelope, he sees that they are labeled quests, with dates and subjects after each one. His eyes widen as he realizes that he's basically been given a cheat sheet to what subject they'll have in each class in Japanese for the rest of the semester. Or are these extras just for him? He looks up at Snipe Sensei questioningly and gets a wink in return, which isn't really an answer. Teacher issued quest. Learn about the origins of the 4 writing systems and what each is typically used for. Today we're going to be talking about the 4 writing systems, their origins and uses. Pay attention now, there'll be a test on this. Turn to page 14 of your textbook. Hagakure, if you would read the first paragraph. Cheat sheet. Mommy, can I have more apple bunnies? Shoyuta blinks at his new ward as she leans up on tippy-toe in an effort to see the top of the counter. He's glad she feels comfortable enough to refer to him as a parent, but what the hell? But why mommy? 'Cause mommies tuck kids into bed. Why not dad? 'Cause daddies read kids stories before bed, and you don't do that. So if I get you stories and read them to you before bed, you'll call me dad instead? She drops down to a normal standing position, one index finger resting on her lip as she thinks. Yeah. You can be both mommy and daddy. He resists the urge to facepalm hard, because the last time he facepalmed, Eri freaked out that he was hurting himself. How about just dad? Yes. But I'm going to call you mommy until you start reading stories to me. Great. He deadpants. Not that he can really get annoyed by it. Eri's just too cute. Recovery girl finishes looking him over. Well, I think you may have lost a week or 2 at most. That idiot at least has good reflexes. He sweat drops at how she refers to All Might, but feels relief. It would be a pain if he had to rebuild muscle after putting so much work into it, and he really doesn't need one more thing for Kaken to mock him over. Thanks, recovery girl. You're welcome. She taps her cane on the floor warningly. Now shoo. Izuku obediently shoos. Midoriya, a word. Aizawa says before class begins. Izuku changes direction and approaches. Yes, sensei? I'm taking Eri shopping for storybooks after classes today. Do you want to come? A little shocked by the offer, he is nonetheless thrilled. His face lights up. Sure. I'll just text my mom and let her know I won't be home on time. Aizawa sensei grunts in affirmation and he takes that as his cue to get to his seat before the bell rings. I expect each of you to choose one of the laws we're studying and be prepared to explain why it was put in place and what good it accomplishes. Or, if you don't think it does any good, explain why you think it should be removed. Aizawa-sensei says in Hero Law and Regulations, Year, Midoriya, choose 5 laws, same assignment. Teacher issued quest. Choose 5 laws from the study material and be prepared to explain why they were put in place, and what good they do or why they should be removed. A murmur goes through the class and Kaken pops off little explosions until Aizawa-sensei gets fed up and glares at everyone with his quirk active. Midoriya, come here a minute. Mike calls before even starting class. He hands Izuku a worksheet. Here's your quest. Be sure to have it ready by next class PRD, yeah? Okay, he says, taking it and scanning it. After a moment, he realizes that it's a list of reflexive pronouns and he's supposed to give examples of proper and improper usage. Teacher issued quest. Learn how reflexive pronouns are used and give proper and improper examples of usage. He pauses at that because he does more or less know what they're used for. Maybe Fine-san means what each is specifically used for? That would make more sense. The bell rings and he hurries to his desk. He'll think about this later. Modern Lit passes peacefully, to the point where Izuku thinks that maybe Ishiyama-sensei doesn't approve of the quest giving and has abstained. But when class is over, he calls out, Midoriya? When he comes up, Ishiyama-sensei gives him a small smile. Just consider your daily assignments to be quests. I understand that the quests help you with your quirk. Yeah, they do. Thank you, sensei. Well then, I'm glad I can help. See you later, Midoriya. Teacher issued quest. Read chapter 6 and be prepared for a quiz on Friday. As soon as Cementos leaves the room, Kaken bursts out, What the F dash? Why are you suddenly all the teacher's favorite? Izuku waves his hands in a warding off movement. It's not like that, Kaken. It's not? I don't know about that. Midnight Sensei says suggestively, throwing him off because when did she come in? Kaken's eyes narrow on him. You're lying. I'm not. I swear. Then what is it like? Because you're the only one getting extra assignments. I'll tell you later. You'd better. He says before turning to face the front, still looking miffed. Midnight TSKS. Bakugu, if you want extra assignments, all you have to do is ask. I won't even make you beg. He scowls at her. Fine. Give me the same assignments as Deku. She gives him a serious look. We don't use slurs in this school. Kaken looks taken aback. Fine. Same as Midoriya, then. And wow, that sounds so wrong from Kaken's mouth. From the look on Kaken's face, he feels the same. Close enough. You'll have to ask the other teachers individually if you want the extra work for their classes, though. Yes, sensei. Kaken acknowledges, looking smug now. Only Kaken would have the guts to look smug at being given more work. The bell rings, starting class. Oh, Midnight Sensei. Hagakure. Can we do Midoriya's assignments for extra credit? You know what? Sure. I do like passionate students. Oh, but Midoriya and Bakugu, they won't count as extra credit for you. I'm just expecting more from you. Demon right. Kaken looks even smugger. Izuku just nods in acknowledgement. Getting help raising his stats is worth the trade-off. Today's assignment is reading chapter 10 in class and there will be a pop quiz at the end of class. Midoriya and Bakugu, your test will be twice as hard. If anyone else wants the harder test for extra credit, raise your hand. Teacher issued quest. Read chapter 10 and get A, B or higher on the pop quiz at the end of class. Well then, apparently Fine-san has opinions on what counts as a passing grade. Surprisingly, almost half of the class raises their hands, among them Hagakure, Momo, Ida, Kaminari and Todoroki. Okay, maybe not so surprising. Everyone who raises their hand is either already at the top of the class or seriously struggling to keep their grades up. In PE, Aizawa-sensei just tells him, Midoriya, an extra 10 laps. Pace yourself. Teacher issued quest, run 20 laps at a steady pace. The rest of you, 10 laps to warm up. Oh, so that's what the 20 was all about. Fine-san obviously found the information ahead of time, which makes sense, Because Aizawa-sensei is very organized. Not that you'd know it to look at him, but still. Problem child, why are you not running? Izuku jolts, startled. And yes, it looks like everyone else has taken off while he was busy thinking. Sorry, sensei. It's probably just his imagination that one corner of Aizawa-sensei's mouth quirks up at his response. Shopping with Eri is an experience. First, he follows Aizawa-sensei to a nondescript car that he recognizes as a high-quality brand, if a little spendy and boring. Aizawa-sensei motions him to sit in the back, where he finds Eri already strapped into a seatbelt, and gets into the passenger's side. Yamada-sensei is driving, and from their matching smiles, he's been entertaining Eri while they wait. Next, they get to a bookstore and Yamada-sensei starts pulling one of each book off the shelf and reading the title to Eri and letting her look at the cover. Then Eri nods, yes, or no, and the book either gets handed to Aizawa-sensei, who looks vastly resigned, or put back on the shelf. The Tale of the Lucky Cat, The Little Girl Who Could Visit Stars, and Little 1-Inch get approval. Peach Boy and Kintaro's Adventures get rejected. Yuko-chan and the Diruma Doll is accepted. The Last Unicorn, The Hornless Unicorn and the Pink Unicorn and Michi-chan are all grabbed excitedly. Izuku plucks Waka Okami wa Shugakusiai, a book about a little girl who goes to live with her grandmother after her parents die and then makes a ghost friend when she gets there, from Yamada-sensei's hand and puts it back. It's for ages 8 so… Ah, gotcha, listener. Tato-chan, the little girl at the window, is rejected. Hi, Butterfly. And It Might Be an Apple are accepted with enthusiasm. Gracie Meets a Ghost is reshelved. Blackie, The Crayon, Little Daruma and Little Tengu, and The Giant Egg are accepted with giggles. You Look Yummy is put back when Eri squeaks in fear at the title. The 14 Forest Mice and The Harvest Moon Watch is accepted because they look like Nedzu. A Friend and Night on the Milky Way Train are the last two Eri says yes to before Aizawa cuts off the shopping spree with a tired, that's enough. He takes half of his teacher's stack of books to be polite, while Yamada-sensei says, spoil sport, and gets Eri to say, boo, boo, while giggling. Then, while Aizawa-sensei is putting the books in the trunk, Yamada-sensei is trotting off with Eri to a clothing store a few doors down. When they catch up to the pair, Aizawa-sensei sighs and says, Hizashi, Namuri already bought her clothes. This is unnecessary. Yamada-sensei gives Aizawa-sensei a pitying look. And she bought things with lots of ruffles in dry clean-only fabrics, didn't she? Eri's clothes are pretty roughly, now that he considers it, and made of soft, shiny fabric that probably wouldn't launder well. It definitely makes more sense that Aizawa-sensei wasn't the one to buy them. Yes. Aizawa-sensei admits reluctantly. She's a kid show. She deserves to enjoy her clothes. Fine. Izuku smiles at Eri reassuringly, because she's looking back and forth between the senseis, looking worried. It's alright. They're not fighting, I promise. Aizawa-sensei just doesn't like shopping. Hey! Yamada-sensei laughs. He's got you there, Sho? Come on. You know Eri's sizes, right? Yes. Then we'll find her size and just hold things up so she can say yes or no, and we'll be done with this store in a jiffy. And then we'll go to the toy store. Hizashi, no. Hizashi, yes. Don't you want more toys, Eri? That's Che-dash. Can I? She asks shyly. Aizawa-sensei looks up at the sky, sighs, then looks down at her. Yes, that's fine. Midoriya, you may have to carry her if she gets tired, since I seem to be the designated baggage holder. That's fine, sensei. I can do that, no problem. Yeah. Yamada-sensei cheers quietly, fist pumping in victory. Eri copies him. By the time they're done clothes shopping, Eri is fading fast and Izuku is carrying her, letting her rest her head against his chest. It's a little awkward, but he's strong enough, so it's okay. Eri is just supremely uninterested in their selection of stuffies and complains. They don't have Zoa-san and Novelle and Uncle Zashi and Auntie Nem. Yamada-sensei lights up. Oh, I know. Let's look at the doll section. They should have a good selection for her age group and we can get clothes for them to change into so they look more like the real thing. They successfully find Midnight and Present Mike dolls along with a doll with shoulder-length black hair and a doll with messy green hair. They even, at the last second, find a Nezu doll. The clothing selection for spare clothes is kinda thin, though. Yamada-sensei looks pretty frustrated at that. Aizawa-sensei shrugs. Doll clothes will be a good challenge for Power Loader. Eri's done, let's go. Indeed, Eri has fallen asleep in his arms, so they take their fines to the register and pay. Izuku's pretty sure that Momo will enjoy making clothes for the dolls too, but he decides not to mention it. Aizawa-sensei looks like he's daydreaming about his sleeping bag, and even Izuku is tired enough that he doesn't want to deal with Yamada-sensei getting hyped up again. The man has entirely too much energy. Midoriya. Where the F were you yesterday? Kaken-sound said. He blinks. I went shopping with Eri and Aizawa-sensei. Why? You said you were going to explain. Looking around, he sees that no one is anywhere close to them in the hall, but still he leans closer and lowers his voice. Fine-san is actually a gamer-type quirk. So the teachers are giving me quests to help raise my stats. Kaken stares at him like he's lost his mind. Finally he shakes his head. What the F dash? Also, don't think getting stronger means you're anywhere near my level. Of course not, Kaken. But I might be someday. The blonde's eyes narrow in flat irritation. Bring it, loser. What's this? Is Kaken acknowledging him for once? He beams. Thanks, Kaken. Whatever. Kaken stomps off, muttering about cocky fuckers. The first thing Nezu asks is, how are the teacher-issued quests working out for you? It doesn't know. Fine-san usually informs him when they're done, but he has been rather busy lately. Show quests and stats. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nezu chess quest. Plus 223 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Nezu car quest. Plus 357 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 1 ICP. Ectoplasm math test quest. Plus 110 EXP. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Midnight art history quest. Plus 567 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. All Might juggle quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 ICP. Snipe writing systems quest. Plus 481 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Izawa 5 laws quest. Plus 640 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Mike reflexive pronouns quest. Plus 345 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Cementas chapter and quiz quest. Plus 348 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Midnight chapter and quiz quest. Plus 467 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 ICP. Aizawa 20 laps quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 ICP. Plus 3782 EXP. Plus 11 int. Plus 8 wis. Plus 2. Viv. Plus 11 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 11. EXP 1304 24,000. 39. 48. Dex 18. Int 64. Wis 63. HP 288 288. MP 00 locked. STA 8787. Izuku looks at his updated stats in surprise. Had the teacher given quests given him that much of a boost? Really? This is the biggest boost he's seen at one time so far. Though he supposes not really at one time, just being displayed at one time. Show Nezu stats. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Nezu, who looks very briefly surprised before perusing it. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't need long to come to conclusions. Interesting indeed. I see you've leveled up enough to unlock more display functions. Did all of the quests give you intelligence points, or did some of them give multiple points? He looks back at the quest log list. 3 of them gave 2 points each. The art history essay, the research you gave me on cars, and the Japanese essay on writing systems. Would you say you had to do more research on those? Yeah. It's been taking up most of my free time, outside of what I normally spend on homework. He admits. Researching Snipe's essay had taken up hours on both Tuesday and Wednesday with research and writing, while he'd spent extra hours on research for Midnight's essay on Thursday, Friday and Saturday, only getting to the writing of it on Saturday and Sunday, and spent Monday evening frantically researching and summarizing for Ned's assignment. Well, this is excellent and tells me that continuing teacher-issued quests should work very well for you. I have a couple more moves for you to learn today. Tell me, which car of the ones you researched would you buy if you were in the market for a car? Teacher-issued quest. Learn 2 new chess moves and how to apply them. That depends on if I'm buying to share with my mom or dash. Hey Izuku kid, can you tell Toshi for me that I'm proud of him? I'm glad he's in better health now too. Nan asks. Sure. He looks up at Yagi, who he's having lunch with. Nana says she's glad you're in better health and she's proud of you. Yagi beams at him. Thanks, my boy. I wish I could speak to her myself, but please tell her for me that I miss her and hearing that means a lot to me. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Yagi, startling them both. Do you prefer texting or speech to text? Texting? Very well. A holographic keyboard pops into existence below the text pane. What's this? Holy sheet. Where'd that come from? Banjo demands in his head. What is it? Hikage asks curiously. A keyboard and screen. Duh. Either the second or third says gruffly. I can't see through your head. Hikage retorts. Is this for me, kid? Nana asks hesitantly. Probably. He says, then aloud says, well, you did say you wanted to talk to Nana directly. Oh. Yagi gets a look of realization, then beams, lifting his hands to the keyboard. Thank you, fine-san. You are welcome. Toshi, Nana. Thank you. You don't know how much hearing you're proud of me means. I've missed you. Nana, I've missed you too, you big goof. And I really am proud of you. You've accomplished so much more than I ever dreamed you could. Yagi starts crying happy tears and Izuku decides that his time is better used to concentrate on eating rather than decoding a backwards private conversation. Particularly since All Might seems to be getting into the groove of typing fast. And he thinks to himself, if I'm really curious, I'm sure Fine-san can provide me with a transcript of their conversation. Not that he intends to ask, of course. That's just rude when he can ask the persons involved directly if there's anything he should know from the conversation. Bunch of crybabies. Second or third? He really should get around to asking their names so he can identify which is which, complains. I'll lay off. Being emotional has no reflection on their ability to fight. Banjo retorts. I get it from my mom. Izuku offers mildly, more amused than offended. You wouldn't be insulting my mom, would you? The surprised sputtering he gets in reply makes adding to the conversation so worth it. That one always shut Kaken up too. He's got you there. And crows. Insulting a man's mother is low, even for you. I wasn't, oh, shut up. Izuku giggles. You remind me of an older Kaken. I'm just going to imagine you like that from now on. There's a startled silence, then Uncle Yoichi laughs. You're not wrong. That's exactly what he looks like. Wait, really? Really, kid? And says, they definitely look related. Wow. Izuku doesn't know what to say to that. It's kind of mind-blowing, really. Are they related? Hell if I know. I died, I did have a couple distant cousins still alive when I died, I think. But it could just be a coincidence. Don't you dare call me older Kaken. That's a stupid name anyways, and I'm surprised he doesn't beat the sheet out of you for using it. You can call me second. Older Kaken second replies. He shrugs. He calls me Deku, so it's not like he has a leg to stand on when it comes to name calling. Besides, he wouldn't know who I was talking to if I used his actual name. Maybe you do have a little grit to you. Second says in surprise. That's not grit. That's being a little sheet. Someone, who has to be third, says sarcastically. Didn't think he had it in him, though. This is followed by several different ghosts making sounds of surprise. Is everything okay? Izuku asks in concern. Uncle Yoichi giggles. Oh, everything's fine. Your fine sen just threatened to make them miserable if they don't get their heads out of their buttes and give you an honest chance. Huh. He thinks about that, then nods. He would too. Oh, they're aware. They're just sulking now. Don't worry, they'll come around. Yoichi reassures him. Izuku decides to take that at face value. Alright. I mean, it doesn't really matter if they like me or not. They're adults and can make their own decisions, even if those decisions make me sad. This gets groans from, he thinks, second and third. Third demands, Nana, why are your successors like this? Like what? Nana sounds puzzled, apparently having not been paying attention to the conversation, only getting more groans in answer. What are you talking about? Don't worry about them. They're just being themselves. Uncle Yoichi tells her. Oh, okay. She says in disinterest and, he presumes, goes back to her conversation with Yagi. Honestly, he doesn't blame her. But it is amusing to hear second and third being put on the defensive. Since he knows Kaken well, he can imagine the looks on their faces too, which makes it even better. If thinking that way makes him a little sheet, then so be it. He likes what he likes. Midoriya. Kaken sounds intensely aggravated, well, more intensely than normal, which is still pretty intense. Why the F are you trending? He demands. Trending? He asks in confusion. A phone is shoved in his face, open to a chatter page with the hashtags #Don'tYouNeedNoDamnedQuirk, #HeroicHeartsTopVillainousQuirks, and #It'sNotYourQuirk. Novell breaks the standard quo. Does this give you the warm fuzzies too? The responding chats continue off the bottom of the screen, with mostly positive comments and exclamations about his interview with Present Mike. Oh. He'd expected a little internet commentary. Present Mike is too popular for that not to happen, but this seems a lot more enthusiastic than he'd expected. Also, the post is dated yesterday, so, he's really trending? What do you mean, Oh? Why the F were you on Present Mix show? Weren't you with that night for your internship? And why does Aizawa's new kid treat you like her brother? Ah. He scratches the back of his neck sheepishly. About that, night IF- is surprisingly accurate. And I found Eri on my way back. So Yamada-sensei offered me an internship instead. Kaken stares at him, then yanks his phone back. You realize that doesn't FNG explain anything, right? Izuku sighs because he's not totally wrong. I think Eri's situation is classified. And Night Eye hates me, Fine-sen objected, and Yamada-sensei was the replacement internship that UA offered. Who doesn't hate you? Kaken scoffs, but looks appeased. A blue pane pops up in front of Kaken. Listen, you rabid yip-yap. Watch your mouth or else. Or else what? Gonna complain about me to the teachers? Kaken scoffs again. Do you really want your electronic records to reflect your actions over the years? Izuku has a really good memory concerning those things. Like you can. Even if you could hack those, it won't matter, because the paper records will say differently. Bet? Izuku slaps a hand over his face. Fine-sen, no. No. Let it do whatever it thinks it can. Kaken contradicts him. I want to see how miserably it fails. Kaken, don't antagonize him. Please. Don't tell me what to do. Kaken snarls and stomps off. He groans. Fine-sen, please don't go overboard. No promises. Great. The only person he knows to be as stubborn as Kaken is himself, and Fine-san is basically a fearless version of him, he thinks. This is just what he doesn't need. The two most stubborn beings he knows going toe-to-toe. He should probably warn Netsu. Netsu's door opens as he knocks. Midoriya-kun, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? Izuku steps inside, biting his lip as the door closes behind him. I just want to warn you that Bakugo and Fine-san got in an argument, and Fine-san has probably hacked all his electronic records and possibly left black marks all over them. Indeed? And does he deserve them? He sits, unable to come up with an honest answer to that. I didn't leave black marks, although he does deserve them. I did, however, leave the remarks the teachers would have left if they weren't blatantly trying to butter him up and get him into a top hero school. Attached is the remaining video evidence. Kami. This is almost worse than if it had left black marks. I see. How interesting. Nedzu turns to his computer and types rapidly before stopping and barking a laugh. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to return his grades to normal. Not until he apologizes. I suppose there's no harm in that. It will be amusing to see his expression when he is informed of the changes and your condition. Izuku groans. Nedzu, no. Kaken will be a great hero. Nedzu chatters a laugh. No need to worry, Midoriya-kun. This won't hinder his career, but his behavior has truly earned him an ego check. An apology will not hurt him. He resists the urge to bang his head on Nedzu's desk in frustration. An hour later, Kaken storms up to him, looking fit to murder. I don't FNG hate you, okay? Now make your FANG Quirk fix that sheet. Your grades have been restored. Steam seems to rise from Kaken's ears, even as his face relaxes minutely. You little, I apologized. Fix the rest of it. And get therapy for your egomania and imposter syndrome, or I'll send a copy of it to your parents. Kaken goes dead pale. Fine. I'll make an appointment with that stupid dog. Happy? Delirious. You'd better be. Sorry, Kaken. Don't iffy apologize for something I know you don't have the guts to do in the first place. Kaken screams at him and stomps off to fling himself into his desk chair. A green pane, meaning only he can see it, pops up and starts playing a video of Kaken flopping carelessly in the chair in front of Nedzu's desk and demanding, "So, what did you call me for?" Nedzu grins predatorily and Kaken straightens in his chair in reaction. Well, you see, Aldra sent me an updated version of your school record. Nedzu turns the monitor towards Kaken. As you can see, I have some concerns. The sounds are muffled but indicate a video or audio file being played. Kaken slowly pales as he watches. The clip cuts off there, but Izuku is sure it only got worse from there. He is also sure, however, that Fine-san is smug enough about this to ignore any protests from him and that Nedzu, also, is unlikely to entertain his concerns. Izuku whines and puts his head down on his desk to wallow in irritation and anxiety. Why is his quirk like this? Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei calls as he's hurrying down the hall. Oh no. No. Obediently, he approaches his teacher, who apparently reads his expression like an open book. Relax, problem child. You're not in trouble. Eri just wants to know if you're able to visit this weekend, since you didn't have time last week. Oh, sure. Is Saturday afternoon okay? Yes, that's fine. Just text me before you show up at the gate, so I can meet you. Nedzu might attempt to steal you if you walk alone. His eyes widen. Nope, he's avoiding Nedzu-sensei for a few days. As long as possible, really. Tuesday is soon enough. Okay, I'll text when my train arrives. Sounds good. Aizawa-sensei says and waves him off. When they arrive at Aizawa-sensei's apartment, Izuku is surprised to find Momo and another first-year student with their heads together. Eri excitedly describing something, the other girl nodding, looking things up on a tablet and then reading off dimensions and molecules to Momo, who then concentrates and produces small items that she hands to Eri, who grabs them one at a time and puts them on a doll. Oh, they're doll clothes. Does that mean the other girl is a support student? A closer look reveals that the doll is the dark-haired one from the store on their shopping trip, and it's dressed remarkably like Aizawa-sensei. Even the shoulder-length hair has been taken out of its tight bun and hangs almost naturally. All it's missing is the stubble and the capture scarf. And there's the capture scarf. Momo hands the miniature scarf to Eri, who then wraps it around the doll's throat with an enthusiasm that makes Aizawa-sensei visibly wince. Izuku wonders idly how many times he strangled himself with his own scarf before figuring out how to use it properly. Probably a lot, given his reaction. Then Eri looks up and squeals, dropping the doll with a clunk and flinging herself at him. Novelle. You came. I did. How are you, Eri? He asks, cuddling her close. Good. Momo and Meina are making clothes for Awa-san and Uncle Mike and Auntie Nem and you. See? She wiggles down and picks up the Aizawa doll again to show him. Wow, that's really cool. It looks just like Aizawa-sensei, doesn't it? Yeah. And here's you. She scoops up another doll and holds it out for inspection. He manages not to wince as he realizes that they apparently got her anatomically correct dolls and his is stark naked. Izuku experiences the distinct urge to cover him up. Someone has taken scissors to the hair and drawn diamond-shaped freckles on its cheeks, so now it resembles him more than the low-ranked hero it was originally intended as. See that? Are you going to put clothes on him too? Aha! She turns to Momo and Meina while pointing imperiously at him. I want Novell to have clothes like this and like the other ones he wears. Well, that's embarrassing. He's wearing red shorts and a white shirt that proclaims duck in black bold print. Doable. Meina says, ducking her head and going back to looking things up. We've already done Auntie Nem and Uncle Mike. Momo informs him. Oh, do you want to show me Eri? Yeah. She shoves the two dolls at him and runs over to grab two more off the sofa. Izuku casually hands the naked doll to Momo, avoiding her eyes as he does so, although she looks more amused than offended. See? This is Uncle Mike. Yep, that looks like Yamada-sensei alright. Although he's in an aloha shirt and neon green shorts and his glasses are crooked. The hair is like his hero persona. Wow. That looks like he's off work. Aha. Eri nods eagerly and holds up the other doll. And this is Auntie Nem. It's like someone switched Kayama-sensei out for a child-safe doppelganger. The doll has on a comfy sweater and slacks and creepy-looking bunny slippers with googly eyes. Is she off work too? Yeah. Auntie Nem is really nice. She shows me how to brush my hair so it doesn't get tangles after a bath. And she fixed your hair so it looks right. And Blue likes her and sits on her lap. He barely does that for reason. It's mildly interesting to note that she doesn't include the roughly clothes Midnight Sensei bought her in that list. That sounds pretty special. Did she do your braid for you? She shakes her head. Auntie Nem says they're too hard for her. Zawa-san did it. I like it, 'cause it keeps the hair out of my eyes. That makes sense. It's one of the reasons that I keep mine fairly short. The curls just go everywhere. He confides. Unlike Aizawa-sensei, he doesn't have a secondary telekinesis quirk to push the hair away from his face, and he's pretty sure Mike uses quirked hair products to manage his, otherwise it'd be a nightmare to get the hairspray and mousse out of his hair every night and to put up again every morning. Eri screws up her face in thought. Should I make mine short? Only if you want to. You don't have curls, so keeping it long is easier for you than it would be for me. Oh. Momo clears her throat and offers the now clothed mini-him doll, along with a small pile of miniature UA uniforms and gym clothes. Eri squeals and shoves the Midnight and Mike dolls into his arms so she can take the Novell doll and the extra doll clothes. She puts the clothes with another stack of extra clothing before turning to him and displaying the mini-him. See? You look like you. I see that. Eri? Did you want other clothes for the Aizawa doll? Momo asks. That fast, he loses her attention, but he doesn't begrudge it as he goes over to the sofa and dumps the dolls onto it. Then he sits and spends some time unwrapping the miniature capture scarf and rewrapping it looser so it looks right. Green comes over and sits beside him as he does so. Something cold nudges his shoulder and he looks up to see Aizawa-sensei offering him an open bottle of ramen. Drink something, problem child. Thank you for coming over. Thank you, sensei. He says, setting down the doll to take the strawberry soda. Did you know the dolls are anatomically correct? Aizawa-sensei looks wry for a moment. Yes, I found out much the same way you did. Though I suppose it's a fairly harmless way to find out that men and women look different. She doesn't think twice about it at her age. Which at least means nothing of that sort happened to her, for which I am grateful. It takes him a moment to understand that. That would have been awful. Now it makes more sense that dolls like this exist, even though his mom would have thrown a fit if he tried to get one for himself. Me too. Eri runs over with a miniature suitcase in her hands and shows it to them. Look, Zawasan Novell. Momo made a suitcase for the doll clothes, so I have a place to keep them now. That was nice of her. Did you thank her? Aizawa-sensei asks. She gasps and drops the suitcase on Izuku's lap and runs back to Momo and Meina to thank them loudly. Izuku oofs, but the case is tiny and really doesn't weigh much. Green shies away, then comes back to sniff at the case curiously and lick it. That's not food, kitty. Aizawa-sensei chuckles. He's always got to check if something new is edible. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu Chess Quest. Plus 231 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Nedzu Taxonomy of Rodents Quest. Plus 314 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa 3 Regulations Quest. Plus 452 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Isipi. Mike Essay Question Quest. Plus 256 EXP. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Cementas Chapter and Quiz Quest. Plus 343. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Midnight Chapter and Quiz Quest. Plus 367 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa 20 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Ectoplasm Problems Quest. Plus 311 EXP. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Midnight 2-page Summary Quest. Plus 363 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. All Might Juggle 3 Items Quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Snipe Pop Quiz Quest. Plus 282 EXP. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa 20 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. All Might Juggle 3 Items Quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa 20 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Plus 3,519 EXP. Plus 7 int. Plus 7 Whis. Plus 5 Dex. Plus 14 Isipi. Izuku Midoriya. Level 11. EXP 4,823 24,000. 39. Vit 62. Dex 23. Int 71. Whis 70. HP 372 372. MP 00 locked. STA 101 101. Skills. Reading level 77. Writing level 65. Studying retaining knowledge level 57. Analysis level 59. Fashion knowledge level 4. Cooking and baking level 14. Collecting level 64. Stealth level 2. Doing laundry level 1. Cleaning level 24. Organizing level 33. Magic level locked. Ghostly communication level 6. Playing chess level 5. Show Nedzu stats. Nedzu reads the displayed stats with a thoughtful expression. Yes, this is fine. You didn't struggle with keeping up with your work this week since we last met, did you? No. Last week was a bit rough, but this week was fine. He admits. It didn't give me as many points in intelligence and wisdom, though. The Chimera nods in acknowledgement. Going a little slower like this is acceptable. My true concern is your mental and physical health as you learn at UA. There's no need to push you into overdoing it just to satisfy my curiosity a bit quicker. I am pleased to see more points went into dexterity, though. Izuku grins. The dexterity quests are fun, and some of my classmates are doing them with me, so I don't get stared at for being weird. I hear they've approached the teachers for the purpose of asking to do your quests as extra credit. Yeah. Snipe Sensei, Ectoplasm Sensei, and Cementas Sensei said no, though, because my quests with them are regular schoolwork. And I had to tell Kaken that Fine-san is a gamer quirk, because he was upset that I was the only one getting extra work. He's doing them all, even in Midnight Sensei's class after she told him that she wouldn't give him extra credit for it. Oh, I was under the impression that Kayama was giving out extra credit. For everyone besides Kaken and me, she is. Well, if they do the extra work. I see. That makes sense. I suppose then, that Aizawa and Yamada are giving you extra credit as well. Maybe? I'm not sure. I'll be sure to ask them then. Netsu claps his hands together. Well then, I have a couple more chess moves for you to learn and figure out how to apply. And would you like some tea? Teacher issued quest. Learn 2 new chess moves and how to apply them. Yes. Netsu looks briefly amused, then turns to pour tea for both of them. Izuku decides to kidnap Shinso for lunch. He's been avoiding their group since internships for some reason, and he looks sad when he looks at them. Shinso yelps and juggles his tray of food before suffering himself to be dragged away. It's about time you joined us again. Ochako greets him. Tsu nods. You've been avoiding us. I haven't been avoiding Dash. He cuts himself off with a sigh and sits down. I figured you wouldn't want me around now that you've had time to think it through. Nonsense. Yamamo declares. We enjoy your company. And Izuku has been convinced that he did something wrong and now you hate him. He squeaks and takes a big bite of katsudon as Hitoshi gives him an eyebrows-raised look. I don't hate you. Hitoshi relents after a moment. I've just had people change their minds about being friends before, because of my quirk. That's stupid. Ochako says in an annoyed tone. We wouldn't do that. Shinso shrugs. Thanks. How did your internship go? Tsu asks. Good, surprisingly. Aizawa-sensei found a Twilight hero willing to take me on, and I learned a lot. I thought I wanted to be an underground hero, but I think I've changed my mind. As a Twilight hero, kids like me would actually know I exist. Shinso replies easily. How were yours? Well, Yamamo answers, I ended up going to Midnight Sensei to ask her help deciding, and she made a phone call and Miruko sent me a last-minute request, so I ended up going with her. I now know several kicks to use in combat and know that I really need to focus on my hand-to-hand and splitting my focus between fighting and using my quirk. She also lectured me at length when I mentioned that I'm on a diet, about how many calories a healthy hero needs to consume, particularly with a quirk like mine. It kind of surprised me that she knew so much about it, because I thought she was just a battle junkie. Why did you go with her if you thought that? I thought facing someone like her would improve my reaction time with my quirk. Yamamo admits. I must admit that it's nice to take a second serving at meals without being plagued by guilt or worrying about not being ladylike. Shinso makes a face. Yeah, that would CK. What about you, Tsu? I got to help take down pirates. Other than that, I mostly cleaned the deck, which was boring, Karo. Tsu answers plainly. Pirates not enough excitement for you? Shinso teases, waggling his eyebrows. They were Karo. But I didn't realize how much of hero work is boring. Yeah. He makes a face again. I was surprised too. I guess I thought it was constant battles or something. What about you, Midoriya? I thought you were interning with Night Eye, and then I heard Yamada-sensei introducing you as his intern. Didn't I already tell you that? Izuku asks skeptically. He's pretty sure that they've already had this conversation. Shinso shrugs. You did, but I thought maybe you'd elaborate. It's fine if you don't want to, though. Oh. He blinks a few times and goes back to eating, because he really doesn't want to talk about it. A pale blue pain pops up in front of Shinso. Sir Night Eye is a petty BSTRD with a god complex. That's all I have to say. That bad? Shinso raises an eyebrow. DMN. Well, I'm glad Yamada-sensei took you on. Thanks. Izuku acknowledges. Eri really seems to like you. Do you know who donated her to Aizawa-sensei? Shinso changes the subject. Yamamo, Tsu, and Ochako all look at Izuku. He flushes. I kind of did? On my way back from Nitai's place, I ran into her running away from a villain. Oh DMN. Is that where she got the scars from? Izuku nods hesitantly. They apparently took a lot of blood and tissue samples. We think it's related to her quirk. What is her quirk? I know it's dangerous, but I think that's classified? But get out of range if her horn starts glowing or you could end up not existing anymore. A low whistle from Shinso. Well, that's a lot more dangerous than I thought, then. Good to know. A Category 6 quirk. He shakes his head. Probably Category 3 or 4, because her range is relatively small for how dangerous her quirk is. Yamamo remarks, that might change as she gets older. It might. Izuku admits. But Category 6 are quirks that can affect whole cities at once if they're used wrong or go out of control. Even Endeavor's quirk is only a Category 5. What about All Might's quirk, Karo? Oh, in theory it's a Category 6 because he can change the weather with a punch. But it's never been tested? And he's really careful to limit the destruction his quirk does. So nobody's quite sure if he's a Category 5 or a category it's registered as a Category 5, though. He rambles. Really? That's surprising. Yamamo says. My own quirk is a Category 5. Everyone gives her impressed looks and Izuku nods. That makes sense. You could change the flow of a battle in a large area if you made things for allies or cause widespread destruction if you made powerful bombs. Also, your quirk kind of breaks the laws of physics. It's literally single-sourced subatomic alchemy. That alone would make you a Category A. That would make Eri a Category 4, wouldn't it? Ochako laughs at him. Depends on how much it breaks those laws. My quirk is only a Category 3. Mine's only a Category 1, Karo. Tsu offers. Mine's a Category 2. Shinso admits, then looks at Izuku expectantly. I'm not really sure. I think I'm down as a Category 2. Pale blue panes pop up individually in front of his friends. Registered as a category, currently a category has the potential to be a Category 4. Isn't Fine-san just an information quirk? Yamamo asks uncertainly. Privately, Fine-san comments. You should tell them. He wants to hiss and yell at his quirk, but I don't think we should talk about this here. Too many ears. Got it. Ochako says immediately and the others nod with a variety of expressions. Izuku looks at them carefully, but they all seem serious about it and not offended. So maybe he should trust Fine-san on this. His friends are slow to gather their things after classes end and Izuku hesitates to leave because he notices. Do they want to do this now? In the classroom? Momo waits until everyone else except Aizawa-sensei is gone to gather up her bag and stand. I've booked a conference room for us, if you'd like to follow me. Wait, what? They can do that? Lead the way. Shinso says. Aizawa-sensei gives them a curious look, but says nothing. They follow her like a bunch of lost puppies to a small conference room that it turns out she has the key to. She holds the door while they enter, then locks it behind them. Once they're seated, Tsu says, We're in private now, if you want to share, Izuku. I guess I should start at the beginning. He pauses and takes a deep breath, blowing it out before continuing. So the first thing you should know is that this is all kind of classified for my and your safety. So, if you don't think you can keep it secret, I'll just leave. Ochako huffs. No way. We can keep secrets. Tsu, Yamamo and Shinso all nod in agreement. Okay, well. The second thing is that my biological father is the villain behind the villains at USJ and he can give and take quirks. Except for All Might's and mine. And I was quirkless up until just a little over a year ago when Fine-san finally showed up. I'll understand if you want to leave now. Shinso scoffs. No. This is just starting to get interesting. The others look to be in agreement and nobody moves towards the door. We didn't know Fine-san was sapient when I registered my quirk, so that's partially why I'm registered as a category. The other reason is because my quirk doctor wanted to protect me. Fine-san is a gamer quirk, not a limited information and storage quirk. Oh DMN. Shinso says in a heartfelt tone. Kami's sister died. Ochako swears and then blushes at Yamamo's confused look. Sorry. It's what one of the guys that work with my parents says when he's swearing about something unbelievable. I can understand your doctor's point of view. You are very lucky. Tsu says bluntly. But yeah, I am. So then, a few months later, I ran into All Might after he saved me from a villain attack and then after a second attack, he offered to give me his quirk. Wait. What? Ochako stops him. So, All Might's quirk was transferable. It originally belonged to my biological father's brother, so it can't be stolen and can only be passed on by intent plus DNA. And dash. DNA? Did All Might? Sue interrupts to ask. What? He realizes what she means and goes red, waving his hands in negation. No. He gave me a hair to eat. It was gross. Oh good. Continue. There. You were at All Might's quirk can be passed on. Yamamoto offers helpfully. So, after 10 months he passed it to me. And then, Fine-sen ate it. Except for the ghosts of the former users, because those are sapient too. And now it can't be passed on because Fine-sen can't be stolen or passed on. I feel like there's a significant portion of this story that we're missing. Shinso says deadpan. Izuku squeaks because yes, they are. That is, my biological father and All Might are enemies. All Might didn't know he was still alive until USJ, and All Might was really badly injured by him before. But Eri fixed it when her quirk acted up. So he's alright now. That's more than mildly concerning. But what I meant was, what significance does 10 months have? He brightens in understanding, truly grateful for the calmness his friends are taking this with. Oh, that was just to build muscle, so his quirk didn't blow off my arms when I got it. But Fine-san locked it up, so it isn't something we had to worry about after all. Somehow, I find that to be more concerning than the news that All Might was severely injured until recently, Karo. Tsu objects. Agreed. Ochako and Shinso say in eerie unison. Ignoring that deeply concerning statement for now, what did eating All Might's quirk do to Fine-san? Yamamoto asks. Apparently I'll eventually get all the quirks of the previous users if I get my stats high enough. And Fine-san can make dungeons once my stats get high enough. He lets the teachers give me quests, though, so they're helping with that. I think that's all. They all stare at him for a moment, before Ochako smacks her face into her hands and mutters, "What is my life?" Sorry. He tries an apology. I don't think you should be the one saying, sorry. How does your life have more drama than a soap opera? Shinso says in a dry tone. Izuku slinks down in his seat, because he doesn't really have any answer to that. All Might Sensei? Izuku asks tentatively. Can we talk? Of course, my boy. What's on your mind? I told my friends. Told them what exactly? Pretty much everything. He hurries to reassure him. They took it really well, though. I see. All Might contemplates the information for a bit, then asks, who did you tell? Yamamoto, that is. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Azui and Shinso. All Might nods to himself and claps him on the back. They're good kids. It's good that you have them in your corner. I believe that it is a flaw of mine, that I have always been too untrusting to let people know about One for All. It left me fighting alone against All for One when I needed backup the most. So, you're not mad? At you, my boy? Not at all. One for All is your quirk and your secret now. You get to choose who you trust. Already, even without your friends, you have a wider support network than I ever did. And that's a good thing. Izuku lets out an explosive sigh of relief. Now you'd better hurry or you'll be late to your next class. All Might reminds him. Oh, thank you, sensei. He says and hurries off to his next class. Yaoyorozu, come hand these out to your classmates. Aizawa-sensei says. Oh, me. I can do it. Ashido puts up her hand enthusiastically. Aizawa-sensei looks back and forth between Ashido and Yamamoto. Yamamoto looks back and forth between Aizawa-sensei and Ashido uncertainly. I'll ask you next time, Ashido. Okay. Ashido subsides, lowering her arm. After a moment of hesitation, Yamamoto gets up, takes the forms and passes them out to everyone. The paper reads, Karate, Kickboxing, Boxing. You will be getting an introduction to each of these martial arts during PE over the next few weeks, in the order they are listed. There will be specialized instructors coming in to teach you. This is to introduce you to the basics of professional fighting, something that is quite important for any hero to know. Starting second semester, you can choose up to 2 of these to specialize in, as they will be offered as after-school elective classes. So pay attention to see which one suits you and your goals as a hero best. Rescue heroes often stick to Tai Chi or Judo, for instance. Underground heroes often choose Muay Thai. Heroes whose strength is focused in their arms tend to take up boxing or karate. Heroes whose strength focuses on their legs often take up kickboxing. However, that is just what is commonly done. You may take any combination you like, with the caveat that it can only be 2 at a time. Further fighting styles are offered for second and third years, or you may stick with the 1 or 2 you choose as a first year. Either is perfectly fine. Keep these papers until we're done with the martial arts introductions, then circle the 1 or 2 you choose and cross out the others before handing them in to me. Make sure you write your name on them. Any questions? When will we be starting this? Kirishima asks. Today. Izuku idly writes his name at the top of the paper. How long will we get with each one? Ashido asks. 4 class PRDS. Be prepared to pick things up quickly, so you get a good feel for each one. What if we SCK at all of them? Kaminari asks. Then learn not to SCK. A hero who SCKs at fighting is often a dead hero. Kaminari winces. As do several others. What about street fighting and fighting with quirks and weapons? Shinso asks. You're already learning some of that in PE and heroics. You will continue to do so. If you need extra lessons for your quirks or weapons, come to me or All Might. Those lessons will take one of your fighting elective spots, however, because UA takes into account that you are growing children and have a limit as to what you can safely handle. I can handle anything, Kaken declares. Aizawa-sensei sighs. And attitudes like yours is why we limit the number of electives you can take that involve physical exertion. If you overdo it, you'll be getting a lecture from Recovery Girl. We have other electives you can take if you're truly bored with your current course load. These include things like art, business math, and civic planning. Kaken huffs and sits back, glaring at his hands. Apparently none of those options are appealing because his creed of being the best doesn't touch on those things. Too bad that he won't have time to take some of those himself. He looks back at the list. What do you think? He asks the vestiges. I took boxing. Ghost Might offers. I took judo and boxing. Nana says. I knew a bit of Tai Chi. Hikage comments. I just grew up brawling, kid. And tells him. I had some Muay Thai and brawling. Banjo comments. Take karate. At least it kicks some butt. Unlike all of you. Third states. Brother wouldn't even let me take Tai Chi, Yoichi remembers, obviously ignoring third. All of you are idiots. One for all is too powerful for him even at 30%. What part of your body is stronger than your arms? Ninth. Second says huffily. Maroda. That doesn't make sense. My legs. Exactly. Take kickboxing and one of the others. Not Tai Chi. We already know that BSTRD is still alive and will be gunning for you once he finds out that you're 8th successor. If 8th can't take him down first, you need something that will give you the edge to take him down permanently. Second replies. That sends a shiver down his spine that makes a couple people give him a concerned look. I don't want to kill him. He admits. There is suspicious silence for a long moment, then N speaks up. I get that. No hero wants to kill, and if they do, they shouldn't be heroes. And we know he's your father. But some things have to be done. If he isn't dead, he'll escape eventually and go right back to killing people. He's killed thousands over his lifetime. He isn't redeemable. He isn't sane. Think of it as a mercy killing. Izuku doesn't say anything back and the vestiges decide to leave it at that. He looks at the list once. More encircles kickboxing and crosses out Tai Chi and boxing. If matters were different, he'd want to do Tai Chi, but the vestiges have a point. Even All Might fears All for One. He personally killed all the previous users of OFA besides Hikage and All Might. Even his own brother wasn't safe from him. Being his biological son will buy him no mercy from this villain. And OFA can't be passed on anymore. If Izuku dies and AFO escapes, there will be no one in the world able to stop him. Society will fall and thousands if not millions will die in the process and in the aftermath. You're catastrophizing. But am I wrong? So which one do I take? I would recommend Muay Thai, because it should be a more flexible style. You need to be unpredictable against strong opponents. Thank you. That decided, he circles Muay Thai and crosses off Judo, but leaves Karate alone because he thinks it's pretty strong too. He needs to be strong. Teacher issued quest. Learn several Tai Chi stances and practice until you can do them correctly every time. Izuku raises his brows and then walks over to tell Aizawa-sensei. Sensei? When Ito-sensei told us what we're doing in class, it gave me a teacher-issued quest. Aizawa-sensei looks vaguely surprised. Well, that's a pleasant happenstance. I'll let Nedzu know. And that is that, apparently. Midoriya? Izuku pauses in the hall to let Yamada-sensei catch up with him, then nearly flinches away as Mike reaches for him. In the end, he's glad he doesn't, because Mike just undoes his mess of a tie and reties it neatly, obviously an absent gesture. Got a minute? Sure, sensei. He answers, secure in the knowledge that Mike would look apologetic if it was something bad. He follows the man to an office that is minimalistic other than some cat decor. Is this your office? Yamada-sensei laughs a little and sits behind the desk. No, this is Aizawa's office. He won't mind, I promise. Have a seat. That couch is a dream to cozy down in. He sits and, true to his word, the couch tries to eat him while being incredibly comfortable. Are you aware that you're still trending, listener? Kaken was kinda loud about telling me. He rubs at his neck shyly. Is that okay? Okay? No, it's fantastic. You made a real impression. That's always a good thing for a new hero or hero student. Izuku raises his brows. Always? Mike laughs again. Provided it's not something outrageously taboo, of course. Even then, sometimes it works. Like Togata losing his clothes during the sports festival. No one is going to forget that kid. Anyways, what I wanted to talk to you about is setting up a hero official account. Normally we do that in third year after everyone has their provisional licenses and has had some training on how to run those accounts to their benefit, but I'm willing to walk you through setting one up and what you should and should not say or post on there. Only if you're willing, of course. Why? Why do I think you should set one up? Or why should you be willing? Why do you want to help me? You don't need to go out of your way for me. He clarifies in embarrassment. Because I want to. I enjoyed having you as an intern and I think this will be of real benefit to you. I'm not just a teacher for the money or the paperwork, you know? Put like that, it does seem like a rather stupid question. I guess. Great. So first, you need to use your phone to download the app. You can do it for your laptop later. Okay. He says and pulls out his phone to unlock it. And then a notepad so he can write down the account info he'll need to use. I already have the app because I have a fan account. Do I need to delete that account? No, that's permitted. Just go to the official side and make a new account instead of browsing. Izuku nods and does so. It says enter hero license, provisional license or sponsor's license number. Hand me the phone for a moment. He hands it over and Mike quickly types something in before passing it back. Now it's asking for his hero name, so he types in Novell. Then a password, which he writes down, and security questions and a list of forum account preferences and an alt ID. His address, his school's name and address, sponsor's hero name and homeroom teacher's hero name. It's a lot, but his experience with his fan account comes in handy, so it's not too much of a hassle. Okay, I'm done. Mike checks his own phone, then beams at him. Perfect. Your account and mine will be connected on the site until you get your provisional license. Now for your first post dash. Izuku listens intently, determined to get this right. Early Tuesday morning stat update screens update info dump. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu chess quest. Plus 223 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 isipi. Nedzu, Fairy Ren essay quest. Plus 265 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 isipi. Ectoplasm quiz quest. Plus 241 EXP. Plus 1 wis. Plus 1 isipi. Midnight, artist from 2040's Essay Quest. Plus 437 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. All Might Juggle 3 Items Quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Snipe, for influences on the katakana writing system Essay Quest. Plus 418 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa, for Essay Questions Quest. Plus 234 EXP. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Mike, Order of Adjectives Essay Quest. Plus 246 EXP. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Cementas, Chapter and Quiz Quest. Plus 348 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Midnight, Gender Rights Essay Quest. Plus 312 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa 20 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Ito Learn Tai Chi Stances Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. All Might Juggle 3 Items Quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Aizawa 20 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Ito Learn Tai Chi Stances Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Whis. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. All Might Juggle 3 Items Quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 Isipi. Plus 4084 EXP. Plus 8 int. Plus 9 Whis. Plus 1 int. Plus 7 Dex. Plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 11. EXP 8907 24,000. 40. Vit, 78. Dex, 30. Int, 79. Whis, 79. HP, 468 468. MP, Infinity. STA, 118 118. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Stats. Inventory, limited. You now have 20 inventory slots. Level reward. Information search. Skills. Displays, limited. But you can now show certain displays to other people. You can now show all screens to a number of trusted individuals. Level reward. Spells. Locked until INT unlocked. Dungeons. Locked until INT 100 plus WIS 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus DX crafting. Locked until dungeons are unlocked. Quirks. Unlocked. Spell prices. Spell points are based on players' previous levels EXP. Level 1, 5 spell points, SP. Level 2, 25 SPA. Level 3, 625 SPA. Level 4, 390, 625 SP per 1. Level 5, 244, 140, 625 SP per 1. Spell modification, very minor, 390, 625 SP per K. Spell modification, secondary, minor, 244, 140, 625 SP per EA. Spells, level 1. All must be purchased, learned and mastered before level 2 spell can be learned. Mastering a spell requires doing it correctly 100x. Available spell points, 12,000. Beat hands. Static hands. Chill hands. Dirty hands. Damp hands. Puff of wind. Lullaby, minor. Change flame color. Repair, simple, minor. Glow pump. Dim glow, minor object. Reflection hands. Glitter, minor. Compass point. Illusion, minor. Dark illusion, minor. Skin cleanse hands. Surface cleanse, small area. Surface cleanse, hair. Moisturize. Reveal hidden. Hidden minor. Whisper. Loud voice, minor. Illusory sound. Quirks. Super strength. Locked until STR other quirks. Locked until INT 75 plus WIS unlocked. Fo. Danger sense. Black whip. Locked until DX FA gene. Locked until DX smoke screen. Locked until DX gear shift. Locked until STR 100 plus DX 100. Skills. Reading, level 77. Writing, level 65. Studying retaining knowledge, level 57. Analysis, level 59. People analysis, level 0. Food stat boost analysis, max. Food nutrition analysis, locked until analysis fashion knowledge, level 4. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 33. Magic, level locked. Unlocked. Ghostly communication, level 6. Playing chess, level 5 chapter text. Izuku stares at the various screens in disbelief, then finally says, "Show screens to Nedzu." Blue panes pop up around Nedzu, who studies the plethora in interest in response. I must admit this is quite interesting. I had quite overlooked magic and spells as something you have access to. I suppose that the spells may be quite useful when you obtain access to dungeons. The calculation of stat points is also rather useful. I didn't realize that you are shown those. Do you feel that the food nutrition analysis skill will be useful to you? Maybe if I'm trying to plan a specific diet? Otherwise, I don't think so. Understandable. The people analysis should be useful, though, depending on what it shows. Would you like to try that? Observe Nedzu. Quirk, high specs. Level, player's skill level too low to observe. High specs gives the user increased brain function well above the human average and the ability to process up to 4 trains of thought simultaneously. Memory capacity and retrieval is also well above human average. This comes with the downside of having trouble forgetting unnecessary and/or unwanted information, as well as difficulty in simplifying conclusions reached by multiprocessing for those only capable of single or dual processing. Title: Principle of UA, the Information Hero. Show screen to Nedzu. Nedzu reads it with a look of pleasant surprise. And this is at level fascinating. And amazingly accurate. My weaknesses are not recorded to my knowledge. Or rather, I corrupted and destroyed all records I could find of them. The blue pane changes to say, "Search for records? Yes, no. Oh, yes, please." There is a pause that 3 records found. 2 in HPSC possession. Destroy records? Yes, no. Yes, please, Fine-san. May I ask who has the 3rd record? Another pause. Records corrupted and destroyed. 3rd record was in the possession of AFO's personal doctor. Access further information? Yes, no. Nedzu looks as surprised as Izuku feels. All for One's doctor keeps their records accessible to the internet? With the absorption of OFA, I no longer need direct internet access to access databases or networks. It's Nedzu's turn to pause, then a slow predatory smile forms. Excellent. Do not admit that to others besides Aizawa, Yamada, and Uyagi. I assume that is why you were able to contact the school during the USJ incident. Correct. Would it be possible to copy their database to a UA computer and then destroy their database thoroughly? Another pause, this time obviously more for thought than for a task. It would require an empty, high-capacity computer or 3. I'll have them ready for you next Tuesday. Nedzu looks at Izuku. You don't mind, do you? Izuku snorts. No, that's fine. Maybe they won't be able to create Nomus for a while this way. Perhaps. The human mind can retain a lot of data. That aside, which spell are you first purchasing? He looks at the relevant screens. Fine-san? Can I purchase them all at once? Oh, well then I want to do that. The available spell points changes to 11,875 and suddenly his brain is flooded with knowledge of how to cast the spells. It's a little lot much. He winces and decides not to ever do that again. Picking a spell at random, he casts Dirty Hands only for it to fail. Apparently knowing how to cast a spell in theory is not the same as being actually capable of casting the spell. He tries 5 more times, failing each time, before finally succeeding. Yes. Victoriously he shows Nezu his hands. Very good. Now try casting the counter spell. Counter spell? He looks at the list again and his eyes alight on Skin Cleanse hands. Apparently casting one spell successfully doesn't make it easier to cast another spell, because it takes him a full 7 fails before he succeeds on the 8th try. Phew! Izuku shows Nezu his now clean hands. Excellent. Are you having difficulty with the spells, or is there a time delay between casting and effect? No, not a delay. I'm having trouble getting the spells right. Interesting. Nezu observes. I wonder if you could teach them to others? Spells for others can only be used in dungeon settings, and they must be learned manually from spell scrolls. Izuku blinks a few times at that. Do they have to learn all the level 1 spells before they can learn other spells? Party members can learn up to 3 spells. Higher level spells take longer to learn than low level ones. It is recommended that party members only learn spells that suit their skill set. Spell scrolls can be given to others, but are one use only. I feel like that is unfair. He complains. Nezu laughs. I'm sure you can find uses for all the spells. At least you aren't limited to 3. He huffs but acknowledges that this is true. His spells aren't limited to dungeons either, which is cool. It also looks like you have access to 2 new quirks. I would like you to focus on learning how to use them as soon as possible. Nezu says. Are you sure that's okay? People are going to wonder about Fine San if they see float. I don't see a problem. Fine San makes floating pains too. Communicate. It's not a huge stretch to say that he can float you as well. Oh, okay. He wonders if his classmates will buy that. Why don't you spend the rest of our time together getting used to those 2 spells so you can perform them more quickly? We don't have enough time left to play a full game. And for your assignment, pick 2 heroes to analyze, and compare and contrast them. Also explain which one would win in a fight against the other and why. Use a minimum of 2 pages and a maximum of 5. Teacher-issued quest. Compare and contrast 2 heroes in 2 to 5 pages. Explain who would win a fight between the 2 and why you think that is the case. Izuku's eyes widen in sudden excitement. Does it matter which 2? Not at all. They can be retired or active, living or dead. Okay. He says brightly, ideas whirring through his head. After a few moments, he shakes himself back to awareness, hoping Nezu hasn't noticed him spacing out, and goes back to practicing dirty hands and skin cleanse hands. Nerd, what are you doing? You look like an idiot spaced out holding your hands like that. Izuku jolts and looks at Kaken with wide eyes. Nerd, is Loads better as a nickname than Deku, or Midoriya, said in that tone of aggravation and scorn that he normally uses. Practicing magic? Are you FNG with me? Kaken demands. No. He yelps and holds up his hands so Kaken can see them as he uses first dirty hands and then skin cleanse hands. What the F dash? How is that supposed to help you? What's even the point? Kaken asks, recoiling a bit. He doesn't actually know the answer to that himself. Hopefully Dirty Hands is just a precursor to a level 2 spell that has some functionality. Cool your jets, Blasty. Most magic is for show anyways. Jiru says. Magic? I wanna see. Kaminari enthuses. Izuku looks around and sees most of the class staring at him. He's terrible at keeping secrets, isn't he? F-. Shinso snorts. Leave him alone, Sparky. We already know his quirk bends reality to let him store stuff. Being able to bend it for other things isn't that much of a stretch. Thank Kami for Shinso. I didn't mean it that way. Kaminari whines. I just want to see what he's doing. Kaken scoffs. He's just making his hands dirty and clean. Nothing worth seeing. Kaminari pouts. I still want to see. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Midoriya, come up front, show the class once, and then go back to working on what you're supposed to be working on. Which is classwork, not magic. Izuku squeaks in embarrassment and hurries to get up and go up front. He holds his hands out towards the class and casts Dirty Hands. Dude, that's so sick. You could use that to smear dirt on stuff you want to mark as yours or to PSS people off by rubbing it on them. Kaminari says brightly. Half the class sweat drops at that. Giving him a faltering smile, Izuku casts Skin Cleanse Hands. Neat. Shiro comments. Does that only affect your hands? I'm not sure. Izuku says hesitantly. It's a good question though. Aizawa-sensei clears his throat and Izuku starts and hurries back to his desk. He's already finished his classwork, but he'll stop practicing magic in class. Maybe he can get a head start on his extra essay about the dangers of vigilantism and programs in place to help vigilantes into more legal work. Midoriya. An extra 10 laps at a steady pace. Aizawa-sensei calls, then flinches as a light blue pain pops up in front of his nose. Izuku flinches too as he almost runs into a green pain and stops short. Invalid quest. Is it not enough laps or not enough variety? Aizawa-sensei asks. Either. Alright, I'll consider more variables, but for now. Midoriya, 20 extra laps at a steady pace. Teacher issued quest, 30 laps at a steady pace. Okay, Aizawa-sensei. What is that about? Ito-sensei asks curiously. His quirk is sentient and has opinions on how hard he should work to get credit. Aizawa-sensei answers. Oh my. Is dash. Izuku decides to start jogging as Kaken laps him and scoffs at him for falling behind, so he doesn't hear the rest of the conversation. Jiren sweats as he looks at the eyeless, masked man. What can I do for you today, all for one? The monster of the underground makes an amused sound. As you know, my pawn Tamura was captured by the police. Find me a quirkless person who is willing to turn to radical villainy under my direction for the sake of a quirk, will you? Of course. He stammers. I'll start looking immediately. There are quirkless villains, of course, but most quirkless are in their late 50s or older these days, and no more than an average percentage of the younger ones turn to villainy, so considering the low percentage of younger quirkless, the number of quirkless villains is actually quite scarce. He may actually be forced to resort to approaching a law-abiding quirkless for this purpose, which makes the venture much higher risk for him. Although, really, nothing outweighs the risk of disappointing the monster of the underground. Take all the time you need. All for one says in a generous tone. He figures that means that he has about a month's worth of time to find an appropriate candidate. Well, that's something at least. Hopefully whatever quirk the monster of the underground decides to give his new protege isn't as terrifying as the one his last protege has. Jiren has met that sadistic man-child exactly 17 times more than he ever wanted to. That being the number of times he's met him in total, for the sake of introducing small-time villains who wanted to participate in the youth's first and only raid on UA. He can really do without being casually threatened with disintegration for every other sentence out of his mouth. Well, that's something to make a note about when seeking a quirkless, someone less FING nuts, but still ambitious enough to accept the deal. He has better things to do than die by annoying minion in a pissy mood. So, guess what? Inko gives him a suspicious look. What is it, dear? I leveled my stats enough that I now have access to magic. See? A light blue pane pops up in front of her, detailing the spells. She studies them for a few moments, looking more confused by the second. Finally, she gives a tiny huff and gives him a smile. That's nice, dear. He droops. You think they're useless, don't you? Well, I don't really see a use for the majority of them offhand, but I'm sure you can come up with something. She says encouragingly. Thanks. He says glumly. She pats his back. It'll be fine, Izuku. You're quite creative. Just make your lists about things you can do with them and you'll have it down in no time. That's a good idea. Thanks, Mum. Overhaul seeds. It's been weeks since Eri escaped and a speedster took off with her and they've found no whisper of where she's gone. The one careless enough to have let her escape is a memory since cleaned off of the wall and floor, but that doesn't bring his experiment back. None of the speedsters in the city have Eri. She hasn't been turned over to the police either. And if the heroes have her, no, they can't. He would know. Thus it must be someone so new that registrations haven't caught up with them or someone from out of town. And there was a train station in the direction the speedster had carried Eri, but attacking a train station to find information is guaranteed to bring down heroes on them en masse. He's strong. His people are strong. But he doesn't want to take unnecessary risks. For now, he'll have his people keep hacking the registries and sifting through the underworld for hints of Eri. Attacking a train station requires an in-depth plan, and that will take time to plan. How dare that cursed child set back his plans like this? Shinso yelps as he dodges an axe kick from Yamamo. Holy hell, where'd you learn that? Yamamo doesn't answer, just comes at him with a high kick. From Miruko, obviously. Izuku offers from the sidelines. That first kick is modeled after her Luna fall kick. Oh, obviously, he says sarcastically, and does a credible leap over a low kick. Then curses as Yamamo produces and comes at him with a scream of sticks. What did I do to deserve this? Izuku chuckles, because he knows Shinso's complaints are just for show. He even manages to tangle one of the sticks in his capture weapon, only for Yamamo to set her feet and yank him forward into the other one. At that point, it devolves into a wrestling match, which Yamamo eventually wins. Her early weapons training has made her strong, whereas Shinso is basically a stick. Yeah, I know I'm a stick. I'm working on it. You can call me Hitoshi, you know? Both of you. Oh, was he muttering again? Izuku beams. Yamamo rolls off of Hitoshi, cheeks flushed at the praise, and offers him a hand up. Good match, Hitoshi. Yes, same. Hitoshi takes her hand and lets her heave him up. I really do need to put on more muscle, though. Any ideas for that? I still have the American Dream plan that All Might gave me. The first one, that is. You can have it, since I have an updated plan now. Izuku volunteers. Hitoshi gives him a deadpan look. Didn't you say All Might had you pulling refrigerators while he sat on top of them? No thanks. I want to get stronger, not die. I didn't die. He points out, then huffs. Why don't you just ask All Might Sensei for a plan then? I'm sure he can make you one if you're clear on your goals. I might do that, and then run it past Aizawa Sensei to see how ridiculous it is. Hitoshi! Yamamo chuckles at them. Running it past Aizawa Sensei is probably a good idea. All Might Sensei is pretty new to teaching. Yeah. Okay. Izuku admits. It probably is a good precaution. Yagi Sensei gets carried away at times. All Might tosses him 3 bean bags and beams at him. Juggle these when not otherwise occupied. While walking. He adds hastily and rather loudly. Acceptable. Phew. I was actually going to have you do that anyways, but Aizawa warned me and I wanted to see if it would happen with me too. All Might says confidingly. Izuku gives him a puzzled look. Teacher issued quest. Juggle 3 items while walking when not otherwise occupied in class. That makes more sense than not otherwise occupied by walking. He shrugs and starts juggling and then starts walking, only to promptly drop 2 of the beanbags. This is harder than it looks. Izuku grins deviously and pulls back mid-wrestle with Kaken in heroics and lifts his hands threateningly. Yudi dash. Don't you effing dare. He dares. Rapidly casting dirty hands and damp hands in quick succession, he wipes mud over Kaken's face with one hand and drags the other over Kaken's hand and down his arm. Kaken screams in outrage. I'm going to kill you. Die. For his pains, he gets a few minor burns, but so worth it. Even if Recovery Girl is going to smack him with her cane for being an idiot, later. Blasty stomps up to him and says in a seething tone, I'm going to murder you. Well, Denki can see why Blasty's in a pissy mood. There's mud smeared all over his face and arms and muddy handprints all over his shirt and even a couple on his pants. But none of that is his doing. Midoriya did that. Everyone had stopped their own sparring to watch. What did I do? He asks plaintively. Blasty scoffs loudly. You know what you did. Then he stomps off, muttering about stupid nerds. Denki scratches his head in puzzlement and says to no one, No, I really don't. They are eating lunch together when All Might asks, My boy, where did you get the mud you smeared on Bakugu? Oh, that. Izuku smirks and holds up his hands for inspection. My boy. He blinks as he realizes he hasn't told All Might yet. He does dirty hands and damp hands, waits a moment and then does skin cleanse hands. I made it. I unlocked magic spells earlier this week. Oh my. Why, may I ask? Why unlock it? My stats from all the teacher-issued quests have gotten pretty high. I even unlocked 2 quirks. Danger Sense and Float. All Might blinks and then beams. My boy. That's great news. I can't wait to see you use Float. You should have told me sooner. Sorry about that. I guess I thought I had. It happens to the best of us. But tell me, why Bakugu? Has he offended you? He smirks smugly. He's had it coming for a few years. I see. It is clear that he does not. Because he's abrasive? Something like that. He agrees vaguely. Novelle. Eri squeals, throwing herself at him. He catches her on reflex. Hey Eri. How are you? I'm good. How was your week? Izuku blinks at her. It's something Uncle Zashi likes to ask. She confides. Oh, it was really good. Fine-san let me learn magic this week. Magic? Can I see? Fine-san, can I see the list again? A green screen appears in reply. Fortunately, he spots a spell that should be interesting to a little kid. Glow Palm. He sets her down. Okay, this might take a minute, 'cause I haven't tried this spell yet. Okay. It takes him nearly 3 minutes and 8 tries before his palms start glowing softly. Wow! Eri breathes in astonishment. Can you make my Novelle doll's hands glow too? He looks back at the screen frantically, then breathes a sigh of relief as Fine-san highlights dim glow, minor object. Doll hands should count as minor objects, right? I should be able to. I don't know how long it will last though. Until you utilize and spell or want to end it. Wait, so I don't need a counter spell? But that's a valid use too. Oh right, you can read my intent. That makes sense. Okay, Eri, where's your doll? She runs and grabs it off the floor, where it was laying with the rest of her dolls and her apple bunny stuffy, and holds it up for his inspection. Here. Hesitantly, he places his index fingers on the tiny hands and concentrates on the spell. Surprisingly, it works the first time. Maybe because he's already gotten the hang of Glow Palm? There you go. It should stay glowing. Zawa-san. Zawa-san. Eri screeches excitedly after peering at the doll for a moment. And wow, he hasn't seen his teacher move that fast since the USJ. Novelle made his little him hands glow like his. I see that. Aizawa-sensei shoots him an exasperated look that clearly queries, "Problem child, what did you do now?" He pats Eri's head awkwardly. That's nice. Sheepishly, Izuku uses Glow Palm again and shows his teacher. Aizawa-sensei huffs a little. How many types of magic do you have access to now? Fine-san says 25. His teacher closes his eyes and sighs in resignation, then looks at him again. I shouldn't have to tell you, but you need to be more careful or people will find out. Yes, sensei. He looks down in embarrassment. The class had taken the reveal of magic at face value, probably because gamer quirks are so rare, but not everyone would be so easily convinced. It's probably inevitable that people will find out that Fine-san is a gamer quirk, but the further in the future that happens, the better. He's so bad at lying that he almost. Izuku swallows hard. Sorry, sensei. That just makes Aizawa-sensei sigh again. As long as you know. So, Eri, what is Mini Novelle going to do with his glowing hands? Be a nightlight. So everyone can see in the dark and walk without tripping. Izuku's sweat drops, because he's pretty sure that the tiny glowing hands are not bright enough to illuminate anything. I see. Do you want the light off so you can play pretend? Not. We can pretend with the light on. She turns and tugs on Izuku's still glowing hand. Novelle, come help me. You can light the way so Auntie Nem and Uncle Zashi aren't scared of the dark. Is Aizawa-sensei not scared of the dark? He isn't. He always scares the dark and the monsters away, so he's not scared of the dark. The dark is scared of him. A glance at his teacher reveals him choking on thin air in open amusement. Sides, his eyes glow in the dark so he doesn't need a nightlight. Is that so? And yeah, he can see that. Aizawa-sensei's eyes glow enough to be visible in the daylight when he uses his quirk. There's no reason it wouldn't work as a nightlight or personal flashlight. He scared me the first time he did that. He glances at his teacher again and sees a faint look of regret on the man's face. I'm sure he didn't mean to. That's what he said. It doesn't scare me anymore, though. Zoe-san keeps me safe from the bad dreams. He's good at that, isn't he? Too bad his bad dreams feature the Nomu knocking Aizawa-sensei to the ground like a toy. But the man is good at keeping others safe. There's no way they would have survived USJ without him taking on most of the villains himself. Even Overhaul runs away when he comes. He sneaks another glance at his teacher, who looks torn between concern at that statement and blushing. That's cute, he decides. Very cool. So, who do I get to play? You can play Zoe-san. Can you make his eyes glow? I can try. I don't think it'll be the right color, though. Did I say something wrong? He asks his Quirk. No. That's fine. Eri assures him. You can change the color at will. Oh, Fine-sen says I can make the color right. Izuku tells her. She pumps a little fist. Yeah. He grins. Well, he knows where she got that from. Monday afternoon. Midoriya, stay a moment. Aizawa-sensei says as class lets out. Once everyone is gone and the door is shut, he continues, Nedza said I should ask to see your stat screens now and then, to get a better idea of how your quests work. Oh. Show Aizawa-sensei stat screens. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu Heroes Essay Quest. Plus 345 EXP. Plus 2 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Izawa, Vigilantism Essay Quest. Plus 451 EXP. Plus 2 INT. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Mike 5 Words Quest. Plus 94 EXP. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Cementas, Chapter and Quiz Quest. Plus 348 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Midnight, Gender and Sexuality Essay Quest. Plus 300 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Ditto Learn Tai Chi Move Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Ectoplasm. Pages 26 and 27 and get 90% plus correct quest. Plus 293 EXP. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Midnight, Chapter 9 Summary Quest. Plus 152 EXP. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Snipe, Translate paragraph into different writing systems. Plus 319 EXP. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ISIPI. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Ditto Learn Tai Chi Move Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Nishikawa, Learn Karate Stances Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ISIPI. Plus 4012 EXP. Plus 7 INT. Plus 12 WIS. Plus 8 Dex. Plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 11. EXP 12919240000. 40. Vit. 94. Dex 38. Int 86. WIS 91. HP 564. MP Infinity. STA 134. I see. Aizawa-sensei says after several moments studying the panes. More intensive or longer tasks gain you more experience and stats. Correct. Yeah, I think so. Has your strength stat gone up at all since we started these quests? No? Wait. It did last week. 1 point. After which your initial quest was judged invalid. That tracks. It takes time to build strength. I'm going to add sports weights to your running quest. That should help. Correct. Aizawa-sensei smirks. Alright kid. You can go now. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. He waves as he lets himself out the door. It always amazes him that a teacher is so willing to help. Nedzu finishes studying the stat screens, then looks at him curiously. Have you had much luck with practicing your spells? Some. I've learned dirty hands, damp hands, skin cleanse hands, glow palm and dim glow, minor object. I did hear that your altercation with Bakugu got rather messy. Nedzu looks and sounds amused, so he's probably not in trouble. I used dirty hands and damp hands together a bunch of times in a row. Ingenious. I imagine he was furious. That was, kind of the point, though. Recovery Girl was displeased. Izuku winces. She called me an idiot. Well, it was perhaps not the brightest thing to do, but I'm sure it fulfilled its purpose in relieving built-up emotion quite handily. Nedzu observes. He nods because it did do that. Besides, Kaken deserved it after all the shit he did in middle school. Izuku is glad that Nedzu seems to think it was okay to do. His mom is going to have a fit if she ever hears about it. You've been doing very well at chess. Would you like to learn to play Go? Izuku perks up. Yes, please. Teacher issued quest. Learn the basics of playing Go. Would you like some tea? I will let you choose the variety if you wish. He blinks. It's unusual for Nedzu-sensei to not have pre-made tea on hand. Do you have, lapsang sochong? I had that once and it was really good. It's like a campfire in a cup. Mom hates it though. I do indeed. I rarely drink it because the caffeine content is a little inadvisable for me, but I agree that it is lovely. That is a quite accurate description of its flavor. A very cozy flavor. Nedzu says and opens a cupboard that he had thought a part of the wall, and measures some tea out of a glass container into the teapot before adding steaming water. Now we shall wait for a few minutes for it to steep. Fine-san? As you can see he gestures to a bank of 4 computers set against the opposite wall. I have the computers ready for your information download. Understood. Download commencing. This may take several hours. Understandable. Take all the time you need. I assume proximity to the computers is not an issue. Nedzu queries. Not as long as they are on. Excellent. He pulls out a game board and sets it on the desk between them, parceling out the pieces rapidly. I hope you don't mind playing white? It's fine. I don't care. Very good. Now our tea is ready and once that is poured, we can begin our game. Nedzu says and suits actions to words. Yes, sensei. He acknowledges and watches Nedzu pour the tea into delicate teacups. There's something artful about it. And he's looking forward to tasting it again. Normal tea is kind of boring to him, something he drinks because it's there, not because he particularly enjoys it. There we are. Nedzu sets down his cup and moves to get his own. Don't burn yourself. Izuku pauses with the teacup halfway to his mouth and sets it down sheepishly. Yeah, he should probably at least blow on it a few times before he starts sipping, shouldn't he? Tamura Sulk stares at his therapist moodily. What is it with this beach and her stupidly logical arguments as to why Sensei is in the wrong? It almost makes him want to not hate Hero Society. Disgusting. She stares back calmly. Just think about it, okay? Tisich, that's the problem. He doesn't want to think about it. He'll think about it despite his best efforts, he knows. Whatever. The beach nods as if he agreed with her. Alright, you're free to play video games for the rest of the session. Yeah, that's right. This is the one and only reason he agreed to therapy. He goes to therapy for an hour, listens to this NPC's dialogue and then gets his quest reward, 2 hours of supervised video game playing. Of course he has to wear the Quirk suppressant cuff no matter what, but that just means he doesn't have to worry about disintegrating the controller. At least the beach is good at keeping quiet so she doesn't distract him while supervising him. Izuku stares at his spell list, not for the first time this day, in confusion. Is moisturize meant to be used on skin, hair, or objects? What? It's meant to be used on soil, but it can be used on skin, hair, or objects that require moisturizing. Oh, that's surprisingly versatile. It's a subtle spell. Does that mean you rethought its use after coming up with it? Yes. Why exactly did you pick these spells anyway? I mean, I'm not complaining, but it wasn't what I was thinking of when I asked for a magic skill. They're all subtle. I'm not apologizing. I didn't ask you to. You do realize that flashy magic would certainly draw the HPSC's attention to you before you are in a position to oppose them, right? Oh. He thinks about that for a bit. I guess you're right. I'm not going to manage to get to level 2 spells in a hurry, though. Does that mean the other levels will have flashier magic? Isn't having access to 7 other quirks enough for you? Izuku pouts, because fine sand is not wrong, but magic. He gets the mental impression of a sigh from fine sand. Level 3 spells get a little flashy. But fine, I'll raise the number of level 4 spells you can learn to 2 and take away the requirement for the level 5 spell to be in the same category as the level 4 spells. Yes. Izuku cheers. How many level 3 spells can I learn? Since you rethought moisturize, does that mean I can convince you to allow creative uses of other spells? Can I use spells in conjunction with my quirks? Can I use them on other people's quirks? All of them if you wish. Perhaps. Maybe. Sweet. So I can change the color of Kaken's explosions and Todoroki's fire. Izuku begins to chuckle a little madly and rub his hands together. You have plans, I take it? Yup. He casts the spell in art history when Kaken is making casual pops to burn off sweat as he takes notes, but it's not until heroics that Kaken notices that his explosions are a soft, baby pink. Izuku hears the moment from halfway across the training grounds that they're using for the current exercise. What the F dash? Midoriya. You little sheet. What did you do? 3 minutes later, Izuku is laughing his head off while being chased by Kaken, who is out for blood and firing off large, pale pink explosions. Get back here, you fucker, and let me kill you. Change it back. Which is it? He asks, then giggles. Do you want me to fix it? He giggles again. Or do you want to kill me? Both. Sorry. No can do. Pick one or the other. Die. He dodges another explosion and goes back to laughing like a loon. Eventually, of course, Kaken tackles him and makes to explode him out of sheer rage, but All Might picks him off of Izuku before he can. Now boys. Calm down. I'm sure there is an easy way to resolve this. Midoriya, take the spell off. Spoil sport. He complains, but obediently cancels the spell. Fine, it's gone. Kaken fires off a small explosion as a test, and it's all yellow-orange light as usual. He huffs and quits struggling to get loose. All Might sets him down gingerly. Young Bakugu, I expect that there will be no more attempts to maim your classmate. Young Midoriya, I expect you to ask and receive permission from your classmates before you use spells on them, no matter how harmless or how funny you think it is. Yes, sir. Kaken mutters, throwing Izuku a harsh glare. Sorry. Izuku mumbles, picking himself up. He's not really sorry, of course. Kaken with baby pink explosions was comedy gold. Excellent. I know I can rely on you. You're fine young men. Also, congratulations on figuring out how to use another spell, Midoriya. Izuku beams. Thanks, All Might. Izuku is surprised when Todoroki approaches him after class. Midoriya. Todoroki. Can I help you? Can you only change the color of explosions? The spell is literally change flame color. If you changed my flames, would it change Endeavor's flames as well? He blinks in confusion. No? Quirks don't work that way. They're your flames, not an extension of your father's flames. Unless his quirk is somehow one of those mythical transferable ones, which I doubt. Endeavor hasn't been losing his flames since you got your quirk, has he? Todoroki stares at him expressionlessly for a few uncomfortable moments, before admitting, no. And he can't use your flames for you, can he? He checks just to be sure. Also no. Izuku nods. Then your quirk is 100% yours, not his. I see. For some reason he thinks that maybe, yes, Todoroki does see. Could you alter the color of my flames permanently if I asked? I don't see why not. He admits. Do you want me to? And what color? Yes. Hot pink, please. Endeavor thinks it's an abomination of a color. I'm going to need you to actually produce some flame, though. He wonders why Todoroki dislikes his father so much, but he's not rude enough to ask. Todoroki turns one hand up and fills it with fire, without a word. He casts change flame color on it. Seeing hot pink flames with flickering orangish and purple tips is a trip. A quick glance at Todoroki's reaction makes him stop and gawk. Todoroki is smiling. Somehow, he accidentally beats even Ida to class, although Aizawa-sensei is already there. He sets his stuff down by his desk and after a moment, approaches his teacher. Aizawa-sensei? Do you have an object that needs moisturizing? Aizawa-sensei gives him a leery look, a mixture of disgust and amusement. Kid-dash. Izuku flushes as he realizes how that might sound to his teacher and hastily amends, or skin. Not helping your case here, problem child. He squeaks, blushes harder and tries again. For hair. Or soil? His teacher huffs in open amusement and shoves up his left sleeve to above the elbow and holds out his arm. Seriously, watch how you phrase things. But here, the skin on the patch Shigaraki disintegrated tends to get dry. Just be careful. The skin is still fragile. He nods frantically and then focuses. This might take a couple minutes because I haven't tried the spell before. Understandable. To both their surprise, he gets it on the third try. Aizawa-sensei glances down at his elbow with what, if he's not wrong, is a pleasantly surprised expression. Thanks, problem child. He rolls his sleeve back down and goes back to looking at the papers on his podium. Izuku takes the chance to go to his desk and take a seat. It works. Okay, maybe he shouldn't get so excited about it, but he was able to help his teacher. And got thanked for it. Midnight Sensei catches him in the hall after lunch and draws him into the teacher's lounge for a chat. Shoyuda told me what you did for his arm and I was wondering, do you need to see the skin in order to use it? So all the teachers know now? Wow, he is terrible at keeping secrets. Although the teachers already know about Fine-san, so it's fine. He hesitates. No, he repeats. She lets out an explosive sigh of relief. Oh, thank Kami. My birthdays are so dry they itch. I had to change my lotion because I became allergic to one of the ingredients, but the new one the doctor recommended doesn't work at all and it hurts to use my quirk when I'm so dry. In the attached kitchenette, Yamada-sensei chokes on thin air. Phrasing. Izuku wonders if someone could cook an egg on his face from the sheer heat of embarrassment. Come to think of it, can he cook an egg with heat hands? No, Izuku focus. Midnight Sensei doesn't mean anything CC by talking about her BRSTS. She's complaining about a health issue, because using her quirk hurts her. He takes a deep breath, lets it out, and then asks, Fine-san, what is the range of moisturize? 5 feet by 5 feet by 2 feet 6 inches. Oh, okay. That should be enough. Midnight Sensei, I can just do a full body version, but I think I need to hold your hands or at least put my hands really close to you to do it. She grins at him and grabs his hands. That works for me. He casts moisturize at full strength. Sking a deep breath, she arches her back and then relaxes with a pleased exhalation of breath. Thank you. That feels marvelous. Do let me take advantage of your NTMT services again, will you? You can't say that to a first year. Yamada scolds again. I can use the spell on you again if you want, but please don't say it like that. Also, my mom swears by Midori no Sekai brand lotion, if you want to try it. Midnight Sensei pouts. Fine. Your non-sexual NTMT services. Spoil sports. Then she grins. Does your mom use it because of the name? That's probably as good as he's going to get from her, isn't it? She said she tried it because of the name, but keeps using it because it's just that good. He groans when Midnight wiggles her eyebrows at him. Seriously? Why is she like this? Maybe he should just be grateful that she doesn't do it in class unless someone else starts it, and only as a way to shut it down. Izuku could not handle this on a regular basis. Maximum security prison break. Earlier today, Nagashita Maximum Security Prisons suffered a prison break, loosing such individuals as Earth Rumbler, Moonfish, Muscular, Mustard and Crackle on the unsuspecting public. Investigation into how this break occurred is taking place, even as authorities scramble to find the missing prisoners, all of whom are rank B or higher villains. Earth Rumbler is responsible for the Mitoto City disaster, having leveled over 10 blocks of residential and 30 blocks of businesses during his relatively short rampage. He was eventually detained by the heroine Vibrant, who has the ability to amplify or nullify vibrations in a large area around her and was able to counter his quirk with her own. While he caused many deaths, this villain's focus is on property damage, so evacuating nearby buildings should be a priority if he is spotted. Moonfish is a serial killer with the ability to extend and manipulate his teeth and more than 37 deaths attributed to his name. He is clinically insane and a cannibal, which in conjunction with his quirk makes him a rank A threat. If you see him, make it your priority to get out of reach, approximate 60 feet, and warn any others around you to do the same. Muscular is a giant category, rank B villain responsible for the deaths of the Waterhose duo and others. His quirk is Muscles, allowing him to grow and repair muscles on command. He is bloodthirsty and loves to fight. There is no preferred age range or characteristic for his victims, so anyone encountering him is at risk. Running from him may be fruitless unless one has a speed quirk, but do your best. Mustard is a surprisingly young villain with a mildly poisonous gas quirk. Fortunately, he is not immune to his own quirk. Unfortunately, a gas mask and gun are his preferred equipment and his quirk has an extremely wide range. While only responsible for a couple deaths, there were many casualties during the incidents he caused, resulting in local hospitals being overwhelmed with patients that needed to be treated for gas inhalation. Crackle is best known for hospitalizing victims with heart attacks and shock symptoms caused by his quirk, which produces a moderately dangerous bioelectric field around him in the visible spectrum. He is noted to have a weakness for money, so if you find yourself closer than 6 feet from him, offering to pay him, offer a minimum of 5,000 yen. To leave you alone is considered a valid strategy for avoiding civilian casualties. Other, lesser threats who escaped in the confusion are Villain Splash, Cupid, Locomotion and Goldcup. Recommendations for dealing with these villains are more or less the same. Stay more than 20 feet from them and do not antagonize them. In the event of encountering any of the above villains, make sure to alert the police or nearest hero as soon as you are able. Authorities say that the villains are more likely to be focused on escaping the area than causing havoc, but urge local residents to be cautious as they go about their day and to remain indoors after dark if possible. Check Nagashita Daily News website for further updates regarding the situation during the course of the day. Reporter Sotwa Hirigi chapter text. The look on Aizawa-sensei's face when he sees Todoroki's newly pink flames and Todoroki's totally unbothered expression is just so done. He doesn't say anything, though, for which Izuku is grateful. Kaken on the other hand storms over and screams at Todoroki to tell him to knock it off. Todoroki just gives him his standard blank look and asks, "Why?" "Why?" "Because it's girly as F dash." "Should I be insulted?" Ashido asks curiously. "Come on, Bakubro. Pink is a manly color." Kirishima says, "I fail to see how my quirk's appearance concerns you. Endeavor 2.0. Todoroki comments, leaving them all wondering why Todoroki is using his father's hero name as an insult. Because the mild inflection on the name clearly bespeaks insult. "I'm original. Not some if-and copy. And I'm going to be the new number one. Remember it." Kaken rages. "That's what he said too." Todoroki remarks, unfazed by Kaken's fury. "Ooh, sick burn." Kaminari says in the background. With a maddened scream, Kaken launches himself at Todoroki, only to be snagged in Aizawa-sensei's capture scarf. Todoroki quit provoking him. Bakugu, stand down. You're making my dry eye worse. Kaken predictably struggles wildly for a minute before giving up, panting for breath. Aizawa-sensei, can I go to Recovery Girl for a rabies shot? I think he got his spittle on me. Todoroki asks, cool as a cucumber. Die. Aizawa-sensei sighs deeply. You know what? Sure. Go see if you can convince her to give you a rabies shot. At least it will keep you from provoking him. Which I asked you to stop. I'm not F-rabid, you F-broken faucet. Get back here and fight me like a man. Kaken screams. No, Todoroki says over his shoulder and walks away without another look back. F shut up that, and the rest of you extras quit laughing at me. Kaken screeches. Izuku tries to muffle his giggles, but the rest of the class doesn't even pretend to until Aizawa-sensei sighs again. Knock it off, problem children. I'm having Nedzu add eye drops to your school bill. None of them really think that's a threat, but they do sober up, and after a couple moments, Kaken simmers down too. All of which to say that Kaken's reaction tops All Might's the next day by a mile. All Might stares at the pink flames, mouth dropping open a little, before sidling over to Izuku. Midoriya, my boy, you did ask this time, didn't you? Izuku feels a little smug as he answers. Nope. He asked me. I see. Well, if he was the one to ask, I'm sure it's fine. All Might sounds relieved, which is a little insulting, but it's better than being scolded. He decides to leave the part about Kaken exploding out of it anyways. What All Might doesn't know won't hurt him. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu, Go Basics Quest. Plus 223 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Nedzu, Use of Therapy Animals in Nursing Homes Essay Quest. Plus 265 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 ICP. Ectoplasm Quiz Quest. Plus 241 EXP. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Kiyama, 1000 words or less Art Nouveau Influences Essay Quest. Plus 124 EXP. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ICP. Snipe, Diagram Sentences Quest. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 2 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Aizawa, in 1 to 2 pages describe punishments of breaking these laws essay quest. Plus 319 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 1 ICP. Yamada, reorganize paragraphs to correct English quest. Plus 356 EXP. Plus 2 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Cementas, chapter and quiz quest. Plus 348 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Kayama, 3-page Toxic Masculinity Femininity Affecting Society Essay Quest. Plus 472 EXP. Plus 2 int. Plus 2 WIS. Plus 1 ICP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps with Weights Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1. Viv. Plus 1 ICP. Nishikawa, Learn Karate Stances Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ICP. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ICP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps with Weights Quest. Plus 112 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ICP. Nishikawa, Learn Karate Move Quest. Plus 370 EXP. Plus 1 int. Plus 1 WIS. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ICP. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 EXP. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 ICP. Plus 3917 EXP. Plus 9 int. Plus 12 WIS. Plus 2 ISR. Plus 7 Dex. Plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 11. EXP 16836240000. Char, 42. Vit, 110. Dex, 45. Int, 95. WIS, 103. HP, 660 660. MP, infinity infinity. STA, 150 150. Nedzu-sensei looks pleased. Excellent. It looks like dungeons will unlock in about 3 weeks. Though I am a little curious as to your lack of enthusiasm for exploring that aspect of your quirk. Well, dungeons are where things try to kill you, right? I want to be a hero to save people, not to kill things. I see where your previous experiences could lead to that conclusion. Though I believe you are overlooking the aspect of dungeons called drops, which means your dungeon experiences could potentially be quite lucrative. Also, I believe Fine-san's concern for you would prevent it from placing you in a dungeon that would bring you true harm. At least at first. Nedzu-sensei says brightly. That's not as reassuring as you think it is. Izuku tells him drily, but the idea of drops does get his attention. You can stick to lower-level dungeons if you wish. Oh, well, that's nice to know. What's that? Nedzu-sensei inquires. Fine-san says I can choose to stick to lower-level dungeons if I want. Nedzu-sensei nods. I suspected as much. That addresses your fears on the subject nicely. Izuku decides to change the subject. Was the information Fine-san downloaded for you useful? The Chimera accepts the subject change easily. Quite. It was all rather horrifying, and necessary information has been forwarded to the police to solve quite a number of missing person cases and forewarn them of the numbers of Nomu we can expect to face in the near future. I am quite glad to have this information removed from enemy hands, although I suspect that much of it had backups of one sort or another. Unfortunate, of course, but there's little we can do other than hope that we've set back all for one's plans a bit. He spreads his paws in a what-have-you gesture. Fine-sen, you have my thanks for doing this. And Midoriya, my thanks for allowing your quirk to do so. Oh, Izuku waves his hands around in embarrassment. You are welcome. You're welcome from me too. He hastily follows Fine-san's example in relief. I may ask you to lend your services in the future, but rest assured, you can refuse with no repercussions. There will be no pressure put on either of you, even if the reason for asking is pressing. Nedzu says. Oh. Izuku says blankly, blinking a few times. That was not what he was expecting, somehow. That is acceptable. Though I will refuse if Izuku does not wish me to lend my services. Of course. I expected as much. Both of you must be in agreement or nothing will happen. None of the teachers on staff nor I will pressure you. Nedzu assures him. The teachers know. Aizawa and Yagi know. Both of them guessed when I brought them in on the matter. The others accepted that my source is anonymous. I'm afraid I had to let Detective Tsukachi know as well. He does not know your name, however. Just that there is a student with a powerful information tech quirk on campus who found the information for me. The Chimera explains. We do take your privacy seriously, I promise. And Tsukachi will not press for your identity. Oh, that's good. He wonders who Detective Tsukachi is. The detective with a lie detector quirk. He is trustworthy and knows about One for All as well as being All Might's go-to for situations dealing with All for One. That's good to know. He didn't know All Might had others in the loop to rely on. Have you tried practicing with your new quirks yet? Nedzu's question draws him out of his head. No. I believe that you should try working with them and at the least become familiar with their activation requirements and basic usages. Is that okay? The class will see and seeing as your class has accepted you doing magic rather easily, I don't think you will find any issues with practicing in front of them. Oh, that makes sense, he guesses. Now that we have settled that, I have a couple go moves I'd like to teach you today. Yes, Nedzu-sensei. Izuku agrees, the change of subject making him feel lighter. He looks forward to the games with Nedzu, even if he's never won any of them. Hitoshi watches his friend stand stock still, looking at thin air and knows he is going to do something stupid. This is why he's not surprised a couple minutes later when Izuku starts floating. Izuku apparently doesn't notice at first, because when he does notice, he looks elated and starts floating up like a lazy balloon. Finally, he notices that he's several feet above the gym floor and looks panicked. How do I get down? Well, that's a question for the ages. Everyone is looking at Izuku now because he was a lot louder than he probably meant to be. He floats higher as they watch, now bobbling like there's a breeze. He groans internally and walks over and snags his friend's foot before he floats completely out of reach and reels him down until he's more like a yard up. And then, Hitoshi just holds him in place until he suddenly drops to the floor, having figured out at least how to turn it off, if not how to get down on his own. Hitoshi! Thank you! Izuku exclaims and leans up to wrap him in a semi-hysterical hug of gratitude. That was scary. I thought I was just going to keep going up until I floated into space and got pulled apart by the lack of gravity and air, and just became a spatter in space until I re-entered the atmosphere and burned up before I hit the ground. And my mom wouldn't even have ashes to remember me by because I'd be scattered all over Japan. There. Hitoshi says lamely, awkwardly patting his back. I'm sure All Might could have jumped up and brought you down. Even if we weren't in a gym. That has, a roof. You're okay now. That only has the effect of Izuku bursting into tears and trying to snuggle into him further, which is kind of impossible, but the boy gives it a good try. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He wails. You're such a good friend, Hitoshi. Thank you. Hitoshi resigns himself to being a human teddy bear and shoots a glare at the class, who are now standing around with avid expressions, looking like they're watching a soap opera. Most of them have the decency to turn back to their own training. Oi, crybaby, get off of eye bags and stop wailing like you were going to die. Maybe the a-hole has something vaguely resembling kindness under all that bark and bite. Kaken. I thought I was going to die. Uefanji did not. Now get off, you embarrassment to humans everywhere. Cry on your own time. Nah, probably not. Izuku steps back and looks up at him earnestly. Am I an embarrassment, Hitoshi? No, he deadpants. But you should probably be training instead of being a koala. His friend sniffs dramatically and wipes away his tears, then nods firmly. You're a great friend, Hitoshi. Thank you for saving me from certain death. Okay, now he knows Izuku is just acting. Sure. You good now? Yup. Izuku beams at him. Hitoshi raises a brow and flicks his capture scarf so it releases Izuku's leg and coils it up as he walks back to his own training. A day in the life of... Geez. Well, at least life isn't boring around Izuku.